Chapter 709. The one who spoke was Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan wanted to speak and send a voice transmission, but the martial artist who was hugging him kept the earthy yellow barrier open. Now that he was about to enter the teleportation formation, the martial artist removed the barrier. Of course, he hurriedly struggled and shouted, "N." Liao Qi glanced at Yi Qinghan indifferently, and the coldness in his eyes was very obvious. Today's incident was caused by this brat, and the current situation was already the most satisfactory. Although the cold ice jade body was important, it was still from the Thunder Emperor's tribe. If he snatched it forcefully, the Thunder Emperor would definitely be displeased. He wouldn't make a move openly, but it wouldn't be fun if he secretly targeted him. Yi Qinghan, let's talk about this when we get back. Qi Li smiled bitterly and hurriedly advised. Swish. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan could barely move. He shook his divine power, and before the martial artist who was hugging him could react, he flipped over and stood up. A dagger had already appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at his lower abdomen. His eyes were filled with determination as he stared at Liao Qi and said, "If I can't save my wife, I can only accompany her." Yi Qinghan, how dare you? Liao Qi didn't say anything, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. Qi Li shouted angrily. This brat actually dared to threaten the patrol envoy with death? His courage was really bigger than the sky. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and stubbornly stared at Liao Qi. The determination to die was very obvious in his eyes. He was very clear that so many people from the Rain Emperor's tribe had come today because of him. Moreover, there was even a person who had killed 6 powerful cultivators with a single strike and stunned so many people by himself. This meant that the Rain Emperor really thought very highly of him. And he also knew that if he left this time, he would never see Yao Rao again in this lifetime, so he could only risk it all and gamble. And Liao Qi suddenly turned his head and glanced at Feng Qi, who was on his right. The warning was very obvious. Feng Qi could only smile bitterly and stop quietly retreating. The meaning in Liao Qi's eyes was very clear. You can leave, but don't blame me for killing everyone in this hall. Feng Qi was frightened by a single glance, but Liao Qi was troubled. If Yi Qinghan wanted to commit suicide, he had tens of thousands of ways to control him. However, he was very clear what the Rain Emperor valued in Yi Qinghan, even though he did not think that Yi Qinghan could do it. However, since the Rain Emperor thought highly of him, he couldn't say anything more. Since Yi Qinghan had the will to die, even if they stopped him now, he would be a useless person when they brought him back. So he began to have a headache. A frigid jade body was not difficult for him to save. He was determined to save Feng Qi, so Feng Qi didn't dare to refuse. After all, the higher the realm a warrior was in, the more they didn't dare to go all out in a battle. They were not afraid of death. It all depended on what it was about. Feng Qi was not stupid enough to fight to the death over such a small matter. It was just that. He was very clear that this action of his would definitely be a slap to the Thunder Emperor's face. The reason why the Rain Emperor's tribe was superior to the other tribes was that the Rain Emperor's tribe had 2 7th-grade war gods. However, he was very clear who the strongest person in the Forgotten tribe was. It was the Thunder Emperor. If not for the fact that the Thunder Emperor had no intention of changing the structure of the Forgotten Land, the Thunder Emperor's tribe would definitely be superior to the Rain Emperor's tribe. Was it worth it for him to slap the king of the Forgotten Land for a mere godly general? The answer was no. Save that frigid jade body. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. I will explain to you later. However, just as Liao Qi made up his mind to knock Yi Qinghan unconscious and bring him back to the Rain Emperor's tribe, a woman's voice coincidentally rang in his ears. Coincidentally, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Liao Qi helplessly smiled bitterly. He knew that this was not a coincidence, and he also knew who the woman was who sent the voice transmission. However, since she had spoken, he was used to obeying. Feng Qi, bring him over. Liao Qi leisurely turned his head and looked at Feng Qi. His tone was very calm, as if he was ordering his subordinates to bring over a small thing. Swoosh, swoosh. Liao Qi's words caused the expressions of all the warriors in the Thunder Emperor's tribe to change. In particular, Feng Qi's gentle and fair face had turned the color of a pig's liver. Where was this? The Rain Emperor's tribe had rushed over, and it was you who had broken the rules and humiliated the Thunder Emperor's tribe. Now that everyone had suffered casualties, they had given Liao Qi face and let this matter go. Now, King want a foot after being given an inch? You still want to snatch people? Liao Qi, if you want people, kill us all if you have the guts. Feng Qi laughed. This time, his laughter was not very gentle. Instead, it was somewhat sinister. He was still very afraid of Liao Qi. However, he believed that Liao Qi's words had definitely crossed the Thunder Emperor's bottom line. If Liao Qi dared to make a move, the Thunder Emperor would definitely not ignore it. Outsiders did not understand the Thunder Emperor's temper, but he had interacted with the Thunder Emperor for more than 10 years, so he could tell a little. Feng Qi's words happened to trigger the anger in the Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors. Everyone advanced instead of retreating. They all took a step forward and glared at Liao Qi. Their meaning was very clear. If you dare to kill, we will kill them all. He, I do not believe that there is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. Liao Qi's expressionless face revealed a hint of a smile at this moment. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was extremely angry. Of course, it was not because of the Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors, but because today's matter had made him feel angry and sullen. He raised his hand gently, and a beautiful long sword appeared in his hand. The cold gleam on the sword dazzled everyone's eyes. I wonder if your words include you? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the hall. The voice was not loud, but the moment it rang out, the smile on Liao Qi's face froze. The smile on Liao Qi's face froze, and the long sword in his hand also disappeared into his space ring. Feng Qi was shocked. Then he placed Yao Rao on the ground and actually knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors also came to their senses. There was only one person who could make Patrol Feng Qi kneel, and there was only one person who could make Liao Qi not dare to make a move. That person was the ruler of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the Thunder Emperor. Shashaza. The sound of light footsteps came from the end of the dazzling long corridor. The footsteps were very slow and light, but every footstep caused the hearts of the warriors present to skip a beat. The originally oppressive aura in the area completely disappeared with the sound of the footsteps. All that was left was the purple figure and the overbearing voice that came from it. Greetings, Thunder Emperor. Liao Qi sighed softly and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. He led the warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe and bowed towards the purple figure, expressing their respect for the emperor. Everyone present, including the warriors of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, knelt down on one knee. The warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe, however, all bowed. All of them retracted their divine power and put away their weapons, afraid that they would offend the legendary Thunder Emperor, the strongest warrior in the Forgotten Land. Of course, there was one exception. Yiqinghan's divine power was still surging, but the dagger in his hand was not aimed at his lower abdomen. He stood proudly and stared blankly at the approaching purple figure. When he saw the Thunder Emperor's handsome and carefree face clearly, when he saw the elegant purple hair and the two purple demon horns, he smiled. Then he bent his body with some difficulty and said with a smile, Yiqinghan greets Uncle Lei Zhen. Chapter 710. Uncle Lei Zhen? Thunder Emperor walked over slowly. There was no expression on his face. He was already numb to Feng Qi and the others kowtowing to him. He didn't mind when Liao Qi, the number one under the 5 emperors, lowered his head to him. However, when Yiqinghan said, Uncle Lei Zhen, his face tensed up and his eyes lit up. They were even brighter than the gems on his head. How many years has it been? He almost forgot that his name was Lei Zhen. In the Forgotten Land, no one knew his name. However, this little god general knew and called him Uncle? Since he called him Uncle, he must be someone close to him. However, he wasn't from the Thunder clan. Besides, he was arrogant. Besides the people in his clan, he didn't have any friends. Then this uncle must be special. Who is your father? The Thunder Emperor did not have much of an expression on his face as he looked at Yiqinghan indifferently. Although Thunder Emperor didn't have any expression, his eyes, which were brighter than the gems on the corridor, caught the attention of the experts present. The experts from the Thunder Emperor tribe were confused. The eyes of the people from the Rain Emperor tribe lit up. Emperor God Xiaofeng, who was in the corridor, quivered. Who I am isn't important. However, I know a lady. Yi Qinghan smiled and shook his head. When he thought of that exquisite face and that petite figure, a smile appeared on his face. He lifted his head to look at the Thunder Emperor and said, "Her name is Niu Huaxia. To be more precise, she is Lei Huahua." The Thunder Monarch's eyes completely lit up, not to mention the gemstone on the ceiling. At this moment, in the eyes of all the cultivators, everything in front of them disappeared. All that was left was a vast expanse of whiteness, leaving only a pair of dazzling bright eyes. Huahua Huahua. The two purple demonic horns on Thunder Emperor's head shone with sparks. The sparks made a sizzling sound and surrounded Thunder Emperor's armor. A destructive aura erupted from his body out of nowhere. Under this aura, no one present could move. Liao Qi was the only one who was barely able to resist the Thunder Emperor's pressure. However, he didn't dare to move. Instead, he was terrified. The Rain Emperor had said that the Thunder Emperor was the strongest in the Forgotten Lands, and it was indeed true. The Thunder Monarch grabbed out with one hand, and a ball of purple qi enveloped Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan flew into the air and headed toward the Thunder Monarch. Not only did Yi Qinghan not feel any discomfort in this purple mass of qi, but the injuries on his body were recovering at 100-fold speed. Tell me about that Lei Hua." For the first time, the Thunder Emperor revealed an expression. It was an expression of hope. Furthermore, he even stuttered. However, he didn't seem to mind the situation at all. With a wave of his hand, a purple barrier quietly formed and enveloped the two of them. Miss Firework, he is the young lady of the Thunder Clan of Longyang Manor. She also has two pink demon horns on her head. She said that her father is called War God Lei Zhen. She and you look very similar. Yi Qinghan had basically confirmed Thunder Emperor's identity. He knew that Thunder Emperor wanted to confirm Firework's identity, so he did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It was very obvious that Thunder Emperor was indeed War God Lei Zhen and Firework's father. This was because Yi Qinghan realized that when he said the last sentence, Thunder Emperor's body trembled slightly. "Continue. Tell me everything about your encounter with Firework. Don't leave out a single thing." Thunder Emperor took a light breath. After that, his expression became calm again. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Yi Qinghan nodded. When Thunder Emperor said this, he had already confirmed that Firework was indeed his daughter. Of course, Yi Qinghan also relaxed. He had saved Firework a few times. No matter what, Thunder Emperor would not make things difficult for him and Yao Rao. After pondering for a moment, he started to recall and slowly started to narrate. "I ascended from the material plane and was teleported to a place called the Firework Tribe. The tribe leader is called Niu Padan. In the hall, the ancient martial art practitioners of the Thunder Emperor tribe were still kneeling on one knee. Apart from Liao Qi, the rest of the people of the Rain Emperor tribe were still bowing slightly. Everyone could clearly see Thunder Emperor and Yi Qinghan talking. Of course, most of the time, it was Yi Qinghan talking and Thunder Emperor listening. However, no one could hear what they were talking about. Liao Qi used his divine senses and could hear them, but he did not dare to. What should I do? What should I do? Emperor God Xiaofeng's legs and body were trembling. At this moment, he felt that his soul was trembling. If it was just about the cold ice jade body, Emperor God Xiaofeng would not be afraid. If he insisted that he did not recognize her, coupled with his relationship with his uncle, the higher-ups would definitely not pursue the matter. At most, he would lose his position as the manager of the second level. However, looking at the situation now, this trashy god general actually knew the Thunder Emperor. Furthermore, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary. The two of them had been chatting for an hour and were still chatting. How could their relationship be ordinary? Alright. Suddenly, Emperor God Xiaofeng thought of something which caused his body to tremble even more violently. That knife. That supreme slaughter god knife. He offered that knife to the Thunder Emperor. Although he did not know how strong this knife was, he knew that it was definitely very strong. As long as the Thunder Emperor took a fancy to this knife, wouldn't the relationship between the Thunder Emperor and the little god general be destroyed? As long as there was a gap between the two of them, wouldn't it mean that he could be saved? He took a few breaths and forced himself to calm down. Then he sent a voice transmission to Autumn Water in the hall. Moreover, he insisted that he did not recognize the cold ice jade body. Then he mentioned the matter about the knife. Autumn Water's voice transmission was very fast. Of course, he knew what kind of person his nephew was. However, he did not expose him. After all, if Qiu Feng could keep his position, it would be a help to him. Moreover, if it wasn't for him back then, Qiu Feng would not have been implicated here. Hence, he did not think for long and started to send a voice transmission to Feng Qi. When Feng Qi heard this, he was a little angry at first. At such a crucial moment, you uncle and nephew are still trying to play tricks? However, when he heard that it was actually that knife, Feng Qi could not remain calm. After pondering for a moment, he decided to help them. The main thing was that the Thunder Emperor tribe had to obtain this knife. This would allow the Thunder Emperor tribe to completely surpass the other 4 tribes. The conversation between the Thunder Emperor and Yi Qinghan finally ended after an hour. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand and removed the protective shield. Then he closed his eyes and fell silent. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression. He stood at the same spot and slowly recovered from his injuries. With the help of the Thunder Emperor, his injuries were almost completely healed in a short period of more than 2 hours. There was dead silence in the hall. No one knew what the Thunder Emperor was thinking. However, no one dared to ask and could only wait in silence. After a while, Feng Qi could not wait any longer. He decided to tell the Thunder Emperor about this so that he could weigh the pros and cons. Hence, he started to send a voice transmission. Thunder Emperor, Qiu Feng just took a knife from this god general's hand. It is the supreme slaughter god knife. Feng Qi did not say much and only gave a simple reminder. He knew that the Thunder Emperor did not like others to affect his thinking. Of course, he also removed himself from it. As expected, the Thunder Emperor opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on God Emperor Qiu Feng, who was in the long corridor. He said indifferently, "Knife." God Emperor Qiu Feng was overjoyed but did not dare to show it on his face. He climbed up and walked in front of the Thunder Emperor. With a flip of his hand, a black long knife appeared in the air. The Thunder Emperor extended his hand and grabbed it. However, his hand was surrounded by white lightning. He did not dare to grab the slaughter god knife completely in his hand. Instead, he held it in the air and looked at it carefully. Then, he nodded and praised, "Good knife." Chapter 7:11. The moment the saber appeared, everyone who knew what it was shocked. The people from the Rain Emperor's tribe were delighted. Qi Li and Liao Qi turned pale. When they came over, Emperor God Qiu Feng had already taken the saber. Hence, they didn't know it belonged to Yi Qinghan. However, they knew the power of the saber. The Thunder Emperor was the number 1 in the Forgotten tribe. With the saber, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan only smiled faintly and didn't express much. He saw the Thunder Emperor's eyes. There was only admiration and no greed. "Ha, little Yi, you're really a genius." The Thunder Emperor laughed loudly. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he said something strange and casually handed the saber to Yi Qinghan. Then his face darkened. Lightning flashed in his hand and several electric snakes leaped out and entangled Emperor God Qiu Feng. "Spare." Emperor God Qiu Feng opened his eyes wide. He only managed to say one word before a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Then, electric snakes danced on his body. His body emitted flames like the sun and instantly turned into ashes. Not even a divine crystal shard was left. Hiss! Everyone in the hall gasped. The people from the Thunder Emperor's tribe and the Rain Emperor's tribe were all shocked. They were astonished by the Thunder Emperor's actions and the Thunder Emperor's tyrannical strength. Qiu Feng was a 5th-grade war god, so it wasn't hard to kill him. However, since he was from the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the Thunder Emperor wouldn't kill him in front of outsiders in order to protect his tribe and his reputation. What is he trying to do? Even Liao Qi, a 7th-grade war god, felt his heart palpitate when he saw the blazing flames. Liao Qi recalled the Rain Emperor's words and understood why the Thunder Emperor was the number one in the Forgotten Land. Because he was a descendant of the ancient god who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God. His power was similar to the other four emperors. With the Thunder God's source skill, who would dare to fight with him? Swoosh! However, just as everyone was still in silence over the Thunder Monarch's inexplicable actions, the Thunder Monarch's figure flashed forward. Everyone was dazzled. Then they realized that the Thunder Emperor was standing in front of a warrior. Before this cultivator could react, Xiao Chen's hands smashed down heavily. The flickering electric snakes on his hand enveloped this cultivator again. With a sizzling sound, this martial artist turned into ashes again. This is Qiu Feng's uncle, Qiu Shui. Little Yi, are you satisfied with the result? When the Thunder Monarch turned around and smiled at Yi Qinghan, he even gave him a brief explanation. Everyone understood. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Thunder Monarch had killed the two of them not to sing but to give Yi Qinghan an explanation. This was not important. What was important was that the Thunder Monarch had given him an explanation, and he had even explained it with a smile. The experts present had more or less heard about the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's reputation had been built on a path of slaughter. The corpses of countless peak powerhouses in the Forgotten Land had proven his tyrannical strength, as well as his cruel and ruthless reputation. Today, he actually smiled, and he even smiled for a little divine general. Feng Qi had been the Thunder Emperor for more than 10 years. Not to mention seeing the Thunder Emperor smile, he did not even utter a single word of nonsense. At this moment, he wished he could give himself a slap. He knew that the Thunder Emperor would not kill him. However, at least the Thunder Emperor might not continue to trust him. Everyone's gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan. The meaning of the Thunder Emperor's words was very obvious. Are you satisfied with killing the two of them? If you are not satisfied, I can kill a few more. Uncle Leijin, Qinghan is very satisfied. That's enough. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not a fool. He was very clear that the Thunder Monarch was trying to establish his prestige and to repay Firework for saving his life. He was already very satisfied that the Thunder Monarch had killed Qiu Feng in front of everyone. Now, he had even killed Qiu Feng's uncle to get rid of any future troubles. Most importantly, he had even smiled and explained for him and asked for his opinion. This was really too kind. All right. With regards to Yi Qinghan's understanding, the Thunder Monarch was evidently very satisfied. This was because he smiled again. With a look of admiration in his eyes, he looked at Yi Qinghan and said, Little Yi, are you willing to join the Thunder Emperor's tribe? As long as you agree, I will speak to the Rain Emperor, and you can do whatever you want on the Thunder Emperor Mountain. How about that? The Thunder Monarch's words shocked everyone once again. What the F***ck was going on? The dignified Thunder Monarch had actually invited a small god general to join the tribe. Furthermore, he had indicated that he could slap the Rain Emperor's face for the sake of Yi Qinghan. Most importantly, the last sentence was, I can do whatever you want? These words were a little too serious. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan again. They wanted to see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and if he could breathe fire or something. The Thunder Monarch had actually put down his pride and said such a sentence. Countless martial art practitioners in the Thunder Emperor's tribe felt nervous. If this Yi Qinghan were to agree, he would definitely stand above Feng Qi. As for the people present, their future days would be difficult. However, the martial art practitioners in the Rain Emperor's tribe looked a little gloomy. This Thunder Monarch was obviously trying to snatch Yi Qinghan away. This was slapping the Rain Emperor's face. Slapping the Rain Emperor's face was also slapping their faces. How could their faces look good? Of course, no one dared to say no. The 2 piles of ashes that Qiu Feng and Qiu Shui had turned into were still on the ground. It's okay. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Leijin. I'm living a good life there. Of course, I'll come and visit you when I have time. Yi Qinghan did not hesitate for too long. In fact, he had already considered this question when he had confirmed Lei Zhen's identity. The Rain Emperor's tribe had been really good to him. Although concubine Lan had said that she wanted to kill him, Deep down, he felt that concubine Lan did not mean that. On the contrary, she had treated him very well. This could be seen from the treatment he had received. Most importantly, this time, he had come to the Thunder God tribe to snatch Yi Qinghan away. So many martial art practitioners from the Rain Emperor's mountain had come, and they had risked their lives for him. 6 people had even died. He had always been a person who would return the favor tenfold if others showed him respect. He knew that he would have a better life if he joined the Thunder Emperor's tribe, but he still chose to refuse. At this moment, everyone in the hall forgot to gasp. They just looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a fool. What happened today was too unexpected. It was too strange. The number 1 martial art practitioner in the Forgotten Land wanted to invite a young god general, but this young god general did not give him any face. He did not even say anything tactful and directly refused. The martial art practitioners in the hall all found their acquaintances and looked at each other. Had the world changed? Were they unable to keep up with the times? Or were the Thunder Emperor and this young god general crazy? Liao Qi was not stupid. He did not lose his mind. For the first time, he looked at Yi Qinghan seriously. His eyes were filled with a gentle smile and admiration. For the first time, he felt that the Rain Emperor seemed to have a good eye. Good. Little Yi, I accept you as my nephew. This is my token. You can enter the Thunder Emperor's tribe at any time. You can come to me directly if you need anything. The Thunder Emperor's eyes were also filled with happiness. He walked away. He really admired this weak young god general in front of him. When a martial art practitioner cultivated, the most important thing was one's disposition. Only with a good disposition could one go further. This god general could actually refuse a temptation that even a high-level emperor god could not refuse. This disposition. Chapter 7:12. In the second level of the Rain Emperor tribe, countless people had already gathered in the Great Hall. Wu Shan was leading the countless warriors of the second level to stare at the teleportation array. The warriors of the second level were all extraordinary figures in front of the warriors of the first level. Lord Wu Shan was a high and mighty figure. However, Wu Shan knew that they were nothing. The people who went to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch people were the real deal. With their strength, they would not dare to go to the Thunder Emperor tribe even if they were given 100 guts. Wu Shan smacked his head suddenly and started pacing left and right. The warriors in the hall felt their hearts skip a beat. They did not know why Wu Shan came for no reason today. They only knew that Lord Wu Shan was in a bad mood. If they provoked him, they would not end well. I'm a pig, I'm a pig. I'm really a pig. Wu Shan paced left and right anxiously, but his eyes were glued to the teleportation array. He kept wondering whether he was a pig or not. When he saw Yi Qinghan teleport to the Thunder Emperor tribe, he knew that he had done something wrong. When he saw Qi Li leading a group of cultivators into the teleportation array, he knew that what he had done was not only wrong, but also extremely stupid. In the end, when he saw that Inspector Liao Qi had also left, he was almost in despair. In the past, he was confused as to why the Rain Emperor did not allow Yi Qinghan to go to the 3rd or 4th level. He thought that the Rain Emperor did not value Yi Qinghan. Only now did he realize that the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan so much. However, the person that the Rain Emperor valued had charged into the Thunder Emperor tribe because of a piece of news. His fate was unknown. Seconds and minutes passed. The atmosphere on the 2nd floor was extremely oppressive. Everyone was waiting in torment. Although many people did not know what had happened, they knew that it was definitely something big. Did you not see Lord Wu Shan's expression? Did you not see the experts of the 3rd level running anxiously? Swish. Finally, the teleportation array lit up. When he saw the people in the teleportation array, Wu Shan's eyes also lit up. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Rain Emperor is mighty. Lord Liao Qi is mighty. Lords are mighty. The Rain Emperor is mighty. Lord Liao Qi is mighty. Everyone is mighty." Although the warriors in the hall did not know what was going on, since Wu Shan had knelt down, they quickly followed suit and shouted. Phew! Wu Shan exhaled quietly and relaxed. He saw the frail figure standing in the middle of the crowd and the woman in his arms, who gave off a faint chill. Yi Qinghan had returned with the ice jade body. What did this mean? This meant that the Rain Emperor's tribe had been very successful in snatching people, and this meant that the Rain Emperor's tribe had obtained a glorious victory in a direct confrontation with the Thunder Emperor's tribe. If this matter were to spread out, the prestige of the Rain Emperor's tribe would definitely rise to another level. Since there were so many benefits, the Rain Emperor probably wouldn't make things difficult for a small commander like him, right? Mighty? Liao Qi laughed coldly in his heart. He was mighty, Mias. If one were to talk about mighty, then this young divine general was mighty. However, after thinking about it, the Rain Emperor's tribe had gained face this time. Although the Thunder Emperor was giving face to this young god general, this young god general was a member of the Rain Emperor Mountain. From another perspective, the Rain Emperor's tribe had gained face from the Thunder Emperor. If this matter were to spread out, the Rain Emperor's tribe would indeed be mighty. Yi Qinghan, bring your woman up here. Just as Liao Qi was pondering whether or not the Rain Emperor's tribe was mighty, an ethereal voice came from the hall. Everyone who heard this voice trembled subconsciously. This voice was very familiar. It was the Rain Emperor's voice. However, when the second floor's warriors heard the Rain Emperor's words clearly, they were all petrified. Come up? Come up where? The answer was very obvious. Come up to that high and mighty palace. What kind of place was that palace? How many people in the entire Forgotten Land could enter it? At this moment, even Liao Qi was slightly jealous. Because he had only entered that palace a few times. Not only could this brat enter the Rain Emperor's palace, but the Thunder Emperor's palace was also always open for him. Yi Qinghan was delighted. He wasn't happy because he could enter that palace. Instead, it was because he knew that the Rain Emperor definitely wouldn't allow him to enter. It was definitely because he could save Yao Rao. The Thunder Emperor didn't mention this matter. It was unknown whether it was because he had no other choice or because he couldn't bring himself to do it. However, under the circumstances at that time, it wasn't appropriate for Yi Qinghan to bring it up. Now that the Rain Emperor had summoned him, he was naturally ecstatic. Yi Qinghan didn't pay attention to the second floor's warriors' complicated gazes. He hurriedly followed Liao Qi up the stairway to heaven. Qi Li and the others didn't say anything else and walked up to the third floor. All of them were injured, so why would they waste their breath talking to the second floor's warriors? After ascending the stairway to heaven, Qi Li and the others cupped their hands at Liao Qi and Yi Qinghan and walked up to the third floor. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He only looked at everyone gratefully, indicating that he would remember this favor. Although he didn't know if Qi Li would care about this favor from a divine general realm warrior. As Liao Qi continued to quickly ascend the stairway to heaven, a white light flashed, and they appeared on the fourth floor. The layout of the fourth floor was actually completely different from the second and third floors. This floor was actually built entirely with limestone, just like a grand and majestic castle. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to admire the scenery on the fourth floor. He followed Liao Qi up. After taking a few steps, Liao Qi stopped. A token appeared in his hand, and he tossed it up. Only then did he continue forward. A white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was secretly startled. What entered his eyes was a place that looked like an immortal realm. Clouds churned in the surroundings, and he couldn't see the ground. It was like he was standing on the clouds. Furthermore, he couldn't see the end of this white fog. A white palace floated above the clouds. This palace was several times larger than the unfettered pavilion. As it floated in the air, it emitted a majestic immortal aura. It was extremely gorgeous. The doors of the white jade palace were already open, as though they were welcoming the two of them. Liao Qi gazed at the palace with a complicated expression. Then, he turned his head and smiled warmly at Yi Qinghan. Let's go up, little brother Yi. Alright, many thanks. Big brother Liao. Yi Qinghan was astonished by the way Liao Qi addressed him. Although the Thunder Emperor had acknowledged him as his nephew, Liao Qi was a 7th grade war god. There was no need for him to lower his status to befriend him, right? Regardless of the reason, Liao Qi was powerful. In addition, he made a move today. Although he didn't know what made him change his mind, since he had made a move, Yi Qinghan had to accept this favor. Carrying Yi Yao Rao, Yi Qinghan soared into the sky and flew toward the white jade palace doors. Without hesitation, he flew through the palace doors and disappeared from Liao Qi's sight. The palace was huge, magnificent, and even somewhat luxurious. The difference between the unfettered pavilion and the Rain Emperor's palace was like that of an imperial palace and a bungalow. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless man-made muslin fluttering in the air in the palace. He looked at the graceful figure of a woman with a blurry face standing under the light muslin. At this moment, he finally knew that the beauty in the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword in the first training room was actually the Rain Emperor. Chapter 713. Greetings, Rain Emperor. Although Yi Qinghan did not like to kneel to others and only bowed to the Thunder Emperor, he still knelt on one knee to the Rain Emperor. There was no other reason but to save Yi Yao Rao. He did not know why Yi Yao Rao had entered the Forgotten Land or why Li Shu'er had not taken good care of her. However, he knew very well that Yi Yao Rao had come for him, just like how she had come to find him without hesitation in the baleful Yin stream. Yi Qinghan found it hard to imagine how a weak-looking woman like Yi Yao Rao, a first-layer divine general martialist, had found the Phoenix Cloud mountain range, found that deep pit, and jumped in without hesitation. However, Yi Qinghan knew that she must have suffered. Yi Qinghan's heart was in extreme pain as he looked at her pale and frowning face. Get up. You don't have to bow to me in the future. Also, my own people can call me the Rain Empress. The Rain Emperor stood quietly under the veil, as if he had merged with the surrounding scenery. He stood there quietly, like a beautiful painting, very natural. Please save my wife, Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan is willing to pay any price. Yi Qinghan did not get up. He knew that the Rain Empress could save Yi Yao Rao, but he still sincerely expressed his wish. Yi Yao Rao's divine crystal had shattered and her soul had fallen into a deep coma. The divine crystal was the most important thing to a martialist. Once it shattered, Yi Yao Rao would definitely die. He did not dare to move recklessly and only looked at the Rain Emperor's blurry face with a face full of hope. I let you come up because I naturally have a way to save your wife. Of course, the 4 emperors of the Forgotten Land all have this ability. However, I can heal her the fastest and the most suitable. The Rain Emperor still stood in the same spot and did not move. Because of her blurry face, it looked like her mouth was not even open. She paused for a moment before continuing. As for the price, the higher and faster you can climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, that would be the best repayment to me. All right, put your wife down and go down to the 2nd floor to cultivate. Yi Qinghan blinked and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Although he felt that the Rain Emperor was a trustworthy person, he was still worried about leaving Yi Yao Rao here. He looked at the Rain Emperor and said, Rain Empress, can I watch from the side? I have no other intentions, I just want to take a look. Follow me. The Empress of the Rain didn't say much. She just said something indifferently, then turned around and walked inside. Her footsteps were very light, as if her feet were not on the ground. Her back view was very beautiful, and her white palace dress was well tailored, perfectly showing off her perfect figure. Why does this back look so familiar? Just now, Yi Qinghan did not dare to stare at the Empress of Rain directly, but at this moment he took a closer look at her back. But the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. After muttering to himself for a while, he came to a sudden realization. He had often tried to comprehend the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword. That woman was the Rain Empress, so how could she not be familiar? The Empress of Rain, who was in front of him, suddenly paused when she saw Yi Qinghan's pondering expression. Yi Qinghan did not dare to look at her anymore. He lowered his head and followed the Empress of Rain to the side hall. After turning around the side hall, they finally came to a room. The Empress of Rain stood quietly inside, looking at the white jade bed inside. Yi Qinghan quickly put Yi Yao Rao on the bed gently, then stood aside obediently, not daring to look around. Then he saw an ivory-like hand reach over. The fingernails were light blue, just like concubine lands. The hand gently pressed against Yi Yao Rao's lower abdomen, and a light blue light appeared on the hand. Your wife's injury must be healed with gentle divine power. completely enveloping the divine crystal and slowly healing the broken parts bit by bit. This divine power cannot be too much, too little, or too strong. Otherwise, the divine crystal will shatter. Furthermore, each treatment has to be done a month apart, so this injury cannot be healed in a day or two. It will take at least 10 years. The Rain Emperor said gently. His tone was very calm. Although his voice was faint, it was very gentle. It was as if he was talking to an old friend, which made people feel very comfortable. 10 years? Thank you, Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Rao's pale face, and his heart ached. At this moment, he also understood why the Thunder Emperor did not help and why the Rain Emperor said that she was the most suitable person to heal. To heal the divine crystal, one had to stay close to her for such a long time. The Rain Empress was a woman, so of course, she was the most suitable. Although 10 years was very long as Yao Rao was fine, he would wait for 100 years. Rain Empress, can I come and see my wife in the future? Yi Qinghan turned his head slightly to look at the blurry face and asked expectantly. Go back and cultivate well. I will allow you to visit her once a year. This is the token. The Rain Empress flipped her other hand, and a white token appeared out of thin air. Yi Qinghan grabbed it and saw that it was exactly the same as Liao Qi's token. He looked at Yao Rao deeply. Without any hesitation, he bowed to the Rain Empress and quickly walked towards the palace. I didn't expect this little man to be so infatuated. He actually dared to go to the Thunder Emperor's tribe alone for a woman. However, he is so fickle. I wonder how many more women he has. When the Rain Empress sensed that Yi Qinghan had disappeared from the palace, her eyes gradually became clear, revealing a pair of bright eyes. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. Thunder Emperor's tribe, peak, Thunder Emperor Palace. Bang! 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 In the training room, the Thunder Emperor's entire body was releasing the aura of a ferocious beast. He punched the surrounding walls one after another. With every punch, the walls would tremble slightly. The entire Thunder Emperor Palace was shaking non-stop. It was obvious how powerful he was. Fortunately, he had controlled his divine power. If he had used his full strength, the Thunder Emperor Palace would definitely have to be rebuilt. Lei Bao, how dare you treat my wife and son like this? Once I get out, I will definitely kill everyone in the family and leave no one alive. After a long while, the Thunder Emperor seemed to have vented enough and stopped. However, his eyes still emitted a devouring aura, and lightning surrounded his body. Needless to say, if anyone dared to provoke him now, they would definitely be turned into ashes in an instant. How could you leave me? How could you do this? The information that Yi Qinghan had given him was not much, but it did not stop him from deducing some things. Fireworks had grown up alone in the Fireworks tribe and had only brought a dozen or so divine general guards with him. Needless to say, Fireworks' mother and his subordinates were definitely dead. At this moment, the Thunder Clan had completely disappointed him. Lei Yun, take good care of my daughter. Wait for me to get out. After a while, the sorrow in the Thunder Emperor's eyes faded. What replaced it was a face full of guilt and tenderness. He did not continue to vent his emotions. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. He knew that it would be very, very difficult to get out. However, for the sake of his daughter, he could only continuously advance toward that elusive goal. In just over 100,000 years, he had cultivated to the 7th grade war god realm. He did not believe that in this lifetime he could not cultivate to that legendary realm. Chapter 714. Not long after the incident of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the other 3 emperors immediately knew what had happened. Although the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor had issued a gag order, it was difficult to conceal the incident since it had caused such a huge commotion. Several experts from both sides had died, and even the Thunder Emperor had taken action. Moreover, all the tribes had spies on the 2nd level of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, and the incident happened there. With the intelligence of the emperors, it was easy for them to guess the gist of the matter. The Demon Emperor heard his subordinate's report and did not care. He waved his hand to dismiss his subordinate. 4 of the 5 tribes in the Forgotten Land were made up of human warriors. The demon emperor was not stupid. The more intense the internal strife, the better. Moreover, it was a matter of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, and he had no intention of getting involved. The four emperors had not figured out the Thunder Emperor's character. If he was angered, the Demon Emperor's tribe would no longer exist. The supreme god-slaughtering blade. A human warrior can actually use it? This kid is indeed a strange talent. Fortunately, he was not killed. Otherwise, it would have been bad. The Cloud Emperor sat on the throne high up in the palace. Although there was no one in the palace, he still felt that sitting on this throne could show his supreme status. After a moment of silence, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to a warrior in white armor outside the palace. Pay close attention to this. Yi Qinghan. Report immediately if there is any news. Inform all the warriors in the tribe who are 5th grade war gods and above. This kid is someone I value. The warrior who was kneeling on one knee outside the palace trembled. Although the Cloud Emperor was always smiling, he had never shown that he valued someone. Even when the Cloud Emperor's divine king stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights, he only said, "Not bad, continue to work hard." What did it mean to be valued by the Cloud Emperor? It meant that this young divine general could basically do whatever he wanted in the Cloud Emperor Mountain. In addition, the Thunder Emperor had promised that he could enter and leave the Thunder Emperor Palace at any time, and this kid even went to the Rain Emperor Palace. At this moment, the white-armored martialist was filled with jealousy. This was the first person in hundreds of thousands of years to be valued by 3 emperors. Furthermore, he was a young divine general. He still didn't know if the Wind Emperor also thought highly of him. If he did, this little divine general would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Forgotten Land. The Wind Emperor indeed thought highly of Yi Qinghan. From the moment he received the news, he stood up and slowly stomped around in the palace. It could be seen that he cared about this matter very much. Lu Yun respectfully knelt on one knee in the palace. As the patroller of the Wind Emperor tribe, he knew very well that he didn't sit in this position because of his strength. He was only a lower 6th grade war god. There were 7 or 8 people in the tribe who were stronger than him, but he was the one who climbed the 5 Emperors' Mountains the highest. Pass down my order. All the spies in the tribe are to pay close attention to this person. If there is any news, report it immediately. Go down. The Wind Emperor stopped in his tracks and waved his hand to dismiss Lu Yun. He stood alone in the empty palace in a daze. Why would the supreme slaughter god blade appear in the divine world? And in the hands of a young divine general? Those 2 fools, the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor, were actually not moved? I must get it. If this young divine general can use it, I can definitely use it too. As long as I get this blade, who would I be afraid of in the Forgotten Land? Rain Empress, you be *tis, I will definitely make you kneel before me, ha. The Wind Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and laughed loudly. His laughter reverberated in the spacious palace and was unusually ear-piercing. Yi Qinghan didn't know that at this moment, he had already attracted the attention of countless experts in the dark. He obediently walked down the stairway and didn't linger on the 3rd or 4th level. He directly returned to the 2nd level. Little brother. When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan walking down, he hurriedly revealed a respectful smile. He originally wanted to call him Lord Yi, but after thinking about it, he didn't do so. Yes, big brother Wu Shan. Yi Qinghan will remember today's favor. Yi Qinghan smiled at Wu Shan. If Wu Shan hadn't passed the news to him, he didn't know what would have happened in the end. It's my duty, my duty. When Wu Shan heard the words, Big Brother Wu Shan, he smiled so widely that his face almost became crooked. The worry and fear that he had been feeling all this time instantly disappeared. Since Yi Qinghan said that he owed him a favor, if the higher-ups wanted to pursue this matter, Yi Qinghan would definitely help. His eyes darted around a few times. As he walked inside with Yi Qinghan, he whispered to Yi Qinghan, Little brother Yi, I will find a way to arrange for the Oxhead Celestial King that you know to go to the 2nd level after some time. Yes, I'll go back and rest first. You can do what you need to do. Yi Qinghan nodded but didn't say much. He had expressed his intentions, and Wu Shan had also expressed his intentions. Both of them understood that it wasn't good to say too much. Under the respectful gazes of Wu Shan and the martial artists on the second level, Yi Qinghan returned to his room alone. He activated the protective shield, walked into the room, and fell onto the large bed inside. Today's events had been full of twists and turns. There were a few times when he was in despair, but in the end, there was light at the end of the tunnel. Under such a high level of stimulation, he was extremely tired. Now that the danger was over, and with Empress Yu, Yi Yaorao would wake up sooner or later. At this moment, his mind was completely relaxed. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, Yi Qinghan woke up. He took a bath and changed his clothes. Then, he sat in the living room in a daze. He started to recall the recent events. He thought about his bet with concubine Lan, about how he killed Long Kuei, about what Empress Yu had said to him, and about this kidnapping incident. He understood that Empress Yu thought very highly of him. However, he didn't know why she thought so highly of him. He was just a small god general. If there was anything special about him, it would be Xiao He, his 2 souls, and the slaughter god blade. Xiao He's father, the Soul Emperor, had a very high status in the divine world. However, Yi Qinghan didn't think that he would be able to meet the Soul Emperor's subordinates or people who were indebted to the Soul Emperor. Although his 2 souls were protected by a layer of faint yellow light, he wasn't sure that martial artists of the Empress Yu's level hadn't discovered them. As for the Slaughter God blade, this blade was very powerful. In fact, it was way more powerful than he had imagined. Given the Thunder Thearka's strength and experience, how could this blade be bad? However, what puzzled him was that this blade seemed to be recognized by many people. In other words, this blade was very famous? But why didn't the Soul Emperor recognize it? Was Elder Lu wrong, or was there some secret hidden in this? No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. Yi Qinghan decided to cultivate for a while. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. He was just a small god general. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. It was better for him to cultivate hard first. After the impact of this incident passed, he would take some time to visit the Thunder Thearka's tribe and ask him for an explanation. Chapter 7:15. Yi Qinghan entered the first training room and prepared to cultivate. The Rain Empress had said that cultivating diligently and climbing higher in the 5 Emperors Mountain would be the best way to repay her. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was still being treated by the Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan naturally understood the Rain Empress words to mean that the faster he cultivated, the higher he climbed, the more effort the Rain Empress would put in to treat Yi Qinghan. The 2 souls revolved at the same time. Yi Qinghan began to enter the soul quietude state. The 4th level of soul quietude was easy to cultivate, but it was also very difficult. As long as one continuously entered the soul quietude state for hundreds of thousands or millions of times, one would become proficient. If one could enter the soul quietude state at any time, it would be considered as entering the 4th level. If one was lucky, he would only need to enter it tens of thousands of times. If he was unlucky, he would need to enter it millions of times. In the Sea of Soul, the 2 mini Yi Qinghan began to practice the law of space. They compared and verified each other to find a point of fusion. Yi Qinghan had 3 choices for his cultivation path. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan decided to proceed with all 3 paths at the same time. On one hand, he could enter the soul quietude state and allow his soul to grow. Although he did not know how to cultivate as a soul cultivator. But there was nothing wrong with continuously strengthening his soul, right? On the other hand, he could continuously fuse the profound mysteries of space. If he did not have the opportunity to fuse them for a while, he would choose to look at the painting of a beautiful lady performing a sword dance to comprehend the basic profound mysteries. The 3 moon queens who entered the soul quietude state. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. His soul had grown a little in the past 3 months. Although this was negligible compared to the huge sea of soul, it was still good to have some growth. After cultivating the soul to the God King realm, it was indeed extremely difficult to improve. Without the soul quietude state, it would be extremely difficult to advance even 1 level. The profound mysteries of space still did not make any progress. There was no sign of fusion. But Yi Qinghan was not discouraged. The profound mysteries of space were incomparably difficult to fuse. Elder Lu had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and was still a peak heavenly god. He had cultivated in the divine world for hundreds of thousands of years and was still in the heavenly god realm. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was not discouraged or anxious. What made him anxious was Xiaohe. Xiaohe had been asleep for a few months. It was fine if he was asleep, but the problem was that he still could not sense Xiaohe's condition. Could it be that Xiaohe's soul has also mutated? Yi Qinghan summoned Xiaohe. He looked at Xiaohe's cute sleeping face and smiled helplessly. This was very unusual, but Xiaohe's body was fine. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to interrupt Xiaohe's sleep. If Xiaohe was having an epiphany or something, it would be a huge mistake to interrupt him. After recalling Xiaohe back into the warbeast space, Yi Qinghan's eyes began to light up. He locked his gaze on the wall in front of him and observed the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with her sword. The scene in front of him changed again, turning into a palace with a hazy woman elegantly brandishing a sword under a light veil. He had comprehended this diagram many times and was very familiar with it. But this time, Yi Qinghan recalled the figure of the Rain Empress he saw in the Rain Emperor's palace. The clear figure of the Rain Empress began to overlap with the hazy figure in front of him. Finally, the woman in front of him began to become clearer. Every step and every movement was so clear. Even the light veil dancing seemed to become clear. Everything was so natural, so clear. The steps, the movements, the light veil contained all kinds of profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. It was so clear, so penetrating. F***, what happened? I've struck it rich this time. Forget it, I'll comprehend it first. Both of Yi Qinghan's souls trembled at the same time. The scene in front of him was not a painting of a beautiful woman dancing with her sword. It was clearly a painting that contained countless profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, these mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth looked so clear and penetrating. As long as he comprehended it slightly, he would definitely be able to get started. Although Yi Qinghan did not understand what had happened, he always wanted to get what he wanted first. As for the reason, who the F***ck cared so much? After carefully observing for a while, Yi Qinghan firmly memorized the few scenes that had stirred him. Then, he quickly entered a state of spiritual stillness. Both of his souls revolved at the same time and started to comprehend the profound mysteries in this state of spiritual stillness. Gulp, gulp. 8 months later, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were blank, and his Adam's apple squirmed as he continuously swallowed his saliva. In a mere 8 months, Yi Qinghan had actually comprehended the remaining 8 profound mysteries of the law of wind and the law of earth. In addition to the wind blade and the earth elemental art that he had comprehended previously, this meant that he had comprehended all 5 basic profound mysteries of the wind and earth elemental arts. The most difficult part of comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws was comprehending the basics. Since he had already comprehended these 8 profound mysteries, mastery was only a matter of time. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not feel too happy about this. Instead, he felt a little lost, a little in disbelief, and even a little afraid. Comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws was not the same as cultivating divine power. Comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws would not guarantee growth. In the first 3 months, he had also been in a state of spiritual stillness, but he had not fused a single strand of the law of space. Now, after 8 months, he had comprehended 8 basic profound mysteries. If this matter were to spread, the entire divine realm would definitely be in an uproar. Even if it reached the ears of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, they would probably be stunned. Although the basic profound mysteries were the easiest to comprehend, it shouldn't be as easy as he was. Comprehending 8 profound mysteries in one go, Yi Qinghan did not dare to cultivate anymore. Just now, when he was in a state of spiritual stillness, he did not stop to think about these questions. But now that he had woken up, he did not dare to cultivate anymore. There was definitely something wrong when something was out of the ordinary. Right now, this matter had already exceeded the scope of what was out of the ordinary. He did not know what would happen if he continued to cultivate like this. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan stood up, his eyes blank. Without a teacher, he was like a headless fly on the path of cultivation, bumping around in a daze. Should I ask the Thunder Emperor? Or the Rain Empress? If this was outside, Yi Qinghan would definitely ask Lord Devour for advice. Lord Devour was someone that he could trust completely. Although the Thunder Emperor was Fireworks' father, and he had also expressed his admiration for Yi Qinghan, they had only met once, after all. Yi Qinghan was a little hesitant. On the contrary, Yi Qinghan had an indescribable sense of trust towards the Rain Empress. Perhaps it was because of what had happened in the life and death arena, or perhaps it was because of the kidnapping incident, or perhaps it was because he had seen her sword dance painting that he had comprehended the profound mysteries, or perhaps it was because she had directly helped to save Yi Yaorao without any request. After thinking for a day, Yi Qinghan still did not dare to cultivate. Eventually, he decided to go to the Rain Emperor's palace to see Yi Yaorao and ask the Rain Empress. If he didn't ask clearly, he would always be a little worried, and he would not dare to cultivate with all his strength. Under the envious gazes of the second floor's warriors, Yi Qinghan walked up the stairway to heaven alone. When the guards of the third and fourth floor saw Yi Qinghan, they did not dare to ask anything. Instead, they all greeted him respectfully. Taking out the token, Yi Qinghan walked to the palace one more time. He saw the woman sitting quietly under the light veil. The Rain Empress didn't blame him for coming up after less than a year. She pointed at the room, asking Yi Qinghan to go and see Yi Yaorao. After sitting with Yi Yaorao for a day, Yi Qinghan's soul consciousness sensed that the cracks on Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had healed a little. After walking out of the palace and greeting her, he told the Rain Empress about the strange things that had happened to him. He didn't conceal the fact that his soul had quieted down. Of course, he would not tell her about his soul mutation. Huh. The Rain Empress sat lazily on a chair and listened to Yi Qinghan's words. After she finished listening, a dazzling light blossomed on her blurry face. She suddenly sat up straight and puffed out her ample chest. She actually asked in a doubtful tone, "Are you sure?" Chapter 716. The Rain Empress was such an important person, yet she had subconsciously voiced her doubts. It could be seen that Yi Qinghan's news was unheard of even to her. Yi Qinghan was startled, but she still nodded obediently. Only then did the Rain Empress notice that she had lost her composure. She sat back on the chair and sank into deep thought. Yi Qinghan stared at that blurry face, not daring to glance at it. Even though the Rain Empress gave him an indescribable sense of trust, or perhaps a sense of closeness. Even though he had fantasized about something when he was comprehending the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword, it didn't mean that he dared to look at it frivolously. If he angered such an important person, even if the Thunder Emperor protected him, it definitely wouldn't be a good ending. The Rain Empress didn't stay silent for too long. She suddenly said, "You said you've already cultivated to the third level of soul stillness? How long have you cultivated in total?" "How long? According to the God Realm's time, it's about 10 years, less than 20 years. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment and answered honestly. He had only cultivated in the Flame Dragon continent for a little over 10 years, and had only been in the God Realm for a little over 10 years. According to the God Realm's time, it really hadn't been 20 years. "Are you sure?" The Rain Empress suddenly stood up and stared at Yi Qinghan again as she asked a nonsensical question. The moment the words left her mouth, she saw Yi Qinghan's innocent expression and knew that she had lost her composure again. Fortunately, the blurry face made Yi Qinghan unable to see the shock on her face. Otherwise, her dignity as the Rain Empress would have been completely lost in front of this little god general. There was no lack of geniuses in the God Realm. It wasn't rare for someone to become a god at a young age, and there were also those who broke through to the God King realm in 20 years. However, she had never heard of someone who could comprehend the 8 basic profound mysteries in 8 months. She had also never heard of someone who could cultivate to the third level of soul stillness in 10 years. The former might be recognized as a peerless genius, but the latter definitely belonged to the category of freaks. She was very clear on how difficult it was to cultivate the third level of soul quietude. Many martial artists were unable to comprehend this state, so they gave up on cultivating the soul. This was also the reason why there were so few soul cultivators in the god realm. After a long time, the Rain Empress recovered from her shock and opened her mouth. Her tone was not as indifferent as before. Instead, it was filled with a trace of joy. Good, very good. Little Yi Qinghan, continue to work hard on your cultivation. Although I've never seen or heard of a state like yours, I'm still in a good position. But I can assure you that this is a good thing, a very good thing. Also, you have to work hard to enter a state of soul stillness. Put aside your law cultivation for now and raise your soul to the God-King realm. As long as your soul reaches the God-King realm, you will be qualified to become a soul cultivator. At that time, I will teach you how to cultivate the soul. As long as you become a soul cultivator, your future will be limitless. This, Yi Qinghan nodded lightly. His expression was a little solemn, but his mind was spinning quickly. He was analyzing the meaning of the Rain Empress words. It was obvious that the Rain Empress was a soul cultivator, and a powerful one at that. At least, she was much stronger than Mo Xiaoxiao. Also, it seemed like the Rain Empress could not detect the state of his soul. This made him very surprised, but also very happy. This was because the strength of his soul had reached the God-King realm, but the Rain Empress did not know. As a soul cultivator, the Rain Empress' soul was definitely very strong. It actually could not detect his soul? This meant that the Rain Empress was still not clear about the matter of his soul mutation. Could it be the effect of the pale yellow barrier on his soul? Then what? The Rain Empress, actually my soul has already reached the God-King realm. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Huh? You know the soul strength of a God-King realm?" Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, the Rain Empress almost jumped up again. She originally wanted to ask, "Are you sure?" Fortunately, she reacted halfway and quickly changed her tone. However, the doubt in her voice was still very obvious. Soul cultivation was easy to cultivate in the God General realm, but from the peak of God General to the God King realm was a threshold. This threshold also made countless martial artists hesitate to become soul cultivators. When Yi Qinghan said that he had cultivated the soul quietude to the 3rd level, she could still reluctantly accept it. However, if he said that he had crossed this hurdle in such a short period of time, she simply did not believe it. I know. If the peak of God General's soul is the size of a fist, then the strength of my soul is already the size of a palm. Yi Qinghan obviously would not foolishly say that he had 2 souls, so he could only make an analogy. The combined strength of his 2 souls had indeed reached the level of a God King. Is that so? The Rain Empress clearly still did not believe it. With a flip of her hand, she took out a small booklet from her spatial ring and handed it over. She said, "This is the most basic soul skill of soul cultivators, deterrence. If you can successfully cultivate it, then you will become a soul cultivator. After you succeed, immediately come and see me." "Yes, Rain Empress, I will take my leave first." Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and took the booklet. The Rain Empress's meaning was very clear. As long as he successfully cultivated it, it would mean that he had become a soul cultivator. She would also teach him how to cultivate his soul. Of course, she would not let such a good thing go. She hurriedly bid farewell and left. Seeing Yi Qinghan happily walk down the palace, the Rain Empress' eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the palace gate and the rolling clouds in the distance and murmured, "This little man is really a little monster." Could it be that the strength of his soul has really reached the God King realm? Could it be that after his soul became 2, the strength didn't decrease, but increased instead? Cultivated for less than 20 years? What a little man. If he really became a soul cultivator, then it would really be too scary. Yi Qinghan did not know exactly how strong a soul cultivator was. However, he knew that since a soul cultivator could become a lower 7th grade war god when he just entered the God Emperor realm, he must be extremely powerful. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had always relied on the body fusion technique and the slaughter god blade, which were actually soul attacks. Therefore, he had a special liking for soul attacks. Now that there was a chance to become a soul cultivator, he naturally would not let it go. He immediately returned to the #1 training room and started cultivating the secret booklet that the Rain Empress gave him. The booklet in the secret booklet only recorded one skill, deterrence. Yi Qinghan flipped through it for a while and quickly understood the cultivation method of this skill. Deterrence was actually a very simple skill. To put it simply, it was to make use of the soul cultivator's soul, which was stronger than other martial artists, to create a spiritual pressure. This would cause the enemy to develop an instinctive fear of you, which would then lower their fighting strength. This was actually similar to the natural aura of a supreme expert. When you faced an expert and developed a feeling that you could not defeat him, you would naturally not use your full strength to attack. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of cultivation of aura. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, which inadvertently released an astonishing aura. This caused his originally gentle appearance to produce a domineering aura that made people's hearts palpitate. However, this aura instantly disappeared as he grinned. He laughed and said, "F***ck, I actually succeeded in cultivating this deterrence skill so easily? I actually became the legendary Soul Cultivator?" Chapter 717. Blinking his eyes, Yi Qinghan sat quietly in the training room for an hour. In the end, he still couldn't believe it. He stood up happily and decided to go out and find someone to test it out. If he succeeded, he would go to the Rain Empress immediately to confirm it. Yi Qinghan walked out of the training room and quickly walked down the long corridor. After walking for a while, he discovered two cultivators in front of him. They were chatting in low voices as they walked. Hearing someone coming from behind, the two of them turned around subconsciously. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's two souls circulated, and his body naturally gave off a terrifying aura. An intense pressure appeared, and a chill appeared in his eyes as he coldly stared at the two of them. Plop! The two captains were both god kings. Even their souls shivered when Yi Qinghan glanced at them coldly. They dropped to one knee subconsciously and bowed towards Yi Qinghan. At the same time, they said politely or even fearfully, "Greetings, sir." Success. While Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, he was secretly shocked. This deterrence was so powerful. He could feel the instinctive fear from the two of them. He also knew that these captains were usually very respectful to him, but not to the extent of kneeling to him. He was a divine general realm cultivator, but he could make two divine kings kneel in fear with just a look? Yes. Yi Qinghan responded indifferently and walked forward quickly, leaving the two captains looking at each other. Brother Yi. Yi Qinghan walked out and prepared to go straight to the Rain Emperor Palace. As he walked to another corridor, he heard Wu Shan's call. He thought for a while and decided to use Wu Shan to test the power of the deterrence. His eyes gradually turned cold as he turned around slowly. These few months, he didn't receive any orders from the higher-ups. Wu Shan knew that the higher-ups didn't blame him. Not long ago, he had been secretly making arrangements for the Ox-Head God King. Today, he could bring the Ox-Head God King to the second floor. At this moment, he was about to bring him to look for Yi Qinghan and ask for credit. He didn't expect to see Yi Qinghan on the way, so he quickly called out to him. Yi. When Ox-Head Celestial King saw Yi Qinghan's back, his face was filled with joy. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, he wouldn't have been able to reach the second floor. Just as they were about to open their mouths in joy, they saw Yi Qinghan turn around. There was an indescribable aura emanating from his eyes, as though he had transformed into a completely different person. Wu Shan was stunned for a moment, while the Ox-Head Godly King felt as though he couldn't breathe properly. What a powerful aura! Wu Shan regained his senses after being stunned for a moment. His heart was filled with incomparable bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, he had not seen Yi Qinghan for a few months. He was still a first-layer divine general. No, even if he had broken through to the celestial the arch realm, he shouldn't be intimidating him, right? What was going on? This was too strange. Ox-Head God King had a different thought. This little brother was originally the weakest and most inconspicuous among the four of them. At that time, he thought that Yi Qinghan would be the first to die. He didn't expect that not only would he survive, but he would also win 15 consecutive victories. Now, not only did he bring him to the second floor, but he was also able to intimidate a second-layer divine king god king with the strength of a divine general? Ah, Big Brother Oxhead. Big Brother Wuxian, help me make arrangements for Big Brother Oxhead. I'll go up first. I'll talk to you in detail when I come back. When Yi Qinghan saw that it was Oxhead God King, he immediately withdrew his aura and smiled happily. However, when he recalled Yu Ho's words, he left after informing Wuxian. Big Brother Wuxian? Make arrangements? Oxhead God King Yi Qinghan smiled gratefully, but he was even more astonished. This little brother seemed to be doing quite well on the second floor. He actually called Commander Wuxian Big Brother? And he allowed him to make arrangements for him? Looking at Yi Qinghan's back, Oxhead God King swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists at Wuxian. Go up? Brother Yi, where are you going? He, the Rain Emperor Palace. Wuxian looked at Yi Qinghan's back enviously, then turned around with a faint smile and transmitted his voice as he pointed upwards. Oxhead God King's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared in the direction where Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Wuxian glanced at the shocked Oxhead God King and continued to drop a bomb. You have a good eye. Acknowledge this little brother of yours. Let me tell you, not only can this little brother of yours enter the Rain Emperor Palace at any time, he's also recognized by the Thunder Emperor as his nephew. He can enter and exit the Thunder Emperor Palace at will. Gasp! Oxhead God King gasped. His body trembled, and he was completely dumbfounded. What? The Rain Empress was lying lazily on a slanted chair. When she heard that he had mastered the art of deterrence, she couldn't stay calm anymore. She sat up from the chair, but her heart was filled with anger. Why did she lose her composure again and again in front of Yi Qinghan? This was very abnormal. Ever since she broke through the God Emperor realm hundreds of thousands of years ago and became a 7th-grade war god, there were very few things that could make her lose her composure. However, during this period of time, show me. The Rain Empress told herself to stay calm. She lay down again, but her blurred face was fixed on Yi Qinghan, waiting for his performance. Okay. Yi Qinghan was also very excited. If the Rain Empress confirmed that he had mastered the art of deterrence, it meant that he could become a soul cultivator. Immediately, he hurriedly circulated his 2 souls. His body slowly emitted an imposing aura, and his eyes also produced a formless pressure. Not bad. Yi Qinghan, from now on, you are one of the soul cultivators. To be able to become a soul cultivator in such a short period of time, you can be considered the first person in the history of the immortal realm. This time, the Rain Empress' tone didn't change too much. She just revealed a hint of admiration and admiration. However, she was shocked and confused again, because only she knew how powerful Yi Qinghan's deterrence was. Logically speaking, the soul of a God King realm shouldn't have such a powerful deterrence. This kid is really strange. Yi Qinghan, of course, knew that it wasn't a coincidence that he could become a soul cultivator in such a short period of time. This wasn't a coincidence. It was all because of his soul mutation. Without the soul mutation, it was impossible for his soul strength to directly reach the first tier of the God King realm from the second tier of the Divine General realm. If it weren't for the fact that his soul had become 2, he definitely wouldn't have been able to cultivate the 3rd tier of the soul quietude technique. He had met the 2 conditions to become a soul cultivator because of his soul mutation. Rain Empress, can you teach me to cultivate my soul? Since he had become a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan, of course, wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. He immediately looked at the Rain Empress with hope. If the Rain Empress could become his teacher, not only would he have a good time in the UD Mountain, but he would also have the chance to become a peerless expert like her. At that time, if there was a chance to go out, not to mention the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord, it would be easy for him to conquer a city in the Immortal Realm and bring all his relatives and friends from the Fire Dragon continent to the Immortal Realm. No. However, the Rain Empress in different words extinguished the flame of hope that had just risen in Yi Qinghan's heart. The Empress of the Rain looked at the stunned Yi Qinghan and laughed softly. Her laughter, which sounded like silver bells, echoed in the palace. When Yi Qinghan's face turned gloomy, the Rain Empress stopped laughing and said slowly, I'm not related to you, why should I teach you? Rain Empress, if you have any request, just say it. If Yi Qinghan can do it, I will do my best. Hearing the Rain Empress words, Yi Qinghan relaxed. She was not related to him, so her meaning was clear. If you don't take out something and do something for me, why should I teach you? It's simple. Climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain, and I will give you whatever you want. The Rain Empress' answer was straightforward and even exaggerated. Yi Qinghan thought to himself, if I want your people, will you give them to me? Of course, he could only think about it. After pondering for a while, he asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Is there any special meaning? Of course there is. The Rain Empress stood up and turned her blurry face. Through the white jade palace gate, she looked at the clouds in the distance and said seriously, only when someone climbs to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain can we have hope to leave this cursed land. Chapter 7:18. Walk out of the forgotten land? Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the first time he had heard of a way to walk out of the forgotten land and the apotheosis of the gods. He was instantly excited. He had learned from Li Bai that no one had ever walked out of the apotheosis of the gods. The 5 emperors were all 7th-grade war gods, but they could not walk out of the apotheosis of the gods for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that he heard there was a way out, how could he not be excited? If I climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain, will I be able to walk out and return to the divine realm? The fire in Yi Qinghan's eyes seemed to be able to melt an iceberg. He had not dared to think about this question and had been deliberately avoiding it. Whether it was in front of Concubine Lan or Wu Shan, he did not dare to mention or ask about it. Because he was afraid that this dream would be broken. He could never go back, never see his 3 beloved wives, never see the 3 flowers, never see his relatives, and never return to the Tsang city in his dreams. There are 3 ways to get out. The Rain Emperor's words made Yi Qinghan's eyes light up again, but the following words made Yi Qinghan's heart sink to the bottom. First, you can directly fly out of that cave when you reach the realm of 9th-grade war god. Second, you can also fly out by comprehending the advanced occult of the law of space, eternal space. However, this advanced occult only exists in legends, and no one has ever succeeded in comprehending it. Third, you can climb to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. There is an altar at the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. As long as you walk into the altar, you will have a chance to break the curse of the apotheosis of the gods. Once the curse is broken, the apotheosis of the gods can no longer be achieved. There was no need to consider the first condition. An invincible 9th-grade war god was a legendary existence. There were trillions of warriors in the divine realm, and there were countless peerless geniuses. No matter how confident he was, he dared not think about something that others could not comprehend. As for the third condition, at this moment, Yi Qinghan knew why the Rain Emperor and the other 4 emperors valued the 5 Emperors Mountain so much. Why Concubine Lan said that he could get her if he climbed to the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Why did the Rain Empress say that climbing higher and faster would be the best repayment to her? After he climbed up, she even asked him to stay in the Rain Emperor Palace. After all, that place was related to whether or not everyone could leave. Once someone broke the curse, that person would be the benefactor of all the cultivators in the Forgotten Land. Who here didn't want to go out? After the rain, has anyone climbed to the summit so far? Yi Qinghan asked after a moment of silence. The Rain Empress answered simply, yes. In the entire Forgotten Land, 8 people have climbed it and I can also climb it, but, so far, no one has been able to enter that altar. What the hell is this place? Can we get out of here? Yi Qinghan's heart turned cold. So many experts had climbed up, but they couldn't enter the altar. Even if he climbed up, what use would it be? Perhaps he would never have the chance to walk out of this place in this lifetime. He would never have the chance to see Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingyu, and the others again. The Rain Empress waved her hand and said, "You can't say it like that. Yi Qinghan, you have to understand that the 5 Emperors Mountain is very strange. You can't climb it just because you are strong. Do you know Liao Qi? He couldn't even climb the 3rd mountain. There are no rules in the 5 Emperors Mountain. If you climb up, you can climb up. If you can't climb it for the rest of your life. I think As long as people keep climbing up, there will be someone who can break the curse and let us leave this god's penitentiary. You are the strangest genius in the Forgotten Land. Maybe you can do it. If you don't try, who knows? That's true. If you don't try, how do you know it's hopeless? Yi Qinghan was encouraged by the Rain Empress, and his heart was on fire again. The 5 Emperors Mountain was indeed strange. Even Liao Qi couldn't climb the 3rd mountain, but he could easily climb the 2nd mountain. Furthermore, no one in the Forgotten Land had ever won 15 times in a row. He had 2 souls and everything was strange. Maybe he could really make it. It was better to think of a way to climb up first. He turned his head and thought of something. He asked in surprise, God's penitentiary? This sealed God Valley is a God's penitentiary? No way. Who has the power to build a God's penitentiary that can trap 7th and 8th grade war gods? This is indeed a God's penitentiary. You didn't hear wrong. As for who built it, it's useless even if you know. It will affect your state of mind. The Rain Empress stood up and walked inside. Her figure disappeared in the light muslin. After a while, she transmitted her voice again, Go back and cultivate. Duo Jingru's soul is in a state of silence. Cultivate your soul more. Once a soul cultivator's soul cultivation increases, the rest can be done slowly. If you have nothing to do, you can go climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Of course, you can also cultivate there. Maybe you will have a special encounter. The Rain Empress floated away. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to stay and walked down. After receiving confirmation from the Rain Empress, Yi Qinghan was relieved. He decided to cultivate the 8 Foundation Occult to the great completion. After that, he would go climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. This 5 Emperors Mountain was related to whether or not he could get out. He wouldn't give up until he found a way to climb it. Walking down to the 2nd floor, Wuxian led him to the Oxhead Godly King's residence. After chatting with the Oxhead Godly King for a while, he realized that he didn't have the same feeling as before. It seemed that the Oxhead Godly King was a little polite, or respectful to him. Yi Qinghan didn't like this feeling. After chatting for a while, he bid farewell and went to the number 1 training room to start cultivating. The Oxhead Godly King couldn't be blamed for this. In the past, he was just a small godly general. When facing Yi Qinghan, the Oxhead Godly King had a slight sense of superiority. However, at this moment, not only was his life saved by Yi Qinghan, but he was also arranged to go to the 2nd floor. Most importantly, he realized that he and Yi Qinghan were no longer on the same level. Naturally, they couldn't casually chat like before without any barriers between them. Using his divine sense to check on Xiaohei, he found that Xiaohei was still in a deep sleep. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Qinghan didn't try to comprehend the painting of the beautiful woman dancing with the sword. He directly entered the soul silent state and started to cultivate his soul while cultivating the 8 foundation mysteries to the great completion. The spirit qi in the training room continuously gathered above Yi Qinghan's head. In the spacious training room, the cold wind blew continuously. Yi Qinghan's 2 souls started to grow continuously. Although the speed of growth was extremely slow, it was a continuous growth. With this kind of continuous cultivation, his soul would sooner or later reach the 2nd level of the God King realm, the 3rd level, and finally the God Emperor realm. At the same time, the 2 souls started to verify and deduce the foundation mysteries he had learned. With the 2 souls in the soul silent state, his deduction speed was several times faster than usual. Cultivating like this was extremely easy. After making sure that Yi Yaorao was fine, Yi Qinghan completely relaxed. This time, he went into seclusion for 5 years and 6 months. He only came out when he had achieved the great completion of the 8 foundation mysteries. Phew! I've finally reached the 2nd level of the God General realm. My soul has probably reached a quarter of the 1st level of the God King realm. Xiaohei is still in a deep sleep? That's strange. I'm a freak, but Xiaohei has also become a freak. Yi Qinghan stood up and stretched. His entire body felt comfortable. His comprehension of the nomological laws had already reached the 1st level of the God General realm in the Flame Dragon plane. He didn't expect that he would only reach the 2nd level after cultivating for so long. Furthermore, he didn't comprehend the middle grade profound mysteries this time. Instead, he relied on some modeled foundation profound mysteries and middle-grade profound mysteries to advance. However, Yi Qinghan had already become a soul cultivator, so he didn't really care about the comprehension of the nomological laws. A soul cultivator's cultivation of the soul was the way to go. When his soul was strong, he could directly attack the enemy's soul. When he walked to the Rain Emperor Palace, the Rain Emperor wasn't around. He went straight to Yi Yaorao's room. After checking, he realized that the crack on Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had already healed halfway. He was even more grateful to the Rain Empress and relieved. After accompanying Yi Yaorao for 3 days, he walked down the Rain Emperor Palace. He pondered for a while and decided to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Unexpectedly, when he reached the 2nd level, he received a message from Wuxian saying that concubine Lan had come out of seclusion and wanted to see him. Chapter 719. Concubine Lan? The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. When he thought of this mysterious woman and her delicate lips, he always felt a sense of pleasure. After bidding farewell to Wuxian, he strolled toward concubine Lan's small hall. When she walked out of the small hall, she found that the shield on the stone door was closed. Before she could knock on the door, the stone door suddenly opened. "Beauty, long time no see. I miss you very much. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've become much more beautiful." Yi Qinghan walked in and looked at concubine Lan, who was sitting on the chair and smiling faintly. Looking at her beautiful face, he subconsciously flirted with her again. For some reason, he always had a feeling of teasing concubine Lan. Perhaps it was because concubine Lan was always gentle and calm, so he liked to provoke her and see her exasperated expression. Perhaps it was because of concubine Lan's high strength and status, so he subconsciously wanted to shorten the distance between them by teasing her. Or perhaps he just wanted to tease her. Concubine Lan's eyes curved into crescent moons, and her plump lips slightly pursed, forming a seductive arc. She looked down slightly, glanced at Yi Qinghan's lower body, and said with a smile, "Ha, little man. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you're still as bold as ever. You're so flirtatious. Aren't you afraid that your wife will cut your thing and feed it to the demonic beasts when she wakes up?" Yi Qinghan felt a chill down his lower body. He was not willing to let concubine Lan take the upper hand. He rolled his eyes and said, "You're wrong. I'm not flirting. In fact, I've always kept a low profile wherever I go. But I can't resist a flashy man like me. I'm like a firefly floating in the night sky or the tallest bunch of foxtail grass in the field. I'm always so eye-catching, and there are always women rushing at me like moths darting into the fire. My wife doesn't care how many women I have. She only cares if these women really love me and are worthy of my love. *T. You're obviously a playboy, but you're looking for so many excuses. No man is good, and you're not a good man either." Concubine Lan rolled her eyes and said bluntly, "You are wrong again." Yi Qinghan rebutted once again and said seriously, "I'm not a playboy. If I was, I would have no problem marrying hundreds or even tens of thousands of wives in my plane. But I don't. I have only 4 wives and they love me very much and I love them all. I was very happy with them and they enjoyed being with me. I could die for them and they could also die for me. I've always believed that women don't need to care about how many women a man has. What matters most is whether the man is worth her effort. Will she be happy when she's with the man? If the answer is yes, that's enough." Concubine Lan seemed to have some thoughts after hearing Yi Qinghan's nonsense. She was stunned for a moment, then she glared at Yi Qinghan angrily and said, "What *T theory? Do women have to rely on men to survive? Even without a man, isn't this lady still living very well? You are living well, but are you happy? Have you ever asked your heart if you're happy? Are you lonely?" Yi Qinghan's eyes gradually became deep. He looked into concubine Lan's eyes and asked lightly, "What does it have to do with you whether I'm happy or lonely?" Concubine Lan looked into his deep eyes with a trace of panic. It was true that she was very lonely. How could a woman who had cultivated alone for tens of thousands of years not be lonely? In order to get rid of loneliness and not let her heart grow old, she kept looking for some fun, so she often played with Yi Qinghan. But now it seemed that she was being played by this guy. She knew that she could not continue to talk about this topic, so she immediately changed the topic and said as if nothing had happened, "I heard that you have an uncle? Is it the Thunder Emperor? I'm very curious about you. Why don't you go to him? The Thunder Emperor is the most powerful person in the Forgotten Land. If you follow him, you will definitely live a more comfortable life than in the Rain Emperor Mountain. Miss Concubine Lan has treated me well. How can I bear to leave you without you?" Although Yi Qinghan's words were still frivolous, his tone was very serious. He looked around, stretched comfortably, and said, "This Rain Emperor Mountain? I live very comfortably. I don't want to leave." "Ha, you still have a conscience." Seeing that Yi Qinghan's expression did not seem to be fake, Concubine Lan smiled and glanced at Yi Qinghan. Her charming eyes and flirtatious look stunned Yi Qinghan. "By the way, Miss Concubine Lan, I have a question for you." Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered that Xiao He had said that Concubine Lan seemed to know the Soul Emperor. The question about the Slaughter God Saber had always been stuck in his mind. Anyway, it seemed that Concubine Lan also knew this saber, so he simply asked her directly, "Is my saber very famous?" "Your saber?" Concubine Lan was silent for a moment, then said, "It is indeed very famous. Some people in the divine realm know it, or in other words, almost all the people above the 5th grade war god level know it." Yi Qinghan was even more surprised. He asked, "Then, why doesn't the Soul Emperor know it?" "The Soul Emperor?" Concubine Lan rolled her eyes as if she had guessed something. She smiled and said, "It's not strange that the Soul Emperor doesn't know it, because the Soul Emperor is not a member of the War God Pavilion. Only the people of the War God Pavilion, or the 5th grade War Gods of the War God Pavilion, know it." "I see. I have always been curious. It turns out that there is such a saying. Then, can you tell me the specific information about this saber? And why did the Thunder Emperor just take a look at it and directly return it to me? It seems that he is not tempted at all." Yi Qinghan nodded and looked at Concubine Lan with hope. If he could know more secrets about the Slaughter God Saber, his strength might be able to improve. The last sentence was actually an indirect question to Concubine Lan. "Why are you not tempted when you know that this saber is very powerful? I don't know the specific usage of your saber. I guess the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor don't know either. You have to figure it out yourself. Of course, if you can become a 5th grade war god and walk out of here, you will know it when you go to the War God Pavilion. As for the reason why the Thunder Emperor, the Rain Emperor, and I are not tempted by your saber, it is because we think that we can't use this saber at all. In the divine realm, only you, a freak, can use it." "Ha." Concubine Lan smiled like a fox. Obviously, she had seen through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. At the same time, there was a look in her eyes as if she was looking at a freak. "I see." Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Since this saber could only be used by him, he would not have to worry about it being robbed in the future. But why were they so sure that they could not use this saber? Didn't God Emperor Qiu Feng want to rob it? However, seeing that Concubine Lan was unwilling to talk about it, he did not ask further. Then, he remembered that Concubine Lan had called him here and asked, "Miss Concubine Lan, why did you call me here? You don't just want to see me, do you? In your dreams? I just want to see if you have been slacking off. Not bad, your strength has improved. I wonder how high you can climb to the 5 Emperors Mountain. Are you still lingering at the pass of the 2nd mountain? I just want to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Miss Concubine Lan, do you want to go and have a look together? Let's go. I'll go and see how embarrassed you look when you roll down." "Humph, I will roll down? You look down on your man too much. It's useless to talk. If you can't climb to the top of the 2nd mountain, I will look down on you." "Okay, I'll climb up and show you." Concubine Lan left immediately. She took the lead and walked out of the small hall, leaving a slim figure behind. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and followed her. However, he suddenly stopped and his eyes became misty. "Concubine Lan, why does this figure look so familiar?" Hiss! He remembered the figure he saw when he went to the Rain Emperor's palace last time. The two figures gradually overlapped with each other, plus the light blue fingernails and many inexplicable things. A bold idea suddenly came to Yi Qinghan's mind. Could this concubine Lan be the Rain Emperor? Chapter 720. As soon as this idea came to his mind, Yi Qinghan forcibly suppressed it. It was not because this idea was ridiculous. It was because Yi Qinghan did not dare to think further, because he had flirted with concubine Lan, touched her, and even kissed her. If she was the Rain Empress, wouldn't he die a miserable death? Although concubine Lan had a high status and was quite powerful, she was completely different from the superior Rain Empress. The Rain Empress. She was one of the 5 great lords of the Forgotten Land and a 7th-grade war god. Even outside the divine realm, she would be the most powerful expert at the top of the pyramid. If concubine Lan was really her, how could he, a little divine general, touch and kiss her? No, I must have seen it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm so evil. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think too much and didn't dare to look too much. He quickly followed after her. Under the respectful gazes of the warriors on the 2nd floor, the 2 of them directly entered the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, the 2 of them appeared in the 5 Emperors Mountain. Seeing the 5 Emperors Mountain again, Yi Qinghan could not help but marvel at the magic of the 5 Emperors Mountain again. He looked at the 5 Emperors Mountain in a daze and calmed himself down a little. Then, under concubine Lan's shining eyes, he rushed toward the 5 Emperors Mountain like a gust of wind. At the moment, dozens of warriors were climbing or sitting on the mountain to cultivate. They felt someone rushing toward the 5 Emperors Mountain at a high speed, which caused an air-rending sound. He hurriedly stopped climbing the mountain and cultivating, turned around, and looked at Yi Qinghan with a foolish expression. After Yi Qinghan climbed the mountain in a carefree manner last time, many warriors imitated him and rushed directly to the 5 Emperors Mountain. However, each time, they were directly sent flying backward after only a few steps. Some people were even knocked unconscious by the strong recoil. None of the people present had seen Yi Qinghan in person, so they thought he was another fool and were ready to see him make a fool of himself. However, 5 seconds later, everyone's eyes suddenly widened, and their eyes were full of shock and doubt. In just 5 seconds, Yi Qinghan had actually climbed halfway up the first mountain. His speed was much faster than last time, and his figure was also more graceful. Interesting. At the foot of the mountain, concubine Lan watched him run wildly toward the first mountain. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan had climbed more than half of the first mountain, and his speed had only slowed down a little. Beast fusion. Yi Qinghan bellowed. When he felt that his speed had slowed down, he immediately merged with his beast. However, his heart was filled with doubt. This time, he was clearly climbing faster than before. Was it because he had broken through to the 2nd level of the divine general realm, or was it because his soul strength had increased? Without thinking too much, Yi Qinghan flipped over the first mountain lightly. Unlike last time, he didn't climb the last 10 meters, but ran up. All the martial artists below were stunned, which made concubine Lan's eyes brighter. Instead of resting in the isolation zone between the first mountain and the 2nd mountain, Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and ran directly to the 2nd mountain. As soon as he stepped on the orange soil, Yi Qinghan felt that the gravity on his body suddenly sank, and there was a sharp pain in his mind, which almost made him fly down. He quickly bent down, stabilized his center of gravity, and continued to climb up. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Yi Qinghan's waist was bending more and more, and his running turned into walking. 200 meters, 500 meters. Yi Qinghan began to climb with both hands and feet, and his speed became extremely slow. His face began to change color and become distorted, and the pain in his mind also became continuous. Concubine Lan is going to watch me down there. I can't lose face. Although Yi Qinghan felt that his limbs and body were so heavy that he couldn't breathe, he couldn't show weakness in front of a woman when he thought that concubine Lan was looking at him with her beautiful eyes down there. He gritted his teeth, stubbornly continued to climb up. He's already halfway up. This guy is really awesome. This guy is a 2nd-layer divine general. Could he be that freak? I guess so. Didn't you see that he came with concubine Lan on the Rain Emperor Mountain? Also, if it wasn't for that freak, who else in the Forgotten Land could climb so high as a divine general? Powerful. This guy is still climbing. Don't tell me he wants to climb to the top of the second mountain. Brother, are you going to defy the natural order? All the cultivators looked at the figure slowly moving forward on the orange soil with envy, jealousy, and respect in their eyes. The higher one climbed on the 5 Emperors Mountain, the higher one's status would be. They had climbed the Rain Emperor Mountain so hard just to enjoy better treatment. This young man, what a strong belief. There are still 50 meters left. Can he still climb up? Concubine Lan was well aware of Yi Qinghan's current state. If he was an ordinary person, he would have flown down. She didn't expect him to still be struggling. What were his nerves and soul made of? How could they be so strong? Yi Qinghan was in a terrible state at the moment. All the muscles in his body felt like they were about to explode. His nerves were numb from the pain. His mind was like a paste and his consciousness was blurred. Veins were bulging on his face and he looked extremely hideous. Climb up. As long as I climb up, I can go back. I can see Qingqing and the others. I want to go back. I want to go home. Climb, climb, climb up. Both of Yi Qinghan's souls were recalling these words at this moment. Relying on the strong conviction in his mind, although his consciousness was blurry, his body was still wriggling nonstop. He felt that he wasn't crawling up, but crawling back to Tsang City. This freak is bleeding from his 7 apertures, but he is still climbing. This is too terrifying. I can't compare to him. This guy's belief is too strong. What is his soul made of? Doesn't it feel pain? There are still 5 meters left. I wonder if he can hold on. He's climbing up. He's climbing up. He really climbed up. When Yi Qinghan climbed to the isolation belt of the second mountain with great difficulty, he lay on his stomach and panted for a while. But when he suddenly turned his head and smiled down, everyone was shocked. At this moment, Yi Qinghan looked extremely terrifying. His cyan robe was covered with blood, his black hair was extremely messy, and his pale face was mottled with blood. When he grinned, his white teeth were all stained with blood. This little man is so desperate. I just said it casually, but he really climbed up. Did he climb up to the top of the second mountain because he didn't want me to look down on him? Concubine Lan looked at Yi Qinghan, who was covered with blood, and thought that Yi Qinghan had risked his life for her. An inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. Looking at his somewhat terrifying face, Concubine Lan fell silent. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not do it because he was angry with Concubine Lan. In fact, he climbed to the back because he had a strong desire to go out, so he forced himself to climb up. At this moment, he smiled blankly. After that, he directly fell on the isolation belt of the second mountain and fell asleep. Go back to the tribe and call Wu Shan over. Concubine Lan smiled helplessly and asked a warrior of the Rain Emperor's tribe on the mountain to go back and call Wu Shan over. After a while, Wu Shan teleported over. Concubine Lan pointed to Yi Qinghan and said, "You stay here and guard him. When he wakes up, you can take him back." Concubine Lan directly teleported back, but Wu Shan stayed below to guard Yi Qinghan. Although the 5 emperors valued the 5 emperors' 5 Emperor Mountain, warriors of different tribes had killed each other again in history. Given Yi Qinghan's current status and situation, if he was killed, the Rain Empress would definitely tear him to pieces. However, when Wu Shan did not care, a warrior had already quietly teleported away through the teleportation formation. After a while, the news that Yi Qinghan was unconscious on the top of the second mountain of the 5 Emperors Mountain was spread to the palace on the top of the Feng Emperor Mountain. Chapter 721. The Wind Emperor was dressed in a green robe. He was tall and burly, looking righteous and dignified. After receiving the news, he did not look at Lu Yun, who was kneeling in front of him. Instead, he slowly strolled around the Wind Emperor Palace. He really wanted that blade. He believed that the curse of the Apotheosis Valley could not be broken. That altar was actually used by the creator of the godly penitentiary to fool the people of the Forgotten Land. That altar could not be entered at all. Otherwise, it was possible that the 8 experts could not even take half a step into the altar after painstakingly climbing up. He even felt that the other 2 ways to get out were fake. How could it be so easy to become a 9th grade war god? There were many 7th grade war gods and a few 8th grade war gods in the realm of the gods, but only a few 9th grade war gods. This was not something that could be cultivated with talent. It required great luck. However, he did not think that there would be such luck in the Apotheosis Valley. As for the eternal space, it was even more of a joke. The realm of the gods had existed for countless years, but no expert had successfully cultivated it. It was questionable whether this mystery existed, let alone cultivated it. Therefore, he had never thought of going out. He only wanted to live a better life in the Forgotten Land. To live a better life, he had to become the strongest expert in the Forgotten Land. However, as one of the 5 emperors, he was only slightly stronger than the Beast Emperor. He felt that he could not even defeat that woman, let alone the Thunder Emperor. Therefore, he was tempted when he heard about Yi Qinghan's blade. However, he did not dare to act rashly. He suspected that the reason why the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress did not manage to take down this saber was actually a scheme. Their goal was to lure him out so that they could use this as a justification to kill him. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to take the risk, even though it was a very good opportunity. However, this kid had climbed to the 2nd mountain in such a short time. He would definitely attract the attention of the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor. They might have already set up an ambush for him. This kid is not bad. Lu Yun, you have climbed to the 5th mountain. You have to work hard during this period and try to reach the peak as soon as possible. I will reward you well then. Of course, the Wind Emperor would not let others know what he was thinking, not even Lu Yun, who had followed him for tens of thousands of years. Lu Yun nodded to himself when he heard the Wind Emperor's words. However, he raised his guard. He knew clearly that the reason he was able to become the 2nd in the Wind Emperor Mountain was not because of his power, but because the 5 emperors valued the 5 Emperors Mountain. He secretly made up his mind that he would not be able to focus on cultivation during this period of time. He would have to climb more mountains. Why aren't you awake yet? Wu Shan stared at Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping soundly in the isolation zone of the 2nd mountain. It had been half a month. Even a pig would have woken up by now. Since he was unconscious, Yi Qinghan's green robe had turned into a green and red robe. His hair was still disheveled, and the blood on his face had already coagulated. His delicate face was mottled with blood, making him look like a beggar on the street. As for Yi Qinghan, who looked like a beggar, the warriors of the 5 tribes didn't dare to look down on him. After all, no matter how much he looked like a beggar, he was still sleeping up there. If he had the ability, he could go and sleep up there. Although Concubine Lan had sent a message to Wu Shan about the Rain Emperor Mountain, Wu Shan was still troubled. However, Wu Shan was still a little troubled. It was boring to sit here, and he could not cultivate either. He had to keep an eye on Yi Qinghan all day, afraid that he would be assassinated. Even an God Emperor would be tired if he was constantly on edge. 5 days later, Yi Qinghan finally moved. Seeing Yi Qinghan sitting cross-legged, Wu Shan hurriedly stood up happily and waved at him. However, Yi Qinghan acted as if he did not see it. He was still sitting cross-legged quietly, as if he had fallen asleep again. He just changed his position. When Wu Shan was about to transmit a message to him, the 5 Emperors Mountain suddenly became windy. Although the 5 Emperors Mountain was named the 5 Emperors Mountain, it was not built by the 5 emperors. The 5 mountains of the 5 tribes had existed since the birth of the Apotheosis Valley. There was a layer of inhibition formation outside the 5 Emperors Mountain, so people could not see the 5 Emperors Mountain from the outside. Under the cover of this inhibition formation, there was no air flow in the 5 Emperors Mountain. Of course, there was no wind. Therefore, when the wind appeared, everyone was stunned. When they tried to find the source of the wind, they were even more confused. The source of the wind was the beggar-like god general. Not only the wind, but the god Qi of the 5 Emperors Mountain was also gathering on top of Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan had been sleeping for 20 days. When he woke up, he immediately entered a state of soul silence. Seeing the beggar-like Yi Qinghan, Wu Shan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This young master is really strange. If you want to cultivate, you can go back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. It is absolutely safe there. Why are you cultivating here? Moreover, if you want to cultivate, can't you tidy up your body first? Look at you, Ud Mountain has lost all its face because of you. There were still warriors cultivating halfway up the mountain, but they had no choice but to give up cultivating. All the god Qi was gathering on top of Yi Qinghan. They originally came here to cultivate because the god Qi of the 5 Emperors Mountain was thicker than their tribes. They could only enter the number 1 training room of each tribe once a month. Now that Yi Qinghan was messing with them, they could not cultivate anymore. After 10 days, Wu Shan could not stand it anymore. He could not climb to the height of Yi Qinghan, so it was too tiring to guard it from below. He could only send someone to bring the news back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. Not long after, the Rain Emperor Mountain sent 2 warriors to take over the job of guarding Wu Shan. Greetings, Sir Qi Li, Sir Guqi. Wu Shan was shocked. This Yi Qinghan was really influential. The higher-ups actually sent 3 managers of the mountain and an elder to guard it. Qi Li nodded slightly. The 2 of them started to run towards Yi Qinghan. However, before they reached the first mountain, they started to climb. In the end, when they reached Yi Qinghan's place, they were so tired that they felt like they were going to fall apart. It was extremely difficult. The 2 of them looked at Yi Qinghan, who was covered with god Qi and looked extremely sloppy. They smiled bitterly, sat down on his left and right, and started meditating. Flowers bloomed and withered. The sun and the moon alternated. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed. Yi Qingrao felt like she had a very long dream. In her dream, she felt like she had returned to the cave in the baleful Yin stream. She and Yi Qinghan were tightly hugging each other. Neither of them spoke. Their voices were louder than the silence. In the small cave, it was filled with countless feelings of love. She dreamt that she was searching for Yi Qinghan alone. When she was surrounded by a team of cultivators, Yi Qinghan roared angrily as he charged towards her like a mad lion. Finally, she dreamt that she was pierced by a spear. At that moment, she seemed to hear the sound of her divine crystal shattering bit by bit. Then she suddenly woke up. She blankly looked around the room that was like a celestial palace, and looked at the fairy-like woman in front of her. She blankly murmured, "The netherworld. Why is it so beautiful? This isn't the netherworld realm. Little girl, you're not dead. You're very lucky. You followed a good man." The Rain Empress looked at this woman who was filled with coldness. She looked at this woman who was as pure as a piece of white paper. She couldn't help but feel a trace of tenderness. Her gentle voice rang out as she began to narrate what had happened after she had fainted. Milord Rain Empress, can you take me to find Qinghan? Or you can ask someone to take me there. I miss him very much. After Yi Yaorao finished listening, she still felt like she was in a dream. She couldn't believe it. If she didn't see Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't be able to relax. The Rain Empress looked at this stubborn little woman. She saw the deep longing in her eyes. Her heart was filled with doubt. Does this brat really have such great charm? He actually made a woman love him so much that she wanted to die. After pondering for a while, she cheerfully stood up and said calmly, "Hee, all right. I'll take you to see him. However, don't alarm him. He's currently in a state of enlightenment at the 5 Emperors Mountains. Don't waste such a good opportunity. Perhaps after this enlightenment, he'll give us a huge surprise." Yi Yaorao followed the Rain Empress, and the 2 of them teleported to the 5 Emperors Mountains. When she saw the man who looked like a beggar sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, that incomparably sloppy figure, that delicate face covered in blood, Yi Yaorao smiled, like a snow lotus blooming on an icy mountain. 2 streaks of tears silently slid down her cheeks. Chapter 722. Qinghan, I finally found you. Yi Yaorao raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. She shook her head gently, but her body slowly slumped to the ground. Her slender and beautiful legs didn't even feel the rough ground. Her snow-white dress was stained by the black mud, but she did not care. She just smiled and cried silently. Her entire body became relaxed, as if the world had become bright. Oh? The Rain Empress watched quietly from the side. Her face was blurry, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Her body did not move at all. However, her heart was filled with shock. This little man, did he really have such great power? He could make a woman do this for him? Yi Qinghan did not know what was happening at the bottom of the mountain. He did not even know that his woman had already woken up and was currently looking at him in a daze. He sat on the mountain like a rock, unmoving like a mountain. At this moment, he really was like the brightest star in the night sky, very dazzling because his appearance was really too eye-catching. After the Rain Empress left, Wuxian received another difficult task. This time, it was not to protect Yi Qinghan, but to accompany Yi Qinghan to the Five Emperors Mountain to visit him every day. Yi Qinghan was arranged to stay in Yi Qinghan's room. Every day, she would come to the Five Emperors Mountain to look at Yi Qinghan. Every time she saw his blood-stained face, her heart would become incomparably calm. The cool Yi Qinghan continued to be cool. Flowers bloomed and flowers wilted, and another 3 years passed. The forgotten land returned to its calm state, like a stagnant pond. However, in these 3 months, this stagnant pond once again smashed down 2 huge rocks, shaking the forgotten land. Lord Lu Yun of the Wind Emperor tribe had once again made great progress in the past 3 months. He had climbed 3/4 of the 5th mountain and was only a few dozen meters away from the summit. The 9th powerhouse to climb to the summit of the forgotten land was about to be born. Other than the Wind Emperor, the other 4 emperors saw hope again, and the experts who knew the inside story all became excited. Their eyes were filled with the light of hope, as if they could see Lord Lu Yun climbing up to the peak of the mountain and finally walking into the altar. After that, he would lead everyone out of this place of death and return to the immortal world in their dreams. The shock from 3 months ago had yet to settle in everyone's hearts. Today, the forgotten land once again experienced a major earthquake. A month ago, the Cloud Emperor's tribe's godly king came out of seclusion after more than 10 years. He climbed the Five Emperors Mountain again with the Yun Emperor tribe's patrol. After more than a decade of seclusion, his realm did not change much. However, after climbing the Five Emperors Mountain for a whole month, he had already climbed the 3rd mountain and he was still climbing. Like a snail, it stubbornly wriggled towards the misty peak. More and more strong cultivators gathered at the foot of the Five Kings Mountain. There were strong cultivators from every tribe. They stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at this mysterious man quietly. Looking at this little warrior who was like a cockroach that could not be killed. They silently cheered him on and encouraged him. Among the 8 people from the 5 tribes who climbed up, 2 of them chose the same method as this young godly king to climb the Five Emperors Mountain. Remember, you're climbing, not sitting on it to cultivate. Even though the distance he climbed was almost imperceptible, he was crawling all the time. Warriors who climbed the mountain this way would not be affected by the sudden pain or tumble down. Their bodies were like a magnet, firmly glued to the mountain. However, people who climbed the mountain this way were the most painful, because their minds were constantly experiencing the torment of pain. If a warrior did not have a thick mind or a weak endurance, he would have gone crazy a long time ago. Another half a month passed. More and more warriors gathered at the foot of the mountain to watch. At this moment, warriors who had not reached 5th grade war god were not qualified to watch. Yi Yaorao had no choice. Every day, she could only watch from the transportation array from afar and immediately teleport back. No more warriors dared to sit and cultivate at the waist of the mountain. Under the gaze of so many strong cultivators, they did not have the guts to cultivate even if they wanted to. Of course, there were still 3 people on the 2nd peak of the Five Emperors Mountain. Qi Li and Guqi were no longer in the mood to cultivate. The 2 of them stood up and looked at the wriggling figure above their heads. This godly king had already climbed a 1/3 of the 4th peak. He was less than 1,000 meters away from the 4th peak. This was simply a miracle. This little divine king had only climbed the mountain for the 2nd time, but he had already climbed up the 3rd mountain. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he still had hope of climbing up the 4th mountain, even though his current appearance was a bit worse than Yi Qinghan's. The Cloud Emperor tribe's patrol envoy Tianchen had a faint smile on his face. Even a blind man could see his joy and pride. He was very clear that this godly king called Feng Bai's success was not a coincidence. It was inevitable. This was because, after this Feng Bai climbed the first time, he did not cultivate for more than a decade. Instead, he was training his body. For more than a decade, he used all kinds of methods to make himself feel pain. He allowed his nerves and soul to get used to the pain. Fortunately, after more than a decade, he did not go crazy. He was constantly advancing towards the peak. Success was not a coincidence. If you wanted to succeed, but you did not have a good father or heaven-defying luck like others, how could you succeed? You could only rely on being more ruthless and diligent than others. If you did not dare to fight, why would the heavens give you a chance? That was what Patrol Envoy Tianchen always thought. There was a dead silence. Everyone looked at the figure on the green soil. They looked at the ghastly trail of blood that was left on the green soil after Feng Bai crawled. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of admiration and affirmation. At least in their hearts, this godly King Feng Bai was not strong, but he was a strong cultivator worthy of respect. Everyone knows that I am coming out of seclusion today? I am ashamed. So many people came to welcome me. How could I? All of a sudden, a voice rang out, causing the extremely nervous strong cultivators to tremble. For more than a month, no one dared to speak or make any unnecessary movements. They were afraid that they would affect Feng Bai's climb. Now, a voice sounded out of nowhere. Furthermore, the tone was extremely frivolous. How could they not be surprised? Qi Li, Guqi, and the Rain Emperor at the foot of the mountain were slightly stunned. Then, they smiled and locked their gazes on the eye-catching figure on the peak of the second mountain. The cultivators at the foot of the mountain also locked their gazes on the sloppy figure immediately. They already knew about this nephew of the Thunder Emperor and the favored person of the Rain Emperor. At this moment, although Yi Qinghan's words were frivolous, many people did not dare to be angry. After all, Yi Qinghan did not know that everyone was actually here to watch Feng Bai climb the mountain. He only said it subconsciously after waking up and seeing so many people. Humph. Do you think you are qualified? Many people were slightly dissatisfied, but they did not dare to show it. However, Tianchen dared to. Feng Bai had always been a strong cultivator that he valued. He was also proud of this young godly king. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan's unintentional words displeased him. He thought that Yi Qinghan was mocking Feng Bai. As the second strongest person of the Cloud Emperor Mountain and a war god at the peak of the 6th grade, he naturally dared to say such words. He also knew that even if his words reached the ears of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, the two martial emperors would not care. Tianchen's words were actually spoken subconsciously. However, in the ears of the Rain Emperor Mountain experts, they had a different feeling. If Yi Qinghan was here alone, they would not care. However, with so many experts of the Rain Emperor Mountain here, it was clearly a slap in the face to the experts of the Rain Emperor tribe. Yi Qinghan came to his senses. He scanned the area with his divine sense and realized that he had said something wrong. He also understood the reason why so many experts had gathered here. At this moment, when he saw the experts of the Rain Emperor tribe's expressions darken, he pondered for a moment and laughed. His laughter was even more frivolous and arrogant than before. When the expressions of the experts of the other tribes at the foot of the mountain became even darker than the expressions of the experts of the Rain Emperor tribe, he said, "Isn't it just climbing the mountain? If he can climb this mountain, so can I." Chapter 7:23. Ha. Yi Qinghan's words triggered a snort and mocking laughter. Everyone knew that Yi Qinghan had climbed to the top of the second mountain many years ago. How could they not know? Right now, he was standing on the boundary of the second mountain. The bloodstains on his body and face had not been cleaned, and his hair was messy. After years of seclusion, everyone could clearly sense his cultivation level. He was still at the second level of the Divine General Realm. It was so difficult for him to climb this mountain many years ago. Now that his strength had not improved at all, he still dared to climb the third mountain? Many people looked at Yi Qinghan with disdain. It was fine if he was weak. He would become stronger one day as long as he cultivated diligently. However, it was wrong of him to pretend to be weak in front of a group of experts. Qi Li and Gu Qi stood at the side with awkward expressions. They clearly thought that Yi Qinghan had said those words out of anger. Tianchen sneered. If it wasn't for the close relationship between Yi Qinghan, the Thunder Emperor, and the Rain Emperor, and the countless experts from the Rain Emperor's tribe, he would have attacked long ago. Even if he didn't die, he would skin Yi Qinghan alive. He sneered and laughed sinisterly. Young master? Brat, you've got guts. You actually dare to be my, Tian Chen's, young master? But don't say that I am petty. Didn't you say that you can climb mountains? If you can climb the third mountain, I will accept you as my young master. If you can't, then kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Tian Chen didn't believe that Yi Qinghan could climb the third mountain. He even thought that he couldn't climb even 1/5 of the third mountain. The 5 Emperors' mountains might be strange, but if one wanted to climb higher, one's body had to undergo a qualitative change. One could either be like Feng Bai and constantly stimulate one's nerves, or be like some martial artists and climb the mountains continuously to get used to the 5 Emperors' mountains. Otherwise, one's strength would improve by leaps and bounds. However, Yi Qinghan had barely climbed to the top of the second mountain a few years ago. He only cultivated in seclusion for a few years, but his strength did not improve at all. How could he have ascended the third mountain in a single bound? The more Tian Chen thought about it, the more he felt that his reply was a good one. Not only could he vent his anger, but he could also gain some face for the Cloud Emperor's tribe and himself. The Thunder Emperor's nephew had personally kowtowed to him. This was also something to be proud of. Furthermore, the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor would not make use of this matter to find trouble with him and the Cloud Emperor. After all, he was in the right. Don't agree with him. Qi Li's expression turned even more gloomy. With this kowtow from Yi Qinghan, not only did they lose all their faces, even the Rain Empress and the Thunder Monarch's faces were smeared. Alright, if I don't do it, wouldn't that mean I'm not giving you face? Of course, if I climb up and you don't call me young master, that means you're not giving me, Uncle Leijin, any face. Yi Qinghan smiled at Qi Li but did not say anything. Instead, he turned to look at Tian Chen and spoke with a smile. He was in a good mood after coming out of seclusion today. Initially, he had been joking with everyone, but he did not expect this person to be so sarcastic. He was very clear that his face was not important. If the Thunder Monarch and the Rain Monarch lost face because of him, it would be a sin. Furthermore, he had gained a lot from this seclusion. This small third mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power on Yi Qinghan's body trembled. The blood on his hair, face, and robe was directly shaken off. His jet black hair floated unruly behind his head as he smiled at Qi Li and Gucci. Then, he lifted his feet and sprinted towards the third mountain. Hiss! The moment Yi Qinghan's body turned into a bolt of lightning and sprinted upwards, everyone gasped. This brat was actually sprinting instead of climbing. Did he think that this was the first mountain? Arrogant. You're courting death. Tian Chen laughed coldly again. There was only one person in the entire Forgotten Land who dared to sprint on the first 3 mountains. That person was the Rain Empress. Even though the Thunder Monarch had climbed to the peak of the 5 Emperor Mountains, he did not dare to sprint on the third mountain. Did this brat think that he was more powerful than the Thunder Monarch? In reality, in some aspects, Yi Qinghan was indeed more powerful than the Thunder Monarch. In fact, he was more powerful than everyone in the Forgotten Land. The longest winning streak in the history of the Forgotten Land was the Thunder Monarch's 12 consecutive wins. However, Yi Qinghan had succeeded in winning 15 consecutive wins. Furthermore, at this moment, he was even more powerful than the Thunder Monarch. This was because his first step covered tens of meters, and his second step covered close to 100 meters. Tian Chen's smile froze before it could even spread. Some of the warriors at the foot of the mountain opened their mouths slightly, and their pupils dilated. Some of the warriors' eyes lit up. However, Qi Li, Gucci, and the warriors of the Rain Monarch laughed. 100 meters. 300 meters. 500 meters. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had covered 1/3 of the distance in the blink of an eye, Tian Chen's face darkened. It was not strange to climb 1/3 of the third mountain. There were at least a few hundred people in the 5 tribes who could do that. However, Yi Qinghan was sprinting. Furthermore, his speed had only decreased slightly, 600 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. Yi Qinghan finally slowed down, but Tian Chen did not relax. This was because Yi Qinghan had already climbed 2/3 of the distance, and was only 500 meters away from the top of the third mountain. Beast fusion. Unexpectedly, what shocked everyone was that Yi Qinghan let out a low grunt and sped up again. Tianquan's face was as pale as a dead pig. He knew that he was wrong. Climbing the Five Emperors Mountain did not depend on one's strength. In fact, no one knew how one could climb higher. The only thing that could be confirmed was that warriors with strange bodies were more suitable for climbing the mountain. For example, Feng Bai and Lu Yun were not tall, but they were strange bodies. However, this young godly general in front of him was a great genius. Only a genius could overturn 15 consecutive wins? If he was not a genius, how could he climb the first mountain for the first time with the strength of a level 1 godly general? If he was not a genius, how could he use that saber? He thought of Yi Qinghan's frivolous laughter, thought of the strong confidence revealed in his words, and thought of the words, "not giving Uncle Leisian face." He wanted to give himself a few slaps. He had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How could he still be so immature? Did he want to slap others? It looked like he was going to be slapped in the face. Wow. Oh, Supreme Divine Emperor, he actually succeeded. He ran up. This is unbelievable. As Yi Qinghan bent his body with great difficulty, he stepped onto the isolation belt at the top of the third mountain peak. Then, he instantly stood up and waved his hand with a smug smile. At first, the entire place was incomparably quiet, but in the next moment, it exploded. This kid had gone too far. Something big had happened. Other than Tianquan, the rest of the experts, including those from the Cloud Emperor tribe, were all excited. Their eyes shone like countless torches, and they all looked at Yi Qinghan. These experts had all turned into hungry perverts. When they looked at Yi Qinghan, it was as if they had seen a naked beauty. At this moment, they did not care about the bet between Yi Qinghan and Tianquan, nor did they care about their own identities. Their faces were filled with joy, and they exclaimed and expressed their shock like children. Many of them had stayed in the Apotheosis Valley for hundreds of thousands of years. They knew clearly that it was impossible to become a war god or comprehend the eternity of space. If they wanted to leave, they had to climb the Five Emperors Mountain and enter the legendary sacrificial altar. This was also the reason why Feng Bai's climb to the fourth mountain attracted so many experts. As more and more warriors climbed to the peak, their hopes of returning home increased. Now, Yi Qinghan gave them hope, a way home. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's value in their hearts was much higher than Feng Bai, who was still climbing, and even higher than Lu Yun, who was about to reach the peak. But because of Yi Qinghan's weirdness. The first time he climbed, he went straight to the first mountain. The second time, he went to the second mountain. This was not important. What was important was that on the third time, he actually ran up. Furthermore, his strength did not improve, and he did not deliberately cultivate or get used to the Five Emperors Mountain. It felt like he just sat cross-legged on the Five Emperors Mountain for a few years, and he easily climbed up. Everyone's hearts were filled with enthusiasm. They looked at Yi Qinghan and thought that Yi Qinghan would run all the way up to the sacrificial altar and open the path to heaven, the path home. Yi Qinghan did not care about them. He stared at Tianquan, who had a gloomy expression, and said embarrassedly, "What? Sir, do you want to keep your promise?" Chapter 724. Yi Qinghan's words made the warriors present feel awkward. He had only said it casually, and there was no deep hatred between them. Was there a need to be so extreme? Tianquan was one of the strongest warriors below the Five Emperors in the Forgotten Land, a 6th grade war god. Even the Cloud Emperor would not dare to disrespect him like this. How could he let Tianquan call a little godly general young master? How could he live in the future? Did the Cloud Emperor's tribe still have any face? Yi Qinghan obviously did not know that Tianquan was the patrol of the Cloud Emperor's tribe. If he had known that Tianquan was at the peak of 6th grade, he would not have been so bold. He had always felt that those who provoked him were not important figures. In addition, there were too many powerful warriors below. How could he know who was a 5th grade war god and who was a 6th grade war god? Moreover, it was the other party who provoked him. He was not only representing himself, but at least the Thunder Emperor. Qi Li and Guqi looked at the ashen-faced Tianchen with a faint smile, feeling great. Although the warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe did not dare to express it openly, the joy in their eyes was obvious. They knew how much the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan. In addition, Yi Qinghan had rushed to the peak of the third mountain today. Needless to say, the Rain Emperor would value Yi Qinghan even more. Moreover, he had an uncle being stared at by so many people, especially by Yi Qinghan, who was standing on the peak of the third mountain. Tianchen's face turned red. Tianchen's face turned as red as a pig's liver. This couldn't be called, right? In the future, the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor could use this matter to cause trouble for him. Not to mention, in the fight for the mutant fruit, it was easy for the Rain Empress to send Liao Qi to beat him half to death. However, if he shouted, where would he put his face? Would he still need to be the patrol? Bang! Just as Tianchen was in a dilemma, Feng Bai, who was still climbing up, finally couldn't take it anymore and tumbled down. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he had already fainted. However, his body was still convulsing, and he looked extremely terrifying. Tianchen hurriedly used his divine sense to check and heaved a sigh of relief. Although the situation was bad, and his body was bleeding profusely, and his internal organs were severely injured, he could still be saved. But as long as he didn't die, he could be saved. Feng Bai's incident was a small matter. There had never been a martial artist who died while climbing the Five Emperors Mountain. What made him heave a sigh of relief was that he sensed through his divine sense that Yi Qinghan's gaze was no longer on him. Yi Qinghan was merely looking elsewhere. Judging from the situation, this brat did not intend to pursue this matter anymore. Yi Qinghan did not want to pursue this matter because he had more important things to do. His eyes went through Tianchen, through the warriors at the foot of the mountain, looking behind them at the teleportation formation of the Rain Emperor Mountain. He couldn't move his eyes away anymore. The teleportation portal lit up and two figures appeared. One of them wore black armor and was tall and burly. It was Commander Wuxian. One of them was wearing a white palace dress. Her entire body emitted a cold aura. It was Yi Yaorao, who came to visit once a day. Yi Yaorao teleported over and subconsciously raised her head to look at the peak of the second mountain. Unexpectedly, she discovered that one person was missing. That unkempt beggar-like figure disappeared. After that, she felt two fiery gazes locked onto her. Raising her head, she saw a delicate and handsome face and a familiar smile on it. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao stood at the top of the mountain and Yi Qinghan stood at the foot of the mountain. Two pairs of eyes met and couldn't be separated anymore. At this moment, both of them felt that the Five Emperors Mountain had disappeared. The dozens of elites had disappeared. Only the two of them were left in the world. Swish. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan did something that caused everyone's hearts to tremble. He directly flew down the mountain, causing Qi Li and Guqi to jump in fright. Although there were people who ran down the mountain directly in history, no one had ever dared to fly down like this. However, what everyone was worried about didn't happen. Yi Qinghan glided down like a giant bird. He flew over everyone's heads and finally stopped in front of the teleportation portal. You've suffered. Yi Qinghan's eyes never left Yi Yaorao. Even Wuxian, who was beside him, was like a vacuum. After staring at Yi Yaorao for a long time, he finally said this in a serious tone. I'm willing. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Yi Yaorao felt that everything was worth it. These few words expressed her true feelings. The moment Yi Qinghan shifted his gaze, the martial artists present had already discovered Yi Yaorao. Of course, many of them knew that Yi Qinghan had gone to the Thunder Emperor's tribe to snatch Yi Yaorao away for the sake of this cold ice jade body. Although the two of them didn't say much, the deep affection between them could be seen even by a blind person. Tianchen's heart completely relaxed. This brat should not continue to pester him after being away for a long time. The people around him felt Tianchen's body relax. However, they made a mental note to not provoke this kid in the future. Didn't you see that the 6th grade war god Inspector Tianchen was defeated? Go. Let's go back. Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao's hand and revealed a bright smile. At this moment he couldn't care less about Tianchen. He even forgot about Tianchen. He pulled Yi Yaorao and ignored everyone else. They entered the transportation formation and teleported back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. Tianqin is really looking for trouble. On the palace at the peak of the Rain Emperor Mountain, the Empress stood quietly in the palace's veil. Her beautiful eyes were abnormally bright. The moment Yi Qinghan woke up, Qi Li had secretly sent someone to deliver the news. Empress, you spread her divine sense over and saw everything that happened in the field clearly. This kid really gave me a big surprise. He climbed to the peak of the third mountain so easily. It seems like he can climb at least halfway to the fourth mountain. Strange. This kid has been in enlightenment for so many years, but he's still at the second level of the God King realm? Normally, people would have a big breakthrough after 1 or 2 days of enlightenment. Why did this kid spend a few years in enlightenment? The Empress sighed faintly again. Then she started to walk slowly in the veil. The veil covering the palace started to flutter as she walked. Although the fluttering veil was beautiful, it looked bleak when it intertwined with her lonely figure. Ignoring the gazes of the second floor's martialists, Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao back to his room. As soon as they entered the room, Yi Qinghan hugged Yi Yaorao tightly. He felt that familiar aura and that cold, delicate body. At this moment, he had never felt so at ease and at ease. From today onwards, he would no longer be lonely in this forgotten land. Yi Yaorao's body started to tremble as she felt her man's love. Suddenly, she pushed Yi Qinghan to the ground and started to kiss Yi Qinghan like crazy. Years of longing, years of suppression, years of love, all of this transformed into raindrops of lips that rained down on Yi Qinghan's body. Their robes fluttered in the air as an enchanting aura began to fill the air. 2 shining white bodies began to entangle with each other. Both of them used the craziest movements to prove their love and longing for each other. Yi Yaorao's temperament had always been cold, but today, she was abnormally wild. The 2 of them rolled from the main hall to the small hall, then to the bedroom. The floor, the chairs, and the bed were all covered with traces of their craziness. After making love, the 2 of them lay comfortably on the soft bed. Yi Yaorao's upper body lay on top of Yi Qinghan's body as she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, couldn't fall asleep. He was sorting out the results of this enlightenment. That's right. In these past few years, he hadn't been cultivating normally. Instead, he had entered a very wondrous state of cultivation, enlightenment. Enlightenment was a very wondrous thing. In the past, Yi Yaorao had been enlightened for half a day, but she had broken through her bottleneck and entered the divine general realm. On Honeycomb Mountain, Yi Qinghan had also been enlightened once. It had also taken him half a day, but he had comprehended 2 types of spatial foundation mysteries. This time, he had been enlightened for 6 whole years. However, this time, he didn't make too much progress in his comprehension of laws. He had only fused 1 mid-grade profound mystery, and he had only just begun to fuse it. Of course, fusing 1 mid-grade profound mystery in 6 years was already very exaggerated. However, compared to such a long period of enlightenment, it was very normal. What was unusual was that during these few years of enlightenment, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt an indescribable sense of closeness to the 5 Emperors Mountain. It was as if he was close to his family. This was also the reason why he could easily climb up the 3rd mountain. The 5 Emperors Mountain is an inanimate object. How could I feel a sense of closeness to it? This is really strange. Let's not think about it. I'll accompany Yi Yaorao for a while first. After that, I'll go to the 5 Emperors Mountain and successfully fuse this mid-grade profound mystery. Then, I'll be able to reach the 3rd level divine general realm. At the same time, I'll study and sense the 5 Emperors Mountain. Who knows, I might really be able to climb to the peak. After thinking for a long time, Yi Qinghan still couldn't figure it out. He glanced at the sleeping Yi Yaorao and smiled gently. Then, he hugged her and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 725. Actually, during the 6 years that Yi Qinghan had been meditating, he hadn't spent most of his time comprehending nomological laws. Instead, he had been in a strange state. After he had fallen asleep, he had entered a state of enlightenment. Actually, he hadn't realized anything. Instead, he had heard a strange sound. Thump. Even now, When he recalled the strange sound he had heard while he had been unconscious, his emotions were stirred up. This sound was like a person's heartbeat or a person's rhythmic breathing. This sound was very penetrating and had a special rhythm. It also had an invisible magic that attracted Yi Qinghan to listen, to explore, and to pursue. Thus, after Yi Qinghan woke up, he immediately entered a meditative state and sat on the mountain in a lotus position. He started to use his heart to discover the source of this sound and listen to its meaning. Towards the end, he didn't even know if he was awake or dreaming. His expression became dreamy and dreamy. After listening for 6 years, he finally confirmed one thing. This sound was coming from within the 5 Emperors Mountain. The 5 Emperors Mountain seemed to have a life of its own. This sound was like his pulse, his heartbeat. When Yi Qinghan had this feeling, the sound suddenly became urgent and lively, as if it had become excited. At that moment, Yi Qinghan also felt that the 5 Emperors Mountain had become closer to him. Furthermore, he had a feeling that he could easily climb up the 3rd mountain, which was why he had agreed to Tian Chen's challenge without hesitation. In the end, he had successfully proven that his feeling was right. This feeling was inexplicable, but it was real and pure. Through this sound, Yi Qinghan also realized a wonderful mystery. The power of earth, the throbbing pulse of the earth, and the ground traversal were 3 mid-level mysteries that had been fused together. The power of earth allows me to be closer to the earth. The ground traversal technique has the power of earth, so the fusion speed is faster. The throbbing pulse of the earth allows me to travel thousands of miles in an instant. With these 3 mysteries fused together, my speed will increase by at least 4 to 5 times. This profound mystery of the throbbing pulse of the earth and earthwalk could be called shrinking earth. If he could comprehend shrinking earth, his speed would definitely increase by several times compared to close yet worlds apart. The more I climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, the more confident I am. Yi Qinghan sat in the hall and drank his tea leisurely as he recalled what happened at the 5 Emperors Mountain. Yi Yaorao sat quietly at the side without saying anything. To her, as long as she could sit quietly by the side and look at the man she loved, she would be very satisfied. There was no more tea. Yi Yaorao stood up and filled it up. Only now did Yi Qinghan realize that he was distracted. He looked at Yi Yaorao guiltily and beckoned her to sit on his lap. He hugged her waist and felt the comfortable cold air from her soft body. His heart also softened. She didn't explain much about how Yi Yaorao had entered the conferred God Valley. She just told him that she had asked Kong Luo about Shi Yan. Then, Lord Devour had brought her to that deep pit. When Shi Yan's soul had mutated, she had felt her heart beating fast, so she jumped down to find Shi Yan. She didn't tell him much. However, Yi Qinghan could imagine the pain that Yi Yaorao had suffered in her heart all those years. He could imagine how she had stood at the mouth of the deep pit for countless days and nights, looking at it all alone. In the end, she had jumped down with determination. Then, he remembered how Yi Yaorao had suffered in the Thunder Emperor's tribe. God Emperor Qiufeng had forced her to explode herself. He felt that he owed Yi Yaorao more. At this moment, he really wanted to cultivate shrinking earth to the top level. However, he decided to stay with Yi Yaorao for half a year. Yi Qinghan spent his days leisurely and contentedly. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate or climb the mountain. Although he wasn't hurried, someone else was. 3 months later, Wuxian came to visit him and told him that concubine Lan wanted to see him. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Yaorao to rest and cultivate in the room. Then, he followed Wuxian to concubine Lan's living room. Yi Qinghan climbed up the 3rd mountain. With such a light veil, it was obvious that Wuxian and the warriors on the 2nd level treated Yi Qinghan even more respectfully. Little brother Yi, if you leave the Rain Emperor Mountain in the future, you must be careful. Wuxian smiled warmly as he looked around carefully. Then he sent a secret message to Jian Wushuang. What do you mean? Yi Qinghan frowned in surprise. Theoretically, he had the support of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor. No one should find trouble with him. 4 years ago, Long and I died. Wuxian looked solemn. The content of the secret message made Yi Qinghan tense. I got it. Yi Qinghan understood what Wuxian meant. Long and I was dead. His brother, Long Fei, must be resentful. In the Rain Emperor Mountain, he didn't dare to do anything. However, outside the Rain Emperor Mountain, such as the Five Emperors Mountain, he could do something secretly. As soon as he walked into Concubine Lan's living room, he found that Concubine Lan was playing with a small green jade box with her head down. He found a chair and sat down. Then he asked with a smile, "Miss Concubine Lan, why did you summon me? Can't I come to you for no reason?" Concubine Lan raised her head. A trace of bitterness and slyness flashed through her bright eyes. Her plump lips curled up slightly. She seemed to be dissatisfied as she said, "Little man, now that you have a wife, have you forgotten about me? Back then, you called me Xiao Tian Tian and said that you must win my heart. Now, you call me Miss Concubine Lan and haven't come to see me for so long. It's so disappointing." Ha! Looking at Concubine Lan's resentful expression, Yi Qinghan was amused. Although he knew that Concubine Lan was pretending, he felt happy for no reason. He walked along the slope, leaned over slightly, and said with a sneaky smile, "Why don't you? How about I spend the night with you? I guarantee that you won't be able to taste meat for 3 months. I'm not bragging, but my Yi family's marksmanship is passed down from generation to generation. Every shot is fatal." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pretended to touch Concubine Lan's pretty face. As expected, a jade-like hand slapped down heavily, almost swollen Yi Qinghan's hand. Concubine Lan's face was full of anger. She frowned and cursed, "Get lost. You're being unreasonable. You were the one who took liberties with me first. If you can't afford to play, then don't play." Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and grimaced in pain, but his eyes were full of smiles. "Don't talk nonsense with me. Take this. This is your reward for climbing the 3rd mountain. Just refine it directly." Concubine Lan sighed helplessly. She found that every time she confronted this guy, he seemed to have the upper hand. She directly threw the jade box in her hand to Yi Qinghan, turned her head, and ignored him. Yi Qinghan was delighted. The reward from the higher-ups was definitely not ordinary. When he probed it with his divine sense, he found that there was a restriction on the jade box, and his divine sense couldn't penetrate it. He was even more curious, so he didn't answer Concubine Lan's question. Instead, he asked, "What is this?" Concubine Lan was obviously still angry. She glanced at Yi Qinghan, curled her lips, and said, "Figure it out yourself. Look at you stingy. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I'm leaving." Yi Qinghan stood up coolly and was about to leave. Concubine Lan snorted a few times and said with a sly smile, "This is a strange fruit. The most precious spiritual fruit in the apotheosized valley. And this is a rare one among the strange fruits. It's a soul-type strange fruit. After refining this strange fruit, it can enhance a martial artist's soul strength by a small part. However, each martial artist can only refine it once. The next time you refine this strange fruit, it won't have this effect. Of course, when refining, there are some things that may lead to failure if you don't pay attention to them. Well, since you don't want to hear it, forget it." Chapter 726. Strange Fruit. Yi Qinghan thought of the well eruption in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range and the legend that a strange fruit could be sold for 100 billion god stones. He didn't expect that he could also get a strange fruit. It seems to be the best among the strange fruits. "Miss Lan, how much can your soul strengthen after refining it? How exactly do you refine it? Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" Yi Qinghan stopped, turned around, and asked with great hope with a smile on his face. He had become a soul cultivator, and the growth of his soul was the most important thing. It seemed that this strange fruit was not given by the higher-ups, but by the Rain Emperor. Only the Rain Emperor knew that he had become a soul cultivator and needed a soul-type strange fruit. "Aren't you going to leave?" Concubine Lan looked at Yi Qinghan with a faint smile, as if she had something on Yi Qinghan. "You women are so narrow-minded. Young miss, I'm in the wrong, okay? I'll apologize to you." Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and bowed. Sure enough, this action made Concubine Lan in a good mood. She smiled charmingly. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was staring at her, Concubine Lan was in a better mood. However, she didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, she asked, "Answer my question first. How did you climb up the 3rd mountain this time? And did you comprehend anything special during the 6 years of cultivation? How did I climb up? That's how I climbed up. Comprehension? Well, I did comprehend something. I comprehended a kind of middle-level occult, which is the law of Earth. In just 6 years, I comprehended a kind of middle-level occult. Your husband is very powerful, isn't he? Looking at concubine Lan, who was smiling like a fox, Yi Qinghan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly laughed it off. Of course, he would not tell her about the wonderful connection between him and the 5 Emperors Mountain. Besides, no one would believe it if he told her about it, right? Nothing else? Concubine Lan's eyes gradually deepened as if she had seen through Yi Qinghan. Her face also became a little unfriendly. What else is there? Yi Qinghan pretended to be confused and asked back in one breath. If you dare lie to me, I'll castrate you. Concubine Lan snorted as if she didn't believe Yi Qinghan's words. She waved her hand and asked Yi Qinghan to get out of here. The method to refine the strange fruit is in the jade box. As for how much my soul can be increased, I don't know. You can get lost now. Hee, then I'll take my leave first. Let's find a windless night to talk about life and ideals, and study how to play the Xiao Nongyue together. Yi Qinghan had a guilty conscience, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and walked out like a wisp of smoke. I forgot to tell you that the Thunder Emperor asked you to go there. Also, the Thunder Emperor has a bad temper. If you keep him waiting, you'll probably suffer. As soon as he walked out of the small hall, he received concubine Lan's voice transmission. Yi Qinghan's heart sank. As expected, only women and vile people were hard to deal with. However, he was a little confused. It seemed that concubine Lan knew that he was hiding something from her. Rushing back to his room quickly, Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Qinghao toward the teleportation formation. Yi Qinghan had promised Yi Qinghao that he would take her wherever he went in the future. Moreover, it was very safe to go to the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Since Qiu Feng and his nephew were killed by the Thunder Emperor, no one would dare to attack him. As expected, as soon as they were teleported to the Thunder Emperor's tribe, there was already a strong Emperor God waiting for them there. The strong Emperor God led the 2 of them toward the Heaven Stairway and up to the Thunder Emperor Palace. When they arrived at the Thunder Emperor Palace, they realized that the decorations of the Thunder Emperor Palace were much simpler than those of the Rain Emperor Palace. However, it exuded a majestic and domineering aura. In the spacious Thunder Emperor Palace, there was only a large chair placed in the center. This chair was much more domineering and luxurious than the chair in the palace in Yi Qinghan's previous life. Little Yi, let your wife visit the palace as she pleases. Come into the side hall. I have something to discuss with you. There was no one in the hall. Only a voice rang out. The voice was very majestic, but there was a hint of intimacy in the majesty. Visit the palace as she pleases? Yi Qinghan was shocked. The Thunder Emperor obviously did not treat him as an outsider. Logically, even if he had saved his daughter, there was no need for him to treat him this way, right? The Thunder Emperor's status and abilities were very high. Yi Yaorao nodded obediently at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan headed straight for the side hall. The layout of the Thunder Emperor Palace was the same as that of the Rain Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan did not need to use his divine sense to find the side hall very easily. The moment he entered the side hall, he saw the back of an imposing figure. His purple battle armor made this figure appear even more domineering. His unruly purple hair was casually scattered behind his back. The Thunder Emperor did not emit any aura. However, when Yi Qinghan saw this figure, he felt as though he was looking at an invincible demon god that could not be defeated. Sit anywhere you like. The Thunder Emperor turned around and revealed a faint smile. It was very faint, but it was very amiable. Hello, Uncle Leijun. Qinghan is very ashamed that I did not visit you during this period of time. Yi Qinghan bowed respectfully. During this period of time, he had been very busy. Secondly, he did not dare to get too close to the Thunder Emperor to avoid arousing suspicion. However, he had always wanted to build a better relationship with the strongest expert in the Forgotten Land. That's all right. I asked you to come this time because I want to give you something. I think it might be of help to you. Also, you did very well this time. I'm very happy. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand and did not seem to care. He flipped his hand and a purple jade box appeared in his hand. He threw it directly to Yi Qinghan before speaking calmly. "Uncle Lei, what is this?" Yi Qinghan received the box in surprise. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that it was exactly the same as the box that concubine Lan had given him. There was also a restriction that prevented him from examining it. However, he understood why Lei Zhen was so affectionate towards him. It seemed that the Thunder Emperor was in a good mood after he had climbed up the 5 Emperors' Mountain so easily. This is a strange fruit. It is a supplementary fruit for cultivation. Furthermore, it is the best fruit in the entire Forgotten Land. It can allow you to sense the laws of heaven and earth more clearly for a period of time. It is best for you to use it when you are at a bottleneck. If this strange fruit is auctioned in the immortal realm, it can easily be sold for hundreds of billions of god stones. The Thunder Emperor's eyes were filled with admiration. He looked at Yi Qinghan and continued, "You are a soul cultivator, right? The Rain Empress must have given you one of the top-notch soul-type strange fruits. Don't worry and refine it. It will not conflict with this strange fruit." Strange fruits are divided into soul-type, nomological, supplementary, defensive, and offensive types. Each martial artist can only refine one of these 5 types. With your current strength, you can use the soul-type supplementary fruit. The others will be wasted. I'll give them to you in the future. This, Yi Qinghan was shocked. He knew that the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor would not be stingy. He did not expect that the two of them would give him a top-notch strange fruit that was worth hundreds of billions of god stones. Hundreds of billions of god stones. When he was in the immortal realm, he had been so anxious for 1,000,000,000 god stones. He quickly kept the strange fruit and stood up. He bowed to the Thunder Emperor again and said solemnly, "Thank you, Uncle Lei Zhen. Fireworks are more important to me than anything else. Although these top-notch strange fruits are rare, they are just worldly possessions and are not worth mentioning. Work hard, little Yi. I hope that you can climb up the 5 Emperors' Mountain and enter the altar. If you can remove the seal on the sealed God Valley, I promise, I will give you a huge surprise." A huge surprise. The surprise that Lei Zhen mentioned was definitely beyond his imagination. However, Yi Qinghan did not dare to show his happiness. After all, it was hard to say whether he could climb up the 5 Emperors' Mountain, let alone enter the altar. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan recalled the Thunder Emperor's words and asked curiously, "That's right. Uncle Lei, how did you know that I am a soul cultivator?" When the Thunder Emperor saw that Yi Qinghan was not overjoyed because of his words, the admiration in his eyes deepened. He explained, "That's because even I can't see through your soul. Furthermore, you can use the Slaughter God Blade. These 2 points can explain one thing. Your soul is very special, and people with special souls usually walk the path of soul cultivators." Chapter 727. Uncle Lei, what is your soul realm? Yi Qinghan was happy to hear that Lei Zhen was willing to tell him. Lei Zhen was so powerful and knowledgeable. If Yi Qinghan could get some information from him, it would be very beneficial to him. Second stage of the God King realm. Lei Zhen said proudly. When he saw Yi Qinghan's shocked expression, he smiled and explained. You don't have to be too surprised. When a martial artist reaches the God the Arch realm, their soul will basically reach the peak of the God General realm. I had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the God King realm. After I became the Thunder the Arch, I also refined a soul-type fruit. That's why I reached the second stage of the God King realm. It's not because I'm not a soul cultivator, but it's impossible for me to improve further. Of course, I'm on the path of nomological cultivation and don't pay much attention to the soul. I see. Yi Qinghan revealed a doubtful expression, but he was actually ecstatic in his heart. The Thunder the Arch was at the second stage of the God King realm, but he couldn't see through his soul cultivation. What did this mean? This meant that he couldn't discover his 2 souls. If the Thunder the Arch couldn't discover it, then others wouldn't be able to. In the entire Forgotten Body, the only person who could discover his soul mutation was the Rain Empress. The Rain Empress didn't look suspicious at all. Maybe she couldn't detect it either. A huge weight was lifted from his heart. No one would know that he had become an anomaly. This made Yi Qinghan very happy. After a moment of silence, he asked another question. Uncle Leijin, you said that I can use this slaughter god blade. What do you mean? Can't others use it? Even you can't use it? I can use it, but I don't dare to use it. The Thunder the Arch shook his head and sighed. I really don't know what you are made of. You are so strange. This slaughter god blade is something from the demon world. It is filled with all sorts of negative emotions and murderous aura. If you use it for a long time, you will go crazy. But nothing happened to you. Although this blade is very powerful, smart martial artists will choose not to use it. After all, relying on external help will only lead you astray. Only one's own strength is eternal. It's also the strongest. Yi Qinghan sighed. But how was he completely fine? He had almost died a few times because of this knife. His soul had been split into two because of this knife. Although the two souls did not harm him at the moment, they had instead given him great benefits. But this thing was like a sharp blade hanging over his sea of consciousness. He didn't know when it would tear him into pieces. Fortunately, he was an optimistic person by nature and would not overthink things that he could not solve. Overthinking was not beneficial and would only increase his worries. Since things had already come to this, he could only take things as they came. What is the origin of this saber? It sounds very powerful. The Rain Emperor refused to say, so Yi Qinghan decided to try his luck with the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor said, don't ask about this. I don't think the Rain Empress told you either. This is a secret of the War God Pavilion. Only 5th grade war gods are qualified to know about it. We swore a divine emperor blood oath back then. When you become a 5th grade war god in the future, go to the War God Pavilion and you will naturally find out. Uncle Thunder, is there anything special about my wife's cold ice jade body? I did not have access to this kind of information when I was in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan immediately remembered something that had been bothering him for a long time and asked the Thunder Emperor to explain it to him. The Thunder Emperor was silent for a while and explained, the cold ice jade body is one of the spiritual bodies of nature. It is only rare in the divine realm, but it is extremely precious in the sealed God Valley. Because the cold ice jade body has a special characteristic. The cold energy in her body can remove any negative state. You know that regardless of whether it is the heavenly battle or the 5 Emperors Mountain, the soul will be affected to a certain extent. However, the cold ice jade body can remove this effect. That is why the cold ice jade body is so important in the sealed God Valley. This is also why Qiu Feng risked being discovered and executed to peep on it. No wonder, Yi Qinghan thought of the caves in the baleful Yin stream. He and Yi Yaorao were entangled with each other, and the baleful energy that troubled him was easily removed. Only now did he realize that it was not a coincidence. It was because of Yi Yaorao's cold ice jade body. After chatting for a while, Yi Qinghan learned many secrets from the Thunder Emperor that he did not know. For example, the entrance to the sealed God Valley was not only at the center of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. There were countless other entrances in the Divine Realm's 6 continents and the Star Sea. It was just that Yi Qinghan did not know about them. For example, in the Forgotten Land, besides the Heavenly Battle and the 5 Emperors Mountain, there was also a battle for the strange fruit. It was just that ordinary warriors were not qualified to know about it. For example, the demonic beasts in the Demon Emperor's tribe were actually all apes and they were all created by the Demon Emperor. Moreover, the Demon Emperor was actually the most difficult to kill among the 5 emperors. After 2 hours, Yi Qinghan stood up and left with satisfaction. When he walked out of the hall, he found Yi Yaorao standing at the palace gate and quietly admiring the clouds outside. The two walked down the Thunder Emperor Palace and teleported back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. After returning to the Rain Emperor Mountain, Yi Qinghan did not dare to continue his leisurely life with Yi Yaorao. After receiving such a big gift from the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor, if he did not do anything, he would be criticized by others. Of course, Yi Qinghan also wanted to see if he could climb to the top of the mountain, walk into the sacrificial altar, and finally return to the divine realm. After informing concubine Lan, Yi Qinghan walked up the 5 Emperors Mountain alone. This time, he did not climb to the isolation belt of the third mountain. Instead, he chose the same spot as last time and prepared to meditate in the isolation belt of the second mountain. Concubine Lan promised him to send people to protect Yi Yao Rao, so Yi Qinghan was relieved. Moreover, not long after he sat down on the mountain, Qi Li and Guqi immediately came together to accompany Yi Qinghan like last time to ensure his safety. Obviously, they had received the Rain Empress's order. Yi Qinghan nodded at the two and gave them a grateful look. Then, he closed his eyes to focus and tried to sense Xiao He again. However, he found that Xiao He was still in a deep sleep, and the halo around him was getting brighter. He sighed helplessly and did not care about him. He directly entered a state of spiritual stillness, but he did not try to fuse with the intermediate occult contraction. Instead, he quietly began to listen to the special pulse and sound of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Dong dong dong. Not long after, the strange sound was heard again. It was sometimes near and sometimes far, and it was ethereal. The sound penetrated his heart, and Yi Qinghan's heart began to slowly beat along with this strange sound. What is this sound? What does this sound mean? Yi Qinghan released his divine sense to find out where the sound was coming from. However, when he released his divine sense, the sound disappeared instantly. When he focused again and tried to sense it with his heart, the sound was heard again. How can I communicate with this sound? How can I capture the source of this sound and the meaning behind it? Yi Qinghan felt that as long as he could find the source of this sound, communicate with it, and understand what it meant, he would definitely be able to discover a big secret. It was an inexplicable feeling, but it felt as if it really existed. This was a bit contradictory, but Yi Qinghan decided to believe in his own feelings. Perhaps he could really discover a big secret. He let one of his souls fuse with the spatial contraction while the other used his heart to feel the sound, understand the meaning behind it, and try to communicate with it. This way, the speed of fusing the profound mysteries was a bit slower, but Yi Qinghan really enjoyed this kind of exploration. As for refining the 2 strange fruits, Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry. They were soul-type strange fruits, and his current soul strength was only at the first level of the God-King realm. Even if he refined them, it would not increase by much. As for the strange fruit, it could not be used carelessly. It could only be used at a critical moment. Moreover, his 2 souls were not free at the moment. One was busy fusing the profound mysteries, and the other was busy playing hide and seek with the strange sound. They were so busy that they could not stop. Chapter 728. Thump, thump, thump. As time passed, Yi Qinghan was still playing hide and seek with that strange voice. Since only half of his soul was fusing with the profound mystery, the fusion speed was much slower. After 5 years, he had only fused less than half of the law, which was considered to be at the initial stage. If both souls fused together and verified with each other, the fusion speed would definitely be 2 or 3 times faster. By now, he would probably have successfully fused with a 3rd-tier divine general realm cultivation base. This voice is too strange. I've been trying to sense it for 5 years, but I still can't find its source. However, I have a rough idea of what this voice is trying to say. It seems to be calling me? Yi Qinghan was a little depressed. After all, it was very exhausting to spend 5 years searching for a strange thing. Although this thing seemed to have some kind of endless charm that kept drawing him in, he would eventually get bored if he spent too much time searching for it. However, the only thing that comforted him was that he felt even closer to the 5 Emperors Mountain while playing hide and seek with this strange voice. He had a strange feeling that he could climb at least half of the 4th mountain now. However, Yi Qinghan didn't climb it, because there was an even more strange feeling accompanying this strange feeling. As long as he could find the source of this voice and communicate with it, he would be able to climb to the top of the mountain in a single step. The fact that he had easily climbed the 3rd mountain previously told him that this strange and somewhat absurd feeling was actually real. Since he couldn't climb to the top of the mountain now, there was no need for him to waste his energy. It was also because of this strange feeling that he continued to endure his annoyance and continue playing hide and seek with this voice. Thump, thump, thump. The voice continued to ring in his mind. Yi Qinghan started to gently use his mind to approach the voice and communicate with it to express his goodwill. However, this voice was like that of a shy young lady. Once Yi Qinghan's consciousness got close to it, the voice would run away like the wind. It was faintly discernible, sometimes sounding from a faraway place, sometimes sounding right in front of his eyes. 4 years ago, Yi Yao Rao did not continue to visit Yi Qinghan. Instead, she chose to quietly cultivate in room 1. Now that she was sure that Yi Qinghan was safe, she could finally relax. After talking with concubine Lan for a while, she sensibly went to meditate alone to make her strength stronger. In the future, she would be able to help Yi Qinghan instead of being a burden. After Yi Qinghan, there was another martial artist who could cultivate in the number 1 training room for a long period of time. Warriors on the 2nd floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain didn't have any objections. Who didn't know that the young god general sitting on the Rain Emperor Mountain was the favorite of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor? The women who opposed him were also opposed to him, and those who opposed him were already dead, such as Long Kuei and Long Inai. The forgotten tribe once again fell into silence. The warriors of the 5 tribes were busy fighting on the edge of life and death, throwing away their lives and killing their enemies. The warriors of the 2nd floor were busy cultivating and climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain. The warriors of the 3rd and 4th floors were busy fighting for the strange fruits and improving their cultivation. Every day, warriors came to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, hoping that they could be like the freak of the Rain Emperor Mountain or the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain, reaching the Dragon's Gate in 1 step. However, there were no more geniuses or freaks. After so many years, there was only one warrior who climbed the 2nd mountain. Swish! 3 years later, the 5 Emperors Mountain was cleared again. Powerful warriors of the 5 tribes kept teleporting to the 5 Emperors Mountain. Because the Wind Emperor tribe sent out a message that one of the 3 people who had the highest chance of reaching the top, Inspector Lu Yun, was preparing to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain again. This time, his goal was to reach the top. Not long after, the teleportation formation of the Wind Emperor tribe lit up continuously. This time, almost all the powerful warriors of the Wind Emperor tribe came. They all came to cheer for the pride of their tribe, Inspector Lu Yun. Inspector Lu Yun wasn't tall. He was wearing green battle armor and looked very humble. He cupped his hands politely and nodded with a smile. Everyone was satisfied with his attitude and responded to him. Lu Yun then slowly walked towards the 5 Emperors Mountain. As soon as he stepped on the red ground, he didn't rush forward. Instead, he sat with his legs crossed and started to adjust his condition and spirit to the peak so that he could reach the top in 1 day. There were almost 100 powerful warriors watching the ceremony. Each tribe had sent more than 10 powerful warriors to watch the ceremony to show how much the 5 kings valued the climbing of the 5 Emperors Mountain. The Demon Clan's tribe was made up of apes, but they were clearly larger than the apes that were guarding the holy fruit. The Rain Emperor Mountain even sent Liao Qi this time. Obviously, the Rain Empress also valued Lu Yun's climb. Everyone was very quiet and didn't dare to make any noise as they didn't want to disturb Inspector Lu Yun. 2 hours later, Lu Yun stood up. His face didn't show any emotion. His eyes were peaceful and didn't have any radiance. He started to walk towards the 5 Emperors Mountain slowly. His footsteps were very steady and heavy. It felt like every step was very difficult. However, every step he took on the ground felt very stable. It was as if he was rooted to the ground and didn't move at all. Nobody could knock him down from the mountain. He walked slowly like this. After an hour, he finally reached the 2nd mountain. He didn't rest at the isolation zone and didn't look at Yi Qinghan and Qi Li, who were sitting with their legs crossed on the 2nd mountain. He continued to walk up the mountain calmly. When he reached the 3rd mountain, he started to walk more slowly and his back was slightly bent. However, he was still walking instead of climbing. Every step he took more than 10 seconds and his footsteps became heavier. When he reached the top of the 4th mountain, half a day had passed. However, the people at the foot of the mountain and Qi Li and Qi Li did not feel impatient at all. Instead, their eyes started to light up. Inspector Lu Yun finally stopped. He stood at the isolation zone of the 4th mountain and closed his eyes to rest. Previously, he had climbed 2/3 of the 5th mountain but failed at the last step. This time, he came prepared. He was prepared to reach the top in one go and become the 9th person to reach the top in the history of the power of oblivion. 2 hours later, Lu Yun finally stood up. This time, he didn't choose to walk. Instead, he bent down and crawled slowly. When he started to crawl on the 5 Emperors Mountain, even the air seemed to have frozen. Everyone seemed to be petrified as they stared at Inspector Lu Yun. They didn't move at all, and only their gazes followed the movement of his body. Inspector Lu Yun crawled even slower. It took him a few minutes to move his limbs. The 5th mountain was the tallest and also the shortest mountain. It was only 500 meters away. If it was anywhere else, the powerhouses present would only need 0.1 seconds to cross this distance. However, Inspector Lu Yun had only climbed half the distance to the 5th mountain after climbing for half a day. At this moment, Inspector Lu Yun's body started to emit clouds of mist. He really looked like a ball of Lu Yun. After an hour, the white mist started to turn red. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had already climbed to the height that he had reached previously. Everyone's eyes lit up at this moment. They were like the brightest stars in the night sky, extremely dazzling. Nobody was worried about the first part of the distance. Since Lu Yun could climb it in the past, he could do it again this time. The key was the last few dozen meters. Chapter 729. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. With every step martial immortal Lu Yun took, the warriors present felt their hearts tremble. It was only a few dozen meters, but everyone's hearts were in their throats. The warriors present all knew a little. They knew that there was a small altar at the top of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Only by entering the altar could they break the curse of the Forgotten Land, allowing the hundreds of thousands of warriors in the Forgotten Land to escape and return to the immortal realm. Some of the experts present had been in the Forgotten Land for hundreds of thousands of years, while the least had been here for more than 100,000 years. For experts of their level, hundreds of thousands of years wasn't too long. Perhaps they could go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. But in this place, this forgotten place, they couldn't see any hope, and they couldn't smell the familiar scent of the immortal realm. They always felt uncomfortable and uneasy. They were like fish trapped in the shallows. If they couldn't return to the sea, they would starve to death. If it weren't for the 3 legendary ways to get out, if it weren't for the 5 emperors' powerful suppression, the Forgotten Land would have long been in chaos. There would have been endless killings, and it would have become a Shura hell. All the experts present had either been killed or had gone mad. Without hope, no matter how strong one's mind was, one would become numb and crazy. As the blood mist on the 5th mountain continued to wriggle upwards, everyone's hearts burned with passion again. Their bright eyes didn't seem to see the blood mist wriggling, but a golden path extending forward, extending towards the immortal realm. The blood mist on Lu Yun's body began to slowly drip down. On the blue 5th mountain, red blood trickled down. Lu Yun was enveloped by the red blood mist. No one could see his appearance, and no one dared to use their divine senses to probe for fear of affecting him. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. They were only 8 meters away from the golden halo, but at this moment, Lu Yun's body suddenly trembled, and the blood mist around him also trembled. Everyone's hearts sank. They were so close to success. If they tumbled down now, it would be a blow to Lu Yun and the experts present. Once their hopes soared, they had to fall heavily. This feeling was incomparably painful. Suddenly, Lu Yun roared 3 times. Each roar was several times louder than the previous one. A loud roar suddenly resounded in the 5 Emperors Mountain, causing everyone to tremble. Even Yi Qinghan was surprised by this earth-shattering roar. With this loud roar, the blood mist on Lu Yun's body suddenly expanded and turned into blood swords that shot in all directions. The entire 5 Emperors Mountain started to rain blood on the heads, faces, and bodies of all the martial artists present. It was just that everyone acted as if they didn't see it. No one went to admire the strange scene of the blood mist drifting down from the sky, and no one went to wipe the blood mist off their faces. Everyone stared in a daze at the blood-covered figure on the 5th mountain. They stared at the figure speeding up to the peak of the mountain. They stared at the figure that charged into the golden shield of light at the peak of the mountain. Silence, silence. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone was stunned, and they were at a loss at this moment. He climbed up. Ha! Good, someone has finally climbed up. Good. Supreme Divine Emperor, let's pray that Lord Lu Yun can walk into that altar. Someone began to murmur, and someone began to laugh. After a while, the 5 Emperors Mountain was like a pot of boiling oil. Everyone was cheering. Sincere and joyful smiles filled their faces. At this moment, there was no distinction between tribes. Even the hatred from the past had disappeared at this moment. Everyone was rekindled with hope, and they were truly happy and happy. F*ck, he climbed up? After Yi Qinghan regained his senses, he followed everyone's gaze and saw Lu Yun's figure dashing into the golden shield of light at the peak of the mountain. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He was a little confused, but he still felt a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. Buzz! Suddenly, the space at the foot of the mountain shook, and 4 figures appeared out of thin air. At the same time, the second teleportation formation lit up, and a purple figure appeared in the teleportation formation. Greetings, 5 emperors! Everyone knelt down on one knee. It was no surprise that the 5 emperors would come together for such a big event. Other than the Rain Emperor, who had a blurry expression, the other 4 emperors didn't have any change in expression, but the joy in their eyes was very obvious. Especially the Thunder Emperor, his eyes were constantly shining, and no one dared to look at him directly. Swish! 3 figures started sprinting up. They were the Rain Empress, the Wind Emperor, and the Thunder Emperor. The 3 of them were sprinting at the beginning, especially the Rain Empress, who was as graceful as a swallow. With a light tap on the ground, she floated tens of meters away. The Wind Emperor and the Thunder Emperor started to walk when they were at the 3rd mountain. The 3 of them were very fast. The 5 Emperors Mountain, which everyone else was afraid of, was easily climbed by the 3 of them, as though they were walking on flat ground. Finally, the 3 of them disappeared into the golden shield. Martial artists of all tribes, listen up. Go back and issue the 5 Emperors' order, and gather all the martial artists of the 5 tribes at the 5 Emperors Mountain. The Cloud Emperor's white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He looked at the Beast Emperor, looked at everyone in front of him, and spoke. When the martial artists heard the order, they didn't have any objections. A few people from each tribe ran out and returned to their own tribes. Lord Qili, why did you gather all the martial artists at the 5 Emperors Mountain? Yi Qinghan looked at Qili with a puzzled expression, and then looked at the empty space at the foot of the mountain. It was such a small space and it couldn't fit so many people, right? Qili didn't explain much. He looked at Gucci and said, "You will know later. Go down, brother." It didn't take long for the Cloud Emperor to dispel Yi Qinghan's doubts. He raised his right hand up high, and streams of white airflow emerged from his hand. These airflows didn't seem to have much power. These airflows didn't look very powerful, but they kept coming out of his palm and eventually shot into the shield outside the 5 Emperors Mountain. Break! The shield of the 5 Emperors Mountain shook, and in a moment, it was completely broken. The black ground and the dusky sky of the Forgotten Land were exposed. Swish! An hour later, groups of martial artists started to run from afar. These martial artists were all wearing green battle armors, and they were surging with divine power. They were extremely fast. Then, figures of martial artists started to appear in other areas. In less than an hour, the entire 5 Emperors Mountain was surrounded by the martial artists of the 5 tribes. Yao Rao, come here. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Yao Rao had also come out of seclusion and was standing together with Wu Shan. He hurriedly transmitted a message to her, asking her to stand beside him. As for the experts present, they merely glanced at Yi Qinghan and did not say anything. The Cloud Emperor looked around, and after confirming that all the martial artists from the various tribes were present, he raised his hand and spoke plainly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by all the martial artists. According to the rules of the Forgotten Land, if anyone climbs up the 5 Emperors Mountain, all the martial artists in the Forgotten Land will make a divine emperor blood oath together. If Lu Yun can walk into the sacrificial altar and break the curse, he will lead everyone out of the Forgotten Land and back to the celestial realm. Martial artists below the God Emperor level will obey Lu Yun for 1,000,000 years, and those above the God Emperor level will obey him for 500,000 years. Anyone who disagrees will die. Chapter 730. By Wanyan, what the F***ck? Yi Qinghan's mouth gaped so wide that he could even swallow an egg. For someone like him who had only cultivated for a few decades, 10,000 years seemed so long and distant. Now, he had to obey Lu Yun for 1,000,000 years, although it was just an oath, which was not worth mentioning to Yi Qinghan in his previous life. It was a strange world. Yi Qinghan's hair stood on end when he had to swear an oath to the legendary divine emperor in this world. The legendary divine emperors could kill everything instantly. Lu Yun climbed to the peak. Although he might not be able to enter the sacrificial altar successfully and break the curse, the divine emperor's blood oath might not be effective. However, Yi Qinghan was still hesitant. What if he succeeded? Wouldn't he and Yi Qinghan be slaves for 1,000,000 years? The Cloud Thearka's words caused many of the newcomers in the Forgotten Lands to become restless. However, there was still a portion of people who remained calm. It seemed like the martial artists who had climbed up in the past had encountered the same thing. Actually, everyone understood that if someone could really break the curse and lead everyone out of this place of death, being enslaved for 1,000,000 years was not too harsh. At least, it was better than death. However, being forced like this made everyone very uncomfortable. Furthermore, the Cloud Thearka's meaning was very clear. Anyone who refused to obey would be killed without mercy. Lord Qili, does Patrol Inspector Liao Qi also need to swear an oath? Yi Qinghan's eyes turned as he secretly transmitted a message to Qi Li beside him. Qi Li glanced at Yi Qinghan. His gaze was very penetrating, as though he could see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. He smiled and transmitted a message. Apart from the 5 Thearchs, everyone else has to swear an oath. This is the rule set by the 5 Thearchs. However, you don't have to worry. With the Thunder Thearka's protection, even if you have to obey him for 1,000,000 years, you will still be very free. It's the same as not swearing an oath. The Rain Empress also promised us that even if we get out, we will still be free. Prepare to swear an oath. Yi Qinghan thought about it and agreed. With the Thunder the Arch around, the Thunder the Arch would not really make him a slave. But in his heart, he was very puzzled. Why did the 5 emperors want everyone to swear such an oath? Emperor Yun pressed his hand down, and a formless aura rippled out. The entire place instantly became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At this moment, Emperor Yun no longer had his usual smiling expression. Instead, his face was cold, and an invincible aura that could suppress the heavens and probe the sun and moon was released from his body. His eyes quickly swept across everyone's eyes, and everyone felt as if they were being sliced by a knife, and they felt a stinging pain. He spoke indifferently, and his voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. "All right, all of you swear. Those who dare to not do so will be killed without mercy. Divine Emperor, I swear to the heavens that if Lord Lu Yun can walk into the altar, break the curse and lead us out of the Forgotten Land, I will." The powerful elders of each tribe took the lead and placed their hands on their chests to swear. Then, the second-layer warriors of each tribe followed suit, and finally, the countless warriors of the third layer followed suit. There was a lot of noise in the delivery room, and the surroundings were filled with clamor. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the swearing gradually stopped. Elders of all tribes, listen up. Kill the warriors who don't swear on the spot. Emperor Yun's face revealed a trace of coldness. His voice was still indifferent, but the murderous intent in his words sent chills down everyone's spines. Swish! Countless rays of light lit up, and countless figures shot out, charging directly into the crowd. Among the hundreds of thousands of warriors present, the powerful elders of each tribe knew very well that there were people who didn't swear during the chaos. Those who could be appointed as elders by the 5 tribes were at least lower 6th grade war gods. There were dozens of them in each tribe. These powerful warriors were like hungry wolves charging into a pack of wolves. Every time they attacked, there would be warriors who lost their lives. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and divine crystals floated out. In just a short while, these elders returned to their original positions. However, outside the Five Emperors Mountain, almost 1,000 people were killed in that short period of time. These primate demonic beasts of the Demon Emperor's tribe don't actually need to swear? Emperor Yun still hasn't said anything? These demonic beasts are really strange. Why aren't they attacking the warriors? Yi Qinghan observed the surroundings and realized that the Cloud Emperor's tribe suffered the most casualties this time. Although there were only tens of thousands of demonic beasts from the Demon Emperor's tribe, most of these demonic beasts had bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that they were low-level demonic beasts. What was strange was that these demonic beasts were breathing heavily and glaring fiercely at the warriors around them. However, their bodies didn't move an inch, and their formation was the most orderly, as though they were being controlled by an invisible person. Alright, everyone, rest here and wait for news from the peak. Emperor Yun's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. He and the Demon Emperor turned to look at the Five Emperors Mountain and stood with their hands behind their backs. Everyone began to stand quietly and wait for news from the peak. More than 100,000 warriors stood in an orderly manner and surrounded the Five Emperors Mountain without saying a word. At a glance, all they could see was a dense mass of human and beast heads. The scene was extremely strange. Yi Qinghan looked at the warriors around him and realized that although Qi Li and the rest looked calm, there was a flash of hope in their eyes. Everyone felt as though they were waiting for the lottery. Although they knew that the chances of winning were very low, they still hoped that they could win it. They hoped that they could break this curse and return to the colorful divine world. We must succeed. Yi Qinghan shouted continuously in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the strange voice from the Five Emperors Mountain or the inexplicable summoning. Although only 20 years had passed, it felt like a very long time to him. He had left the divine world for too long. He had left the Fire Dragon continent and his 3 beloved wives for far too long. 10 days passed. There was still no news from the peak. However, no one was impatient and continued to wait quietly. The passion in their eyes became more and more obvious. 20 days passed. There was still no news. The majestic Five Emperors Mountain was still standing quietly in front of everyone. The Cloud Emperor and the Demon Emperor were still standing at the front with their eyes closed as though they were asleep. 25 days. The Cloud Emperor and the Demon Emperor suddenly opened their eyes. The warriors behind them were also shocked. However, the Cloud Emperor and the Demon Emperor looked at each other helplessly. Then, the two of them disappeared from the foot of the Five Emperors Mountain and teleported away. Lord Qi Li, a bad premonition surged in Yi Qinghan's heart, and she turned to ask Qi Li, I'm afraid they failed again. Qi Li sighed slightly. Although this result was normal since the Rain Emperor, the Wind Emperor, and the Thunder Emperor couldn't enter, Qi Li still couldn't hide the loneliness in his heart. Swish. After a while, 4 figures rushed down from the Five Emperors Mountain and reached the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Yi Qinghan took a closer look and discovered that the Thunder Emperor's face was filled with disappointment. The Rain Emperor's face could not be seen clearly, the Wind Emperor had a mocking expression, and Patrol Envoy Lu Yun, who was at the very back, had a bitter expression. Disperse! The Thunder Emperor waved his hand indifferently and gestured for the elders of each tribe to return. Yi Qinghan also sighed slightly. He pulled Yao Rao back to the Rain Emperor Mountain, feeling a little lonely. However, he received a voice transmission that made him stop. The voice transmission was from the Thunder Emperor. It was very direct, but Yi Qinghan was shocked. Little Yi, I had a long discussion with the Rain Empress at the peak of the mountain. Both of us felt that if the altar in the Five Emperors Mountain could really remove the curse, perhaps you have the highest chance. Work hard. As long as you can break the curse, the Rain Empress and I will definitely give you a huge surprise. Chapter 731. The Thunder Emperor's words surprised Yi Qinghan. Why did the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress decide that he had the highest chance? Why did they think that he could break the curse that no one had been able to break for millions of years? Honestly speaking, Yi Qinghan was skeptical about the existence of the curse. He did not think that as a transmigrator, he would be the so-called savior. However, Yi Qinghan was very hopeful about the Thunder Emperor's reminder of the great surprise. The Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor working together to give him a great surprise. Needless to say, it would definitely shock him unconscious. Not to mention the Thunder Emperor's guarantee. Even the Divine Emperor blood oath today made Yi Qinghan extremely excited. According to the situation today, if he climbed to the top of the mountain, all the warriors in the Forgotten Land would also swear the Divine Emperor blood oath. If he could really break the curse and walk out of the sealed God Valley, he would have more than 100,000 warriors under his command. Among them, there would be several hundred 5th-grade war gods. How awesome would that be? If he brought a group of 6th-grade war gods around the divine realm, who would dare to provoke him? He told Qi Li that he would go back and rest for a few days. Then Yi Qinghan teleported back to the Rain Emperor Mountain with Yi Yaorao. After walking into room number 1, Yi Qinghan first checked his strength. 8 years had passed, and his soul C had continued to grow. Although the growth was extremely slow, there were still some gains. The current strength of his soul had grown to half of the first level of the Divine King realm. After 8 years of fusion, he had also fused more than half of the Earth Medium Mystery. He estimated that he would achieve great success in a few more years. Xiao He is still asleep? This is too abnormal. He used his divine sense to scan and found that Xiao He was still asleep in the beast fighting space. The light around his body was still shining. After thinking for a while, he became a little worried. He summoned Xiao He and held him in his hands. He observed him carefully but did not find anything. Finally, he used his divine power and slowly approached the light ring. He planned to use his weak divine power to forcefully wake Xiao He from his sleep. Bang! To his surprise, as soon as his hand got close to the halo, it bounced off. He could not get close to Xiao He's body at all. Xiao He, wake up! Xiao He, wake up! Yi Qinghan grew impatient. He began to send voice transmissions through their souls. However, Xiao He did not respond at all. This caused Yi Qinghan to grow anxious. He slapped Xiao He's head with his palm. Bang! The halo lit up with a dazzling light, and Yi Qinghan's hand was directly repelled. His hand went numb, and he felt a sharp pain in his hand. What the hell is this? My palm strike is strong enough to break a mountain, but it was bounced back. Is it a treasure from Lord Devour? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Yi Qinghan thought of the love of the dancing butterfly and relaxed a little. Xiao He was not hurt. Moreover, Lord Devour had given him a treasure to protect him. He should be fine. The only explanation was that Xiao He was in some kind of state. With the halo protecting him, it meant that this state would not harm him. Seeing Yi Yaorao sitting at the side, her eyes filled with doubt, Yi Qinghan chuckled and did not explain. Instead, he asked with concern, Yaorao, how is your cultivation recently? Yes, in a few more months, I will be able to fuse my second middle rank occult and enter the second level of the God General realm. Yi Yaorao answered honestly. So fast? Your spiritual body is really strange. Your cultivation speed is so fast. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He knew that although Yi Yaorao had comprehended the first rank occult for some time, she did not have much time to cultivate it. Moreover, she didn't have the silent soul state, nor did she have a monstrous soul like Shi Yan's. This kind of cultivation speed was really rare. Now that I found you, my heart is at ease. My cultivation speed is much faster. Yi Yaorao was never good at hiding her inner thoughts, especially when it came to Yi Qinghan. Her indifferent words moved Yi Qinghan. He pulled her onto his thighs and whispered into her snow-white earlobes, Yaorao, how long has it been since we've interacted like water and fire? What is the fusion of water and fire? Yi Yaorao was tickled by the hot breath from Yi Qinghan's mouth. She twisted her body and found that Yi Qinghan had quietly pulled her palace skirt to her waist. Her undergarments were also pulled aside, and a hot flame was quietly pressing against her ice-cold vagina. At this moment, she understood what Yi Qinghan meant by the fusion of water and fire. Her entire body softened in just a blink of an eye. Inspector Lu Yun, the 9th person to climb the 5 Emperors' Mountains, was unable to enter the altar. This caused the entire Forgotten Land to sink into an indescribable mood. Some were disappointed, some were lonely, and some were gloomy. In the Wind Emperor Palace, the Wind Emperor reclined on a horizontal couch in a side hall. His head was pillowed on a woman's smooth thigh. 2 women were gently massaging his legs, and there were 7 or 8 women dancing in front of him. The 3 women were only wearing thin undergarments, revealing their fair, jade-like bodies. The woman dancing in front of them was also wearing translucent clothes. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. The scenery before her chest and the faint green grass below her body were faintly discernible, extremely seductive. Pass down my orders. Lu Yun will be the elder. You will be the inspector. Prepare for the mutant fruit battle in a year's time. The Wind Emperor closed his eyes and comfortably enjoyed the service of the woman beside him. After a while, he opened his eyes and spoke to the woman above him. Thank you, Emperor. I will not let you down. The woman smiled sweetly. She extended her hands and began massaging the Wind Emperor's head. Her full breasts began to press against the Wind Emperor's head. Emperor is wise. The position of inspector should have been given to Sister Ye long ago. Sister Ye is a 6th grade war god. How many people in the entire Wind Emperor mountain are there? A silver-haired woman who was massaging the Wind Emperor's legs gave Ye a congratulatory look. Then she lowered her head and said to the Wind Emperor angrily, You don't understand. Among the 5 emperors, my strength is only slightly stronger than the Beast Emperor. If I don't act like I'm on their side, if I didn't secretly collaborate with the Beast Emperor, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the Rain Empress long ago. The Wind Emperor let out a sigh and said helplessly. Then, a venomous look appeared in his eyes. He said angrily, The Rain Empress is a little slut. I only secretly peeped at her body, but she has always hated me and always went against me. If there's a chance, I'll definitely let her have a taste of my poison dragon drill. I'll make her wish she was dead. The silver-haired woman saw that the Wind Emperor's face was very gloomy. She quickly bent down and rubbed her full breasts on the Wind Emperor's body. She smiled and said, Emperor, calm down. Didn't you say that the freak has a butcher's knife? If you get it, your strength will definitely soar and you'll be able to suppress the Thunder Emperor? Chapter 732. Butcher's knife? That's the supreme god slaughtering knife. I must get it, but now is not the right time. That freak is the nephew of the Thunder Emperor. If I try to take it by force, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress will come to the Wind Emperor mountain before I can understand the secret of the knife. Plus, this kid is one of the 2 most likely people to climb up the 5 Emperors mountain. That old thing, Cloud Emperor, values him very much. I cannot panic, I have to think this through. The Wind Emperor sighed helplessly and rubbed his eyebrows. If Yi Qinghan was not related to the Thunder Emperor, he would definitely fight the Rain Empress to take it by force. Emperor, I have a plan that can help you get that knife. The other black-haired lady who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. The Wind Emperor was shocked. He waved his hand and the dancing ladies immediately retreated. He then looked at the black-haired lady and said, Hui Er, tell me about it. If your plan succeeds, I will reward you handsomely. Hui Er's lips curled into a faint smile. Her eyes beamed with wisdom as she said softly, There are 2 steps. First, we need to separate the relationship between the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress. Isn't the fight for the fruit about to begin? Wind Emperor, ask the Rain Emperor Mountain secret agent to encourage the Rain Empress to let Liao Qi attack and injure Tianqin. I remember that Tianqin offended that freak. If we can get the Cloud Emperor to join our alliance, the 3 of us will be on par with the 2 of them. Second, didn't the Emperor say that the 5 Emperors Mountain's sacrificial altar will not be broken? When that kid climbs up the mountain and can't enter the sacrificial altar, the Cloud Emperor and the Rain Emperor will naturally not care about him. By then we can... Hui Er is indeed my good strategist. Let's do it. The Wind Emperor laughed heartily, and his mood became extremely joyful. One of his hands reached into Yefer's undergarments and began to knead them wantonly. His other hand lifted the robe, revealing a thick, black, and long object. Then he grabbed Mei Er's silver hair and pressed it down. After resting for a month, Yi Qinghan once again climbed up the 2nd mountain of the 5 Emperors Mountain. He started to play hide and seek with the strange voice as he continued to fuse the esoteric mystery. Regardless of whether it was for himself or for the Thunder Emperor's so-called big surprise, Yi Qinghan had to think of a way to climb up the 5 Emperors' Mountains and attempt to enter that sacrificial altar. He had a feeling that as long as he could find the source of the voice, he would definitely be able to climb up the 5 Emperors' Mountain. After 8 years of playfulness, this voice had become unusually intimate with Yi Qinghan. As long as Yi Qinghan sat on the mountain and entered a meditative state, that voice would appear in Yi Qinghan's mind. However, it was like a mischievous child. When Yi Qinghan tried to follow the sound to find the source of the sound, it disappeared inexplicably. Phew! I'm not going to play with you anymore. Play if you want. Another 3 years had passed. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes angrily and stood up. Over the past 3 years, the voice had become more intimate with him. However, if he tried to find the source, it would disappear immediately. After searching for more than 10 years, there was still no result. Even a sage would be angry. Yi Qinghan immediately floated down the mountain, leaving Qi Li and Yi Qinghan staring at each other. After returning to the Rain Emperor Mountain, Yi Qinghan immediately entered the number 1 cultivation room. He saw that Yi Qinghan was indeed cultivating inside. He didn't disturb her. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside her and entered a state of spiritual stillness. The fusion of the earth to a ruler esoteric mystery was already at the final crucial moment. After searching for 3 years without any progress, Yi Qinghan simply returned to the cultivation room and focused on fusing the esoteric mystery. With 2 souls simultaneously deducing and verifying, the fusion of the esoteric mystery was several times faster. It was also clearer and more accurate. However, after 3 months, Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh and stood up. He glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was still cultivating, and quickly dashed out of the cultivation room. He ran directly to the heaven stairway and descended 1 level. Earth to a ruler. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up slightly. He shouted and slowly took a step forward. His figure started to slowly disappear in the air. Before his figure completely disappeared, Yi Qinghan's figure, which was several thousand meters away, appeared out of thin air. He didn't stop and took another step forward. In the next second, he appeared several thousand meters away. As Yi Qinghan continued to stride forward, his figure flashed around the foot of the Rain Emperor Mountain like a ghost. In 1 second, he was several thousand meters away. In the next second, he was back at the mountain gate of the Rain Emperor Mountain. In the open space in front of the mountain, countless shadows of Yi Qinghan appeared. The scene was extremely strange and mysterious. This feels great. My speed has increased by several times. Now, my speed is comparable to the warriors of the first level of the God King realm. Even the warriors of the first level of the God King realm who aren't good at speed can't catch up with me. This middle-level esoteric mystery is really magical. After a while, all the shadows condensed into one. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with the earth to a ruler. However, he still felt a little helpless. With the earth to a ruler that he had been exploring for a long time seemed to be useless. After all, the earth to a ruler was the fusion of 3 esoteric mysteries. The earth to a ruler only had the shapeless wind mystery, so its speed was much slower. As soon as Yi Qinghan descended from the 2nd level, many warriors of the 1st level started to notice him. After all, there were at least a few warriors of the 2nd level coming down every time. It was rare for a warrior to come down alone. When they scanned the area with their divine consciousness, they all recognized Yi Qinghan. He was the fierce warrior who overturned the battle and won 15 battles in a row. Now, he was the favorite of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Who didn't know him? There were also Emperor God experts on the 1st level. Many of them also recognized the esoteric mysteries that Yi Qinghan used. They didn't find it strange that Yi Qinghan could be so fast. The earth to a ruler was a medium esoteric mystery that purely focused on speed. What shocked them was Yi Qinghan's realm. How many years had passed? Yi Qinghan had advanced from the 1st level of the God General to the 3rd level of the God General. This cultivation speed was even faster than a rocket. A freak was indeed a freak. How great it would be if the earth to a ruler could be fused with the earth to a ruler. If I could fuse them, my speed would definitely be comparable to the peak of the God King realm. Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. He had spent a lot of effort on the earth to a ruler, but now it had become useless. This made him feel helpless. However, he also knew that it was impossible. The earth to a ruler was an esoteric mystery of the law of earth, while the earth to a ruler was a law of wind. Different types of laws could not be fused. The origin energy was different. They were completely different. How could they be fused? After the fusion of the laws, Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to go to the Five Emperors Mountain. He decided to return to the cultivation room and accompany Yi Yaorao to cultivate for a while. He didn't care about the strange voice anymore. He also didn't want to climb the Five Emperors Mountain. He wanted to watch the sword dance painting. He wanted to cultivate the laws and break through to the God King realm first. However, in less than 2 months, Yi Qinghan's cultivation was interrupted by Wu Shan. Wu Shan brought a piece of news that made Yi Qinghan restless. Feng Bai of the Cloud Emperor Mountain had cultivated in seclusion for 10 years. He was ready to climb the mountain again. This time, he swore that he would climb to the top. That wasn't important. What was important was that he had climbed to the 5th mountain. And he was still climbing. Yi Qinghan hurriedly followed Wu Shan to the Five Emperors Mountain. When he teleported to the Five Emperors Mountain, he saw that the Five Emperors Mountain was already filled with experts. On the 5th mountain of the Five Emperors Mountain, Feng Bai was already covered in blood. However, he was still stubbornly climbing. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he reached the top. Dong dong dong. When Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the bloody figure on the 5th mountain, he suddenly heard that strange voice in his heart again. Yi Qinghan looked around in confusion. However, he didn't find anything strange about the people around him. He couldn't help but be shocked. This time, he didn't sit cross-legged on the mountain. He didn't enter a meditative state either. Yet, the voice just sounded out of nowhere. Chapter 733. Thump, thump, thump. The sound did not stop. The frequency was faster and more joyful than before. Furthermore, it was very clear and stable. It was not as ethereal as before. Instead, it was unusually joyful and affectionate, as if it was a reunion between family members that had not seen each other for a long time. F***ck, I didn't think that there would be such an effect after leaving for 2 months. Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded because he knew very well where the sound was coming from. Furthermore, he had an indescribable feeling that he could definitely reach the peak in a few steps. Because the source of the sound was at the peak of the Five Emperors Mountain. Thump, thump, thump. The sound continued. Yi Qinghan raised his head to look at the peak and squinted his eyes slightly. He could clearly feel that there was something at the peak that was constantly calling out to him. This feeling was so clear, so definite, and even a little urgent. Thump. Just as Yi Qinghan was in a daze, Feng Bai, who was climbing the 5th mountain, did not succeed in taking the final step. When he was halfway up the 5th mountain, he finally could not take it anymore and rolled down like a ball of blood. Sigh. What a pity he was so close. Why is this Feng Bai so disappointing? Wu Shan watched anxiously from the side. In the end, when he saw that Feng Bai could not take it anymore and rolled down, his face revealed a trace of bitterness. He subconsciously sighed to Yi Qinghan, who was beside him. Sigh. Although the countless warriors at the side did not speak, the disappointment in their eyes was obvious. Last time, Lu Yun had not reached the peak for long and ultimately did not reach the sacrificial altar. Everyone did not have as much hope for the Five Emperors Mountain as before. Now that Feng Bai did not reach the top, they naturally felt a little sad. What's a pity? This is only Feng Bai's 3rd time climbing the mountain, but he was able to climb to such a height. How can an ordinary person have such talent and perseverance? You are a piece of trash who could not even climb the 2nd mountain. What right do you have to pity others? While everyone was still immersed in the sadness of Feng Bai's failure to climb the mountain, they suddenly heard a somewhat strange voice. Although these words were reasonable, they were clearly a little harsh. This was because it was obvious that Wu Shan's words were actually out of concern and did not contain any sarcasm. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd quickly looked at the person who had spoken, especially the strong cultivators of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Their eyes were filled with anger. Wu Shan might be one of the weakest people here, but no matter what, he was still the second-level commander of the Rain Emperor Mountain, and he represented the Rain Emperor tribe. Calling him trash? Wasn't this a clear slap to the faces of the experts of the Rain Emperor's tribe? However, when everyone saw it clearly, they instantly understood. The one who spoke was an expert from Emperor Cloud tribe, Emperor God Tian Xian. Emperor God Tian Xian's power wasn't top-notch. He only had the power of lower grade 6. However, he was an expert who had climbed up the third mountain. That wasn't the main reason. The main reason was the white-armored martial artist standing beside him. He was the patrol of Emperor Cloud tribe, the cousin of Emperor God Tian Xian, Lord Tianchen. Everyone saw the cold and mocking smile on Tianchen's face. They knew that Tianchen was hinting for Tian Xian to say that. With heaven-heart strength, he didn't have the guts to say such words. Tianchen had been taught a lesson by Patrol Inspector Liao Qi of the Rain Emperor's tribe in the previous battle. He was very unhappy with the situation and wanted to take revenge. Yi Qinghan also saw the sneer on Tianchen's face because Tianchen didn't hide it at all. He was looking at the experts of the Rain Emperor's tribe provocatively. It seemed that he was determined to humiliate the experts of the Rain Emperor Mountain. Wu Shan did not expect to be slapped in the face by someone else because of his casual remark. However, his strength and status were the lowest in the crowd. Now that his words were used against him, he didn't know how to fight back. He could only hold his breath and tremble in anger. Qi Li and the others looked terrible too, but they couldn't refute. After all, Feng Bai had climbed the mountain 3 times and reached such a height. Besides Yu Ho, no one else could reach that height. Plus, the freak Yi Qinghan didn't seem to have made any progress in climbing the mountain. Unknowingly, the Rain Emperor's mountain was 1 level lower in this aspect. Brother Wu Shan, who's that guy? He's so arrogant. Yi Qinghan was unhappy. Wu Shan was nice to him after all. Emperor God Tian Xian, a lower 6th grade war god. He's Patrol Tianchen's cousin. Patrol Tianchen is the white-armored warrior next to him. One of his legs was broken by Sir Liao Qi during the battle for the strange fruit. When Wu Shan heard Yi Qinghan's telepathic message, he saw Yi Qinghan's eyes squint and the corners of his mouth curl into a gentle smile. He was familiar with Yi Qinghan's expression. It was a sign that he was about to lose his temper. He had the same expression when he fought with Long Kuei. In the end, Long Kuei died. Even Long and I died. He was clear about his power and position. The experts of the Rain Emperor Mountain wouldn't stand up for him. After all, his words were used against him. Now that Yi Qinghan was going to help him, he was overjoyed. Yes, I got it. I'll help you regain your dignity. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and slowly turned his head. Finally, he happened to meet investigator Tianchen's gaze. Seeing the coldness in Tianchen's eyes, the gentle smile on his face grew bigger. It seemed that Tianchen wanted to make trouble for him. However, Wu Shan's words got Tianchen into trouble. He chuckled and pointed at Inspector Tianchen's face. Who's that? Stop looking. It's you. You seem to have forgotten something last time, right? But the entire place was filled with people's whispers. It seemed like there was going to be something interesting to watch today. Powerful warriors of the Rain Emperor Mountain were all excited and secretly felt happy. Sir Liao Qi was in closed-door cultivation. They didn't dare to offend Patrol Tianchen for Wu Shan. However, it was perfect that Yi Qinghan stepped up. After all, Yi Qinghan had 2 great emperors behind him. *CK. Tianchen's face darkened. This young divine general is too presumptuous. Why didn't I offend him? He actually stood up for someone else? Wasn't it enough that he was slapped in the face last time? Was he really not afraid that he would kill him on the spot? At such a close distance, if he attacked, even the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor couldn't save him. He knew clearly that during the fight for the fruit, Liao Qi injured him and slapped Emperor Yun in the face. Because of that, Emperor Yun, who had been neutral, became closer to the Wind Emperor and the Demon Emperor. That was why Tianchen sent a message to Tian Xian, asking him to stand up for him. He didn't expect that this young divine general would jump out again. He even jumped over Tian Xian and came to find him. Who are you? You have no respect for your elders. *CK off. Do you have the right to speak here? Ask your elders to come out and talk. Tian Xen saw his cousin's face turn ugly but didn't say anything. He knew that his cousin was worried, so he jumped out and confronted Yi Qinghan without hesitation. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. He continued to smile gently, but his gentle words were sharp. Who am I? You don't have the right to know. As for being disrespectful, ask your cousin. Who is the disrespectful one here? Go and play with mud. You don't have the right to speak here. The expressions on the faces of the countless experts present instantly became interesting. They were all present during the conflict between Yi Qinghan and Tianqin. They knew what Yi Qinghan meant. Tianqin lost the bet previously, so he had to call Yi Qinghan young master. Since Yi Qinghan was Tianqin's young master, then according to seniority, Tian Xian should call him young master too. Since you're my grandfather, then you're the one who is disrespectful. Yi Qinghan scolded him viciously, but without a single word of vulgarity. You're courting death. Emperor God Tian Xen wasn't present previously, but he heard about it. Seeing everyone's expressions and Tianqin's darkening expression, he was enraged. Divine power rose from his body and his aura was terrifying. His hand turned into a claw shadow and was about to hit Yi Qinghan. Facing the enraged Tian Xen, Yi Qinghan still smiled warmly and didn't retreat at all. The experts of the Rain Emperor's tribe beside him didn't say anything. Instead, countless figures started to surge with divine power. Countless figures instantly flashed to Yi Qinghan's side and stared coldly at Tian Xen and Tianqin. Sush! Not only the experts from the Rain Emperor's tribe, but the experts from the Thunder Emperor's tribe also surged with divine power and flashed towards Yi Qinghan. As long as Tian Xian's hand dared to touch them, they would definitely act and directly destroy this hand. The experts from Rain Emperor tribe and Thunder Emperor tribe moved. The experts from Cloud Emperor tribe also rose in divine power. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. A war was about to break out. Chapter 734. Qi. To the surprise of countless experts, the experts of the Wind Emperor tribe all had their divine powers boosted and stood on the side of the Cloud Emperor tribe. They were obviously prepared to help the Cloud Emperor tribe fight against the Rain Emperor tribe and the Thunder Emperor tribe. Moreover, the new patrol envoy of the Wind Emperor tribe, Ye Fei, also purposely gave Tianqin an ambiguous smile. The powerful demonic beasts of the Demon the Arch tribe didn't move. Although these primate demonic beasts had their own consciousness and intelligence, without the Demon Thearcha's order, they definitely wouldn't get involved in this matter. Tian Xen, come back. Tianqin didn't respond to Ye Fei's friendly smile. Instead, he felt very uncomfortable as though he was being used. He knew very well that although the Cloud Emperor was close to the Wind Emperor Demon the Arch, it didn't mean that he would join forces with the Wind Emperor Demon the Arch to fight against the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor. The Cloud Emperor was just expressing his attitude. If a conflict really broke out now and he and Ye Fei joined forces against the Rain Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe, it would prove that the Cloud Emperor was siding with the Wind Emperor if the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor knew about it. The 5 emperors wouldn't care about the squabbles of their subordinates as long as nothing major happened. However, if the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor misjudged the Cloud Emperor because of him, the Cloud Emperor would definitely be furious. One of his legs was just broken by Liao Qi not long ago, and he didn't want another leg to be broken by the Cloud Emperor. The Cloud Emperor, who had been smiling on the surface, was the only one who knew how terrifying he would be if he got angry. Yi Qinghan, right? I feel that you can be high profile when doing things, but it's better to be low-key. Sometimes, you need to think carefully before you speak and whether you will bring unnecessary trouble to yourself or the people around you. You are a smart person, and I think you should understand what I mean. Tianqin learned his lesson and didn't say things in a dead end like last time. Instead, he took a few turns and hinted at Yi Qinghan. Although his words were tactful, many people instantly understood the meaning behind Tianqin's words. One could be high profile when doing things, but one should be low-key when doing things. This was clearly mocking Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan did not have any talent, yet he was arrogant and tyrannical because of the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor. At the same time, he reminded Yi Qinghan that if he could not climb up the 5 Emperors' Mountain, the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor would not think so highly of him. He had to consider his own safety in the future. The latter part of the Thunder Empress's words were like a hidden needle, pointing out that Yi Qinghan's actions would bring him trouble. It would also cause the Thunder Empress and the Thunder Empress to have many unnecessary troubles. I'm ashamed. I've always been a high-profile person. As for trouble, I've always been not afraid of trouble, but trouble fears me. Yi Qinghan hated this kind of weird threat the most, especially the naked killing intent that Tian Xian had displayed to him just now, which made Yi Qinghan feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Adding to the fact that there were so many experts around him, he was full of confidence and did not give them any face. Tianchen was so angry that he was cursing in his heart. This brat had given him face, but he still wanted to take advantage of it? His words had already made him take a step back, but he still dared to charge forward? He was a war god at the peak of 6th grade, and he was talking to a little godly general like him. How could he not know his place? Tianchen was a little angry. Since he had already spoken and there were so many experts present, if he did not step forward, he would not be able to keep his position as the patrol. He snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with disdain as he said, "You sure talk big and arrogant. However, apart from this, I don't see any other abilities of yours. Did you guys see that?" As Tianchen spoke, he turned his head to look behind him. The warriors of the Cloud Emperor's tribe naturally reacted, and they immediately joined in and started jeering. "We saw it. This brat's face is very white. His butt is also very perky. He must be a bottom." Ha! The warriors of the Cloud Emperor's tribe did not jeer loudly, but it rang clearly in everyone's ears. The warriors of the Wind Emperor's tribe also jeered and laughed. Even Ya-Er stared at Yi Qinghan's but with ill intentions. The mockery in her eyes could definitely make a thin-skinned person flee in shame. Yi Qinghan had always been very thick-skinned. He did not mind these low-level jokes at all. However, it was obvious that Tianchen's insulting words made his mood even worse. "If you make me unhappy, then I'll make you even more unhappy." His eyes darted around a few times, and his face began to darken. His body also seemed to be trembling from anger. He snorted coldly and said angrily, "I have many abilities. Patrol Tianchen, you can see my abilities if you want, but how about we make a bet? Don't worry, I'll waive the bet from the last time. How about we play again this time?" The smile on Tianchen's face instantly froze when he heard about the bet. He had lost the bet last time and ended up in a sorry state. Could this brat have some tricks up his sleeves? However, since they were already at loggerheads, it would be too embarrassing if he did not accept the challenge. He could only force himself to say, "How do we bet?" "Let's bet that I climb the mountain." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and pointed at the 5 Emperors' Mountain. His eyes were filled with provocation and arrogance. "Climb the mountain? How high?" Tianchen squinted his eyes. This brat was very strange. Previously, he easily climbed the 3rd mountain. If they were to bet on the 4th mountain, he would definitely not dare to agree. Yi Qinghan sneered and pointed at the dividing line between the 4th and 5th mountain. He gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't you want to see my abilities? Let's bet that I can climb to the top of the 4th mountain in 3 breaths. If I can't climb it, I'll break all my limbs. If I can climb it, I just want you to break one of your legs. How about that?" Yi Qinghan's words caused an uproar in the crowd. Climbing the 4th mountain? Everyone might think that it was possible for Yi Qinghan to do so. After all, he had climbed the 3rd mountain with ease last time. However, to climb the 4th mountain in 3 breaths, which was less than 5 seconds. He could not be old. Did he think he was the Rain Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, and the Wind Emperor? If you are so capable, so what if I break one of my legs? Tianchen laughed. This brat was too arrogant. It seemed like he had provoked him. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Remember, when you break your legs, don't break the one that you broke last time. Yi Qinghan's evil plan had succeeded. He smiled, which made Tianchen's hair stand on end. He suddenly turned towards the 5 Emperors' Mountain. Divine power surged from his body. Without merging with his beast, he took a step forward. Hiss! After Yi Qinghan took a step forward, his body gradually disappeared. In the next second, he appeared on the second mountain. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen the Earth Intermediate occult before. It was normal for him to travel a few thousand meters in one step. Many martial artists here had better footwork skills. Tianqin had a footwork skill that allowed him to travel 10,000 meters in 1 second. But where was this? This was the Five Emperors Mountain. How dare he run like this on the Five Emperors Mountain? Wasn't he afraid that his body would shatter halfway? Wasn't he afraid that his soul would be destroyed and he would suffer irreparable damage? The Five Emperors Mountain exerted great pressure on martial artists. The faster they moved, the greater the pressure. Furthermore, it was accompanied by soul attacks. Under the double attack, the faster they moved, the greater the impact. None of the martial artists here could endure climbing the mountain like this. No one dared to do it either. At this moment, everyone's impression of the Five Emperors Mountain was completely changed. Because just as everyone was thinking about these questions, Yi Qinghan took another 2 steps forward. Before the figure below had completely disappeared, he had already appeared on the peak of the 4th mountain. At this moment, he raised his hand in a very flashy manner, smiling maliciously as he made a chopping motion towards Tianqin. Chapter 735. 3 steps. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, Yi Qinghan had already climbed to the top of the 4th mountain. Such speed, such strangeness, had stunned everyone present. He was walking on the Five Emperors Mountain as though it was flat ground? Was there something wrong with the Five Emperors Mountain? Or was there something wrong with their eyes? Swoosh! Yi Qinghan turned around and dashed downwards. This time, he did not use the ground shrinking technique. Instead, he floated down and landed in front of everyone. He smiled and swept his hand across Tianqin's left leg. His meaning was obvious. You have seen my ability. Now, it's your turn to show your ability. The martialists from the Cloud Emperor tribe had ugly expressions on their faces. Although Tianqin didn't look too bad, the glint in his eyes revealed his feelings. The martialists from the Thunder Emperor tribe and the Rain Emperor tribe were all smiling as they looked at Tianqin. The joy on their faces was obvious. Ha, I lost the bet. It's worth it to watch such an exciting show with just one leg. As Yi Qinghan had expected, Tianqin laughed bitterly. He turned his palm into a saber and slashed down heavily on his left leg. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. Everyone stared at Tianqin's leg, which had fallen in midair. They admired Tianqin's ruthlessness. However, everyone knew that if Tianqin did not break his leg now, he would be broken by Liao Qi again in the next fight for the fruit. Furthermore, it would not be just one leg. Let's go! Tianqin knew that he was done for today as he felt the countless gazes on him and glared at Yi Qinghan. It was not embarrassing to have one leg broken by Liao Qi. However, he would not be able to hold his head up high in the Forgotten Land if he was forced to break his own leg by a mere god general. Wait! However, just as the powerhouses of the Cloud Emperor tribe were rushing towards the teleportation formation in grief and indignation, Yi Qinghan spoke again with a gentle smile on his face. What else is there? Tianqin's body trembled slightly, but he resisted the urge to slap Yi Qinghan to death. He turned around and looked at him coldly. His tone was cold and threatening. I still have some ability. I wonder if Inspector Tianqin would like to see it? Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted in the first place. When you were so aggressive, did you ever think about today? When you step on people, have you ever thought about being stepped on by others? Oh, do you have anything more amazing than that? Tianqin said coldly. I've said it before, this young master's ability is beyond your imagination. I'm prepared to try climbing the 5 Monarchs' Peak for fun. Of course, it's still within 3 breaths. I wonder if Patrol Envoy Tianqin dares to bet with his other leg? Yi Qinghan's indifferent words were like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the field. This time, even the experts from the Cloud Emperor tribe were stunned by the explosion. Then, their eyes burned with passion. Today, the crowd had originally come with hope and anticipation in their hearts. However, They had not expected that Feng Bai would let them return in disappointment. Not only that, they had even watched a good show. They had not come for nothing. Now, Yi Qinghan had reignited their hopes. Furthermore, he said that he could do it within 3 breaths. If he could really reach the top, then Yi Qinghan would be the strangest martial artist in the history of the Forgotten Land to reach the top. The 5 Monarchs' Peak was strange to begin with. If Yi Qinghan could really reach the top within 3 breaths, then he would have a high chance of entering the sacrificial altar. Alright, if you can really reach the top within 3 breaths, I'll break my other 3 limbs. Tian Chen's heart burned with passion. In the face of breaking the seal and getting out of the sealed God Valley, Tian Chen had completely forgotten about his conflict with Yi Qinghan. Broken limbs could be recovered quickly. It didn't matter if he lost his face. As long as he could get out, everything would be worth it. Oh, Yi Qinghan looked at Tian Chen's passionate eyes and listened to his resolute words. He felt a little embarrassed. He had been able to easily reach the 4th peak, which meant that his intuition was right. Tian Chen's vicious aura made him very unhappy, which was why he had decided to trample Tian Chen to the ground. However, Tian Chen's current performance made him feel a little bored. Everyone was trapped in a cage, so there was no point in fighting with each other. Thus, he waved his hand and said, "Forget about this bet. It's meaningless. Of course, I will try my best to reach the top. However, I can't guarantee that I will be able to reach the top, nor will I be able to enter the sacrificial altar. Everyone back me up." "Alright, little brother Yi. Work hard, I believe you can do it." Qi Li's eyes shone with a piercing light. He actually bowed deeply to Yi Qinghan. All the powerful martial artists looked at Yi Qinghan with burning eyes, waiting for his shocking performance. Buzz. Suddenly, the space in the field rippled, and a slim figure appeared out of thin air. Then, the teleportation portal flashed, and the Thunder Monarch's imposing figure appeared. Neither of them spoke. However, their appearance at this moment showed how much they valued Yi Qinghan and how much they expected of him. Beast fusion. Yi Qinghan nodded at the Thunder Monarch and merged with his beast. However, he did not rush to the top of the mountain. Instead, he closed his eyes. He only calmed down when he heard the strange voice in his heart again. He suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. Swish. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he directly stepped onto the isolation belt at the top of the 3rd mountain peak. His footsteps didn't stop, and he took another step forward. This time, he appeared at the 4th mountain's isolation zone. In the end, he took another step forward, and his figure vanished on the spot. Good. The Thunder Monarch's eyes shone with 2 piercing lights. His purple armor flashed with lightning, and his face was filled with excitement. The aura that he unintentionally released caused the space in the field to freeze. On the other hand, the Rain Empress did not say anything and flew straight to the top of the mountain. The Thunder Monarch followed closely behind, and the 2 of them entered the golden barrier of the mountain. Success! Everyone regained their senses and looked at each other. Then they were overjoyed, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Buzz! 3 figures appeared in the field at the same time. The Cloud Monarch was full of smiles. His white hair and beard fluttered even though there was no wind, and his entire body was releasing an aura of surprise. The Wind Monarch and the Beast Monarch's eyes flickered, and they were a little surprised. Ascending to the top of the mountain in 3 steps, such a strange thing actually happened. Could it be that this brat could really walk into that sacrificial altar? The Wind Monarch and Yafei looked at each other, turned around, and sprinted towards the 5 Emperors Mountain. Meanwhile, the Cloud Monarch began to gather everyone again and prepared to make another routine oath. The Divine Emperor Blood Oath. Of course, among the hundreds of thousands of experts in the Forgotten Land, the object of the oath was changed to Yi Qinghan. The peak of the mountain was spacious and flat as if it was directly slashed by a sword. The peak of the mountain was golden, and it was filled with gold-like soil that emitted a dazzling radiance. In the middle of the spacious flat ground, there was a colorful sacrificial altar that emitted a dazzling radiance. The colorful radiance intertwined with each other and formed an oval light barrier. In the middle, there was a pitch-black door that was wide open like a giant beast opening its mouth, and it seemed like it was going to swallow anyone who entered. Don't, don't, don't. The strange sound became even more cheerful. At this moment, Yi Qinghan could clearly sense that the sound was coming from within the colorful sacrificial altar, and it was coming from the pitch-black door. It seemed to be calling out to him, and it seemed like it was waiting for him to walk through the door. Chapter 736. Sensing the urgent call in his heart, Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate and took a step towards the door. In the next second he appeared outside the door. This time, he didn't continue to take another step. Instead, he reached out a hand and gently placed it on the colorful door frame that was radiating resplendent light. His eyes were blurry as if he was caressing his long-lost lover. The strange voice that kept ringing in his heart suddenly disappeared when his hand touched the door frame. The world suddenly became quiet at this moment. There was no sound of wind. The colorful light in front of him disappeared. The altar disappeared. The surrounding golden ground disappeared. Yi Qinghan's eyes became deep at this moment. The pupils in his pitch-black eyes contracted slightly. In the end, Yi Qinghan slowly closed his eyes. Swish! 2 figures, one white and one purple, appeared on the mountain peak out of nowhere. After the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress appeared on the mountain peak, they immediately locked onto Yi Qinghan. However, they saw that he was actually leaning against the door with his eyes closed. He didn't say a word or move at all. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. However, they didn't make any sound or move. They just stood there quietly and waited for Yi Qinghan's next move. Swish! Not long after, the Wind Emperor also appeared on the mountain peak. When he saw Yi Qinghan leaning against the door and acting like a thinker, he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to the Thunder Emperor. What is this kid doing? Don't disturb him. Just wait. The Thunder Emperor's voice transmission wasn't very polite. There was a faint commanding tone in his voice. However, the Wind Emperor didn't mind. This was because the Thunder Emperor had always been this impolite. Who asked him to be the strongest? Yi Qinghan didn't seem to notice the 3 people behind him at all. He continued to stand at the door quietly and didn't say a word. It was as if he was asleep. Time passed quietly. The Wind Emperor was a little impatient. This altar had existed for millions of years. It had been created ever since the appearance of Sealed God Valley. He had climbed up the 5 Emperors' mountain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Back then he was very excited and tried his best to approach the altar. However, he failed every time. He had studied this altar for hundreds of thousands of years, but he couldn't figure out the slightest secret. What kind of trick was this kid playing? Did he think that he could walk through the door just by striking a cool pose? Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't play any tricks. He didn't intentionally leave the 3 emperors at the side. It was even to the extent that he didn't know where he was right now. The moment his hand touched the door frame, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The golden soil around him disappeared, and the dark door and the colorful light shield disappeared. He discovered that his surroundings had turned pitch black, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. It was as if he was in an endless void. Facing this situation, he did not panic at all. Instead, he was extremely happy. He had encountered such a situation before. In the Unfettered Pavilion's technique practice room, he had also encountered such a situation. He had passed through that pair of mystical eyes and entered the endless void. He had even seen a stunning woman. Finally, he had been transported to the illusory palace and obtained a great opportunity to break through to the deity realm. He was very clear that everything in front of him was an illusion. Moreover, he was sure that the other 9 martial artists who had reached the summit had never encountered such a situation. If they had, the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor would have definitely told him. This meant that he had hit the jackpot. He had a high chance of walking into this altar, removing the seal, and returning to the deity realm. Even if he couldn't remove the seal, he believed that this was definitely a great opportunity. It was just that this great opportunity hadn't appeared for a long time. He stood in the pitch-black world for a long time. His divine sense also spread out in all directions, but he didn't discover anything. There was no one, nothing, only pitch-black. However, he wasn't anxious. He believed that this was a great opportunity. That strange voice and the suddenly changing scenery in front of him proved this point. Therefore, after his divine sense didn't find anything, he sat down cross-legged. "Since I can't find you, I'll stay still and wait for you to find me." That strange voice transmitted an urgent beckoning meaning, which allowed Yi Qinghan to have sufficient confidence. Yi Qinghan's thinking was very simple. You were the one who called me up, and you were the one who helped me to walk up the 5 Emperors Mountain. Therefore, you definitely have something to ask of me. Since you're asking me, why should I be anxious? Yi Qinghan wasn't anxious, but the 3 monarchs at the summit were anxious. The displeasure in the Wind Emperor's eyes was very obvious. If the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress weren't present, he would have already attacked and sent Yi Qinghan flying. If you say you want to enter the sacrificial altar, just enter it directly. This sacrificial altar was very simple. If you could enter the gate, then you could enter. If you couldn't, then it wouldn't matter even if you broke your head. Back then, a few experts who had climbed up the 5 Emperors Mountain worked together to smash the sacrificial altar. In the end, 2 7th-grade war gods and a few 6th-grade war gods poured down, but the sacrificial altar wasn't damaged at all. Furthermore, there was a very stubborn person who studied this sacrificial altar for over 300,000 years. In the end, he didn't find anything and died of mental exhaustion. Therefore, in his eyes, this sacrificial altar wasn't that complicated. If you walked through the gate, there might be hope. Otherwise, you would be directly reflected by the restriction on the gate and be declared a failure. But why are you just standing there like an idiot? Does it feel good to let 3 monarchs wait for you? The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress were also a little anxious as they waited. However, the 2 of them weren't unhappy that Yi Qinghan left them hanging. It was just that the 2 of them had high hopes for Yi Qinghan to walk into this sacrificial altar. Now that the suspense was about to be revealed, the 2 of them were a little anxious. After 3 days, the scenery in front of Yi Qinghan still hadn't changed at all. Yi Qinghan was bored to death. In the end, he sat down on the ground and prepared to meditate. However, Yi Qinghan, who was outside the door, had a change at this moment. He sat down on the gate and sat cross-legged. It seemed like he had entered a state of cultivation. When Yi Qinghan moved, the Rain Empress, the Thunder Emperor, and the Wind Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up. However, Yi Qinghan's strange actions made the 3 of them look at each other. It was understandable that he was deep in thought. He had discovered something and was searching for something. What did he mean by sitting cross-legged at the gate and meditating now? No matter what, the more strange Yi Qinghan was, the happier the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor were. The 2 of them didn't say much. They walked to a meter away from Yi Qinghan, sat cross-legged, and started to guard him. The Wind Emperor also became doubtful. This kid was so strange. Could it be that he had really discovered something? The barrier of the 5 Emperors Mountain was opened again. More than 100,000 experts gathered at the foot of the 5 Emperors Mountain. They all looked at the golden peak of the mountain with hope, waiting for a miracle to happen. As time passed, everyone's hearts became more and more excited. The news of Yi Qinghan reaching the peak in 3 steps had already been secretly transmitted. At this moment, he had already stayed at the peak for a month. Previously, Inspector Lu Yun had only stayed for 20 days. What did this mean? It meant that there was hope. If there wasn't hope, the 3 monarchs would have come down long ago. Chapter 737. In fact, the last time martial god Lu Yun stayed up there for 20 days, he spent 19 days recuperating and recovering to his peak state, while Yi Qinghan was actually in a daze for the entire month. His consciousness fell into that pitch-black void, and he could not see or hear anything. He wanted to meditate, but he found that he could not meditate in this godforsaken place at all. This godforsaken place seemed to have an invisible magic that prevented him from entering a meditative state. Thus, he sat there and began to let his imagination run wild, and he was in a daze. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had a similar experience in the Luotian mountain, so he was not surprised at all, nor did he panic. The stranger things were, the more excited Yi Qinghan became. He had a feeling that this might be a test, and he had experienced the Soul Emperor's various tests that could make people want to die. If this was really a test, then it was too child's play. Therefore, in the face of the pitch-black void, Yi Qinghan did not panic or feel nervous at all. Instead, he curiously began to speculate and fantasize. After being in a daze for a month, Yi Qinghan was a little tired. He also somewhat understood the purpose of this strange scene. In this godforsaken place, he could not see anything, and he could not do anything. No matter how strong a person's mind was, they would feel a little panic. Once this panic spread, it would cause mental repression. After a long period of repression, the soul would be in chaos, and one would be possessed and finally go crazy. This kind of small trick can't stump me. Yi Qinghan really did not feel pressured by this kind of thing. Whether it was the 5 years of experience in the Luotian Mountain, the 10 years of bitter cultivation in the Dream Palace, or the hardships of the Yin Evil Stream and the heavenly battle, Yi Qinghan's mental endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people. Yi Qinghan was bored to death, so he turned over and lay on the ground, ready to sleep. As his consciousness moved, his body also moved strangely. His body, which was originally sitting cross-legged, directly fell down. He used his hands as a pillow and crossed his legs. It seemed that he was ready to sleep. The Wind Monarch had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He learned from the Thunder Monarch and the Rain Empress and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. At that moment, Yi Qinghan moved and the three of them opened their eyes at the same time. However, they saw Yi Qinghan lying down on his back and sleeping soundly. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't tell what they were feeling in their hearts. What kind of tricks is this kid playing? The Wind Emperor looked at Yi Qinghan for a while, then couldn't help but grumble in a low voice. The moment the words left his mouth, the Thunder Emperor's gaze swept over like knives. The meaning in his gaze was very clear. If you don't want to wait, then don't. No one is begging you to stay here. The Rain Empress also glanced over indifferently. With Yi Qinghan's strength, he couldn't see her blurry face clearly, but with Wind Emperor's strength, he could see it clearly. The coldness in the Rain Empress' eyes was very clear. The Wind Emperor snorted and closed his eyes to avoid looking at the two of them. Although he believed that Yi Qinghan was definitely pretending and that no one would be able to enter the altar, he could only sullenly continue to stay there due to the pressure from the Thunder Monarch and the Rain Empress. For out of the 5 emperors were filled with expectations for the altar. If he alone expressed a different opinion, he would definitely be excluded by the other 4 emperors. Once he was excluded, he would end up like the previous Thunder Monarch. Yi Qinghan lay comfortably on the ground and tried to sleep. However, the result was not out of his expectations. Similarly, he couldn't enter a deep sleep state at all. After trying a few times, Yi Qinghan was completely sure of one thing. This was definitely a test. He was the first person in the history of the Forgotten Land to climb the 5 Emperors' mountain so easily. Furthermore, the altar was calling out to him very clearly. At that moment, his consciousness had fallen into this pitch-black void. He couldn't retreat, couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't cultivate, couldn't sleep, and couldn't do anything. This altar was either playing with him to death or testing him. In the past, the altar had never killed anyone, so there was only one explanation. It was testing him. A person's soul was the most wonderful thing. As long as you didn't enter a deep sleep state, your soul would constantly revolve and produce all sorts of emotions. However, if a person was suddenly trapped in a pitch-black void and couldn't do anything, his mind would constantly revolve. After a long time, this person would produce all sorts of negative emotions and eventually go crazy. Since he was sure that this was a test, Yi Qinghan's heart finally calmed down. Once his heart calmed down, all sorts of negative emotions wouldn't occur. Yi Qinghan lay down peacefully and began to leisurely close his eyes. Yi Qinghan didn't panic, and neither did the 5 emperors. However, the warriors below began to become somewhat impatient. 3 years had passed, and there was still no news from the mountain peak. More than 100,000 warriors were all staring at the mountain peak. As a result, their necks were sore and their eyes were filled with tears, but there was still no news from the mountain peak. The Cloud the Arch, the Demon the Arch, and the experts from the various tribes were all standing in front. Of course, they didn't dare to sit down or cultivate. They could only continue to wait and watch. However, some of the weaker warriors were looking forward to the longer Yi Qinghan stayed on the mountain, the better. As long as he stood here, the 5 Emperors' mountains had rich heaven and earth essence energy, and they didn't have to worry about dying from energy exhaustion. Once upon a time, there was a mountain and there was a temple. In the temple, there was an old monk. The old monk told the young monk, "Once upon a time, there was a mountain," Yi Qinghan murmured in his heart. These 3 years had been too difficult. He could only constantly find something to do. Otherwise, he would really become a madman. He didn't dare to think about Yu Qingqing and the others as he was afraid of triggering the negative emotions in his heart. He only thought about the anecdotes from his previous life and started to replay the movies he watched in his previous life. He started to sing and tell stories to himself. "Where's spring? Where's spring?" After a bored sigh, he started to sing the few songs that he knew over and over again. However, halfway through the song, he suddenly felt his vision gradually brighten. He opened his misty eyes and looked around absent-mindedly. Then he woke up with a start and jumped to his feet. Suddenly, the darkness started to recede, and the scenery in front of him started to appear. He realized that he was in an unusually majestic palace. This palace was so majestic that it made his heart palpitate. Compared to this palace, the Rain Emperor Palace and the Thunder Emperor Palace were like comparing a thatched cottage to a royal palace. The palace was huge and very tall. Yi Qinghan was a third-layer divine general. His eyesight was extremely terrifying. He could even see ants tens of thousands of meters away clearly. However, when he looked around, he could only vaguely see the palace walls around him. He could even vaguely sense the ceiling above him. The only thing he could see was countless huge pillars with strange patterns carved on them. These pillars reached the sky and extended towards the ceiling. Lucky young man, congratulations on passing all the trials and arriving at the Combat Emperor Palace. Just as Yi Qinghan was wondering which direction he should head in, an ancient voice rang out, causing him to jump in fright. When he understood the meaning behind the words, he was overjoyed. Just as he was about to kneel down on one knee, the ancient voice rang out again, "Don't be too happy yet, and don't give me those empty greetings. The reason why your consciousness can enter here is because you have fulfilled 2 conditions. First, you must be a soul cultivator who has cultivated for less than 100 years, and second, your soul must have a strong endurance. Naturally, if you want to enter the War Emperor Palace with your physical body and accept this emperor's inheritance, you must fulfill the 3rd condition." Chapter 738. To become a soul cultivator within 100 years, one's soul had to be able to withstand the pressure. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. It seemed like it wasn't a coincidence that he arrived here. In order to become a soul cultivator, one's soul had to reach the God King realm and reach the 3rd stage of soul stillness. The first condition might be simple, but the second condition was extremely difficult. If he didn't have 2 souls, he definitely wouldn't be able to succeed. His soul's endurance was strong. This was a bit mysterious. Did he mean that he could endure loneliness, or was he referring to his 2 souls? Or was it because of the slaughter god blade, he naturally had a strong resistance against the baleful aura and negative emotions? No matter what, Yi Qinghan finally understood why experts like the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress were unable to enter this sacrificial altar even though they managed to reach the peak. This was because they were already eliminated from the first condition. Becoming a soul cultivator within 100 years was indeed too harsh. Yi Qinghan held his breath and didn't dare to say anything else. After all, this concerned whether he could enter this sacrificial altar and that so-called War Imperial Palace. This expert had said that if he could fulfill the 3rd condition, then he would be able to receive his inheritance. The inheritance of a supreme being expert who could trap a group of warriors, including several 7th-grade war gods, to their deaths in this place, was enough to make one's emotions surge. I am the #1 expert in restrictions and spell formations in the divine plane. I was extremely talented, but I was too arrogant and died a tragic death. Before I died, I established the Sealed God Valley and left behind a treasure. If you want to obtain this treasure, you must be stronger than me in a certain aspect and earn my admiration. So, young man, the 3rd condition is that you either break my restrictions and enter the sacrificial altar of the 5 Emperors' Mountains, or do something that will earn my admiration. The aged voice continued. It was filled with arrogance, haste, and boundless aggressiveness. Yi Qinghan was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. His surging emotions were instantly extinguished, and even his soul turned cold. He didn't have time to think about it. This expert said that he was dead, but he was still talking. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to see what treasures were in this war imperial palace. His mind started to spin rapidly. His third condition completely stunned Yi Qinghan. The Thunder Emperor and the others couldn't break the restriction, so how could he break it? How could such a powerful warrior ask me to do something admirable? Motherf asterisk Ker. You're such a powerful warrior, but you want me, a small immortal general, to do something that you can't do? Is it possible? Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and asked with his last hope, Senior, can you explain it more clearly? For example, if I want to break the restriction, what should I start from? What are the specific things that you admire? Breaking the restriction is very simple. You just have to study formations and restrictions on your own. Back then, this emperor was also self-taught. The most powerful restrictions in Sealed God Valley are at the 18 entrances of Sealed God Valley. The restrictions on this altar are the simplest. As for the things that I admire, there are 3. The first is that he fused with an ultimate mystery and became a 9th-grade war god. In other words, he became a peerless god emperor. The second is to comprehend the legendary law of space, which is eternal. The third is to fuse with a special mystery. As long as no one in the immortal realm has successfully fused with it, even a basic mystery will do. Alright, you have 100 years. If you can't achieve it, you will lose this opportunity. My inheritance will be passed on to the next fated person. Dogsh asterisk T. The ancient voice gradually faded away, and the surrounding scenery also gradually disappeared. Yi Qinghan's consciousness returned to his body. When he opened his eyes and saw the golden barrier above his head, he could feel the 7-colored altar in front of him. He knew that his consciousness had already left the War Imperial Palace, and he couldn't help but curse out in annoyance. What do you mean? The Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor looked at each other. The Thunder Emperor blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. Yi Qinghan didn't answer the Thunder Emperor. At this moment he was still immersed in the words of that expert. His heart had also turned cold. The master of the War Imperial Hall had pointed out 4 paths for him. However, Yi Qinghan felt that none of them were feasible. They were all dead ends. Self-study restrictions? He didn't even know the basics of array formations. Why would he want to learn restrictions? 9th-grade war god? Forget about that. Eternal space? Forget about that. As for the last special profound mystery, that was even more F***king unnecessary. A profound mystery of the law that no one in the immortal realm had successfully fused? There were countless warriors in the immortal realm, and there were trillions of experts. With so many experts, what profound mystery of the law had they not successfully fused? What kind of T condition was this? At this moment, Yi Qinghan deeply felt the feeling of climbing up the clouds and falling down heavily. The master of the War Imperial Hall had given him a huge pie, but it was in the sky. He could see it but couldn't eat it. This feeling was extremely unbearable. It was extremely unbearable. Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? After Yi Qinghan cursed, he sat up in a daze and didn't reply to the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor weren't angry. They just felt that something was wrong. The Wind Emperor, who was at the side, flipped out. It was fine that this brat made the 3 martial emperors sit here for 3 years, but he was still acting like this? Did he really think that he was someone important? The Wind Emperor's words were laced with coldness, causing Yi Qinghan to wake up completely. He turned his head and saw a flash of killing intent in the Wind Emperor's eyes. Seeing that the Thunder Emperor also had a look of concern on his face, Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. He didn't dare to continue letting his thoughts run wild, and he didn't dare to talk about what had just happened. He hurriedly stood up, bowed, and spouted nonsense. I'm sorry, I spent too much energy just now and fell asleep, so I spoke nonsense. All right, there's no need to explain. Little Yi, are you confident that you can enter this sacrificial altar? The Thunder Emperor waved his hand and got down to business. Although he already had a bad premonition, he still spoke with great anticipation. I'm not sure either. I can only say that I'll try my best. As he looked at the Thunder Emperor's hopeful gaze, Yi Qinghan felt that he had let down the two martial emperors' expectations and could only grit his teeth and speak. After speaking, Yi Qinghan stood up and slowly walked toward the dark door under the gaze of the three martial emperors. Bang! As expected, Yi Qinghan was directly repelled by the restriction on the sacrificial altar. It was very straightforward, and there was nothing strange about it. It was exactly the same as the previous 9 cultivators who had tried to enter the sacrificial altar. The only difference was that Yi Qinghan was slightly weaker, and his posture when he fell was slightly uglier. F***ck, you wasted 3 years of this martial emperor's time. The Wind Emperor looked coldly at Yi Qinghan, who was rolling on the ground. He had completely given up on the sacrificial altar. This brat was so strange, but he still couldn't enter the sacrificial altar. It seemed like he definitely wouldn't be able to leave Sealed God Valley. He wasn't in the mood to linger here any longer. He directly turned and rushed down. Little Yi, what happened? Yi Qinghan, is there still hope? The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress didn't leave. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan, who had a bitter expression on his face. Combined with Yi Qinghan's strange actions on the 5 Sovereign Mountain, the two of them suspected that something must have happened to Yi Qinghan. After the Wind Emperor left, the Thunder Emperor directly released his celestial territory. Then, the two of them asked at the same time. Yi Qinghan stood up and smiled bitterly. He sighed and said, "This sacrificial altar? I know how to enter, but I can't." Chapter 739. What is it? The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress perked up. The Thunder Emperor revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He originally thought that Yi Qinghan would not gain anything. He did not expect him to give them such a huge surprise. Know how to enter? As long as they knew the method, it would be simple. With so many people, they would definitely be able to think of a way. Just because you are weak and cannot enter doesn't mean that we can't either. Uncle Lei Jin, the Rain Empress, I am not trying to discourage you, but you have no hope at all. Currently, in the entire Forgotten Land, only I have the chance to enter. However, the conditions are too harsh. Yi Qinghan saw that Lei Jin had released his god's domain and that the Rain Empress, who was proficient in the soul, should not be able to eavesdrop on their conversation. He quickly recounted his encounter in the War Imperial Palace. Although he felt that these 4 conditions were impossible to achieve, he still hoped that the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor could come up with a solution. However, after Yi Qinghan finished speaking, he realized that the Thunder Emperor's face had completely darkened. Although the Rain Empress's face could not be seen clearly, her entire person seemed to have dimmed. He knew that the 2 martial emperors would definitely have no solution. After all, the conditions were too harsh. After a while, the Rain Empress sighed and asked about the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor, have you heard of the powerful Battle Emperor? The Thunder Emperor shook his head slightly and said in a desolate voice, I have never heard of him. There are no records in our family either. Such a powerful person should be very famous in the immortal realm. However, there is no information about him at all. This is really strange. Logically speaking, this Battle Emperor should be dead. Why is there still a trace of his soul left to talk to Yi Qinghan? Even if he is a 9th-grade war god, he does not have this ability. This is really strange. 100 years? For conditions? Not to mention little Yi, even for us, the chances are slim. Are we really going to be trapped in this godforsaken place until our lifespans run out? There is still a sliver of hope. The Rain Empress was silent for a long time. She lifted her head again and turned to look at Yi Qinghan. The Thunder Emperor seemed to understand. You mean the last condition? That's right, 100 years. Forget about Yi Qinghan, no one else would be able to accomplish the first 3 conditions. The only chance is this special profound mystery. Didn't this Battle Emperor say that even elementary profound mysteries count? Not to mention elementary profound mysteries, even if it's intermediate profound mysteries, if Yi Qinghan can comprehend them to the entry level, with his comprehension speed of laws, he can successfully fuse them in a few years. The Rain Empress slowly analyzed. Alas! It's easy to say, but the difficulty level is even higher than ascending to the heavens. The supreme laws, the elemental laws, aside from the unknown space of eternity, all of the other low-level profound mysteries that could be fused have been successfully fused. As for special laws, they aren't things that you can comprehend just because you want to. Everything depends on the will of the heavens. However, the Thunder Emperor did not think much of it. He sighed and said to Yi Qinghan, "Little Yi, try your best. Don't be too harsh on yourself. I'll head back first. If there's anything, come to the Thunder Emperor Mountain to look for me." Yi Qinghan nodded. He looked at the back of the Thunder Emperor as he left, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Go back. Come to the Rain Emperor Palace directly later. The Rain Empress' voice was still ethereal, and it was impossible to tell what she was feeling. She followed the Thunder Emperor down the mountain. Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the colorful and blurry sacrificial altar. He turned around and walked down desolately. When he walked down the mountain, the entire Five Emperors Mountain was already empty. There were only two figures left, Yi Yaorao and Wu Shan. It was obvious that the Wind Emperor had come down to tell Yi Qinghan that he had failed. Everyone had waited bitterly for 3 years, but the result was still a heavy blow. At this moment, who would continue waiting here? Yi Yaorao did not speak. She only looked at Yi Qinghan with concern. She did not care about Yi Qinghan's success or failure. She only cared about Yi Qinghan's people. "Little brother Yi, let's go back first." Wu Shan looked at the dejected Yi Qinghan, and his emotions were very complicated. He wanted to comfort Yi Qinghan, but he did not know where to start. "I'm fine. You don't have to worry." Yi Qinghan forced a smile. He pulled Yi Yaorao's hand and walked towards the transportation formation. After telling Yi Yaorao to go back and rest, Yi Qinghan walked to the Rain Emperor Palace alone. When he walked into the palace, he did not see the Rain Empress. Instead, he received an unexpected voice transmission, "Come to the rear palace." When he heard this voice transmission, Yi Qinghan was shocked. The voice was very clear, not as ethereal as it was in the past. Furthermore, the voice was very familiar. Throwing away the random thoughts in his mind, Yi Qinghan quickly ran towards the rear palace, as if he wanted to confirm something. The rear palace was very beautiful. It was still filled with light muslin, but this time, the muslin was not white. Instead, it was blue. Furthermore, the decorations inside were all blue. The entire rear palace was a sea of blue. There was a huge bed inside the muslin, and a graceful figure reclined on the bed. Although it was obstructed by the thin muslin, the seductive aura emanating from it was very clear. Just as Yi Qinghan was staring blankly, not knowing what to do, the muslin was suddenly lifted, and a beautiful jade-like hand stretched out. The jade-like hand's palm was facing upwards, and one of her index fingers hooked at him. On that jade-like finger, a beautiful blue fingernail was blooming with a bewitching light. Yi Qinghan braced himself and walked over. He gently lifted the muslin, and looked at the familiar face on the bed. He looked at the two tender and beautiful lips, and his body trembled slightly. He swallowed twice and choked out a sentence. "Are you concubine Lan or the Rain Empress?" "Yi, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? My real name is Lan Yu." The woman on the bed smiled sweetly and gave him a playful look. This look was too familiar. Back then, this look almost killed him. What happened back then was a misunderstanding. You're a great person, and you don't hold it against me. Moreover, you made a bet with me, and if you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat. You can't be so petty. Yi Qinghan was indeed fearless, but when he looked at the woman in front of him, he felt a little scared. This woman looked like concubine Lan, but she appeared in the Rain Emperor's palace, and on the bed after the rain. Combined with Yi Qinghan's previous feelings, concubine Lan's mysterious identity, and strange behavior, concubine Lan's identity was obvious. Lan Yu, concubine Lan, the Rain Empress. Concubine Lan was the Rain Empress, and the Rain Empress was concubine Lan. However, he had flirted with her, touched her, and even kissed her. Most importantly, he had just suffered a huge setback at the Five Emperors Mountain. At this moment, facing the woman in front of him, he had no confidence at all. However, in his heart, he was wondering if he had lost his value, and the woman in front of him was planning to settle the score later. In the past, he was not afraid because he was single, but now, because of Yiyao Rao, he had some misgivings. The Rain Empress laughed softly, and her voluptuous breasts also trembled. Her bright eyes revealed a hint of provocation. Hee, if you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat? I've said before that as long as you climb up the 5 Emperors Mountain, my body will be yours. Now, I'm willing to bet, and I'm willing to admit defeat. Come on. Little man, I'm waiting for your favor. Young mistress, I was wrong. Stop playing around. Yi Qinghan desperately suppressed the impulse in his heart and pleaded with a crying face. Yi Qinghan, are you still a man? If you're a man, cheer up for me. Isn't it just a little setback? Your cowardly appearance will make me look down on you. The Rain Empress smiled contemptuously, and her words were full of sarcasm and mockery. Whether I'm a man or not, you'll know soon enough. The Rain Empress' contemptuous eyes, mocking expression, and provocation completely made Yi Qinghan's grievance at the 5 Emperors Mountain explode. Without hesitation, he directly pounced on the bed, stretched out his hands, and directly tore apart the robe after the rain. His big hands began to knead the 2 soft parts, and his lips covered the 2 voluptuous breasts. As the bed wriggled, the surrounding blue chiffon began to dance silently, and the entire rear palace was suddenly filled with the scent of spring. Chapter 740. Countless years later, Feng Zi and Hua Hua curiously asked Yi Qinghan how he, a mere divine general, managed to conquer the high and mighty Yu Ho. Yi Qinghan thought for a while, looked up at the starry sky at a 135-degree angle, and said emotionally, "It was a hot summer night, and neither of us was in the mood to sleep. We met by chance in the night wind. I thought that if I hid in the night, she wouldn't find me. But I was wrong. A cool man like me was like a firefly in the dark night, a chafer in the field, so bright and outstanding. My melancholy gaze, messy hair, and the faint smile on my face had betrayed me. She gave me an ambiguous look, and I shot up to 5 million volts of high-voltage electricity, instantly knocking her out. I recklessly began to tear off her robe, and she recklessly began to kiss me. At that moment, the heavenly thunder ignited the fire, and the entire forgotten land trembled. Of course, this was *T. In fact, when Yi Qinghan poured all the tens of billions of offspring in his body onto Yu Ho's charming face and tender lips, he himself was stunned. And when he hurriedly tore a piece of cloth from the bedsheet, preparing to wipe the white liquid off Yu Ho's face, who was blushing and panting with her eyes closed, when he saw the bright red smear on the bedsheet in his hand, he was completely stunned. Looking at the face in front of him that was still moaning in pleasure, and looking at the fluttering gauze, Yi Qinghan was stunned for a long time before he was sure of one thing. He had F***ked Yu Ho, he had F***ked the master of the Rain Emperor's tribe, he had F***ked an emperor of the Forgotten Land, and he, a mere divine general, had F***ked a powerhouse comparable to a palace master, and even sprayed her face with it. Most importantly, this was her first time. Yi Qinghan was indeed very bold. At this moment he was not afraid. He had already done it, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He was just stunned, like a beggar who suddenly received a piece of gold. After going crazy, it felt so unreal. Although he had always been very confident, he was not arrogant enough to think that with a shake of his spear and a jolt of his aura, all the women in the world would kneel under his robe. He had interacted with Yu Ho, hugged her, and kissed her, but he did not think that there was a basis for feelings. In other words, he did not think that Yu Ho would fall in love with him. Although Yu Ho occasionally revealed the heart of a little girl, such as going to the 2nd floor to become an administrator, and making a bet with him. But to be able to cultivate to such a level, she must have spent a long time. After such a long time, she still maintained a pure body. There were countless heroes in the immortal realm. There were many who were more handsome than him, more powerful than him, and more powerful than him. There were many who were 10,000 times better than him in all aspects. Why did it have to be him? Although he could not figure it out, Yi Qinghan was still very excited. Yu Ho was the goddess of the entire Forgotten Land. The back palace of the Rain Emperor Palace was a place that more than 100,000 experts dreamed of entering. Yu Ho, who was high up in the mountain, was snatched away by him and even sprayed on her face. If this matter were to spread, there would definitely be countless martial artists who could not understand it and directly kill themselves at the foot of the mountain. Just as Yi Qinghan was in a daze, Yu Ho gently shook her eyelashes and opened a pair of bright eyes. With a jolt of divine power, the liquid on her face was directly shaken off. She pulled a veil over her perfect body, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said softly, "Feels good, right?" "Good," Yi Qinghan replied subconsciously. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and became embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said something that all men would say after the event. "After the rain, what was that?" "Yes, I will be responsible for you." "Really?" Looking at Yi Qinghan's bashful look, the Empress of the Rain giggled like 100 flowers blooming. Although her body was covered by a veil, the two eye-catching red dots and the green grass below were faintly discernible, extremely alluring. Yi Qinghan felt a burst of blood boiling again. Below him, he raised his head slightly again, and hurriedly learned from Yu Ho to pull a veil over his body. "Responsible? Can you afford to be responsible? Besides, this is something that I am willing to do. Otherwise, how could you succeed?" Yu Ho's face showed a slight shyness and anger, but then she was silent. A touch of loneliness appeared on her beautiful face, and she faintly sighed, "Little man, I am willing to bet and I am willing to lose. I have given my body to you. I don't need you to be responsible for me, and I will not be your wife. If you feel a little guilty, then do something for me." But Yi Qinghan's answer was very simple and very firm. Although he did not understand why Yu Ho would let him off so easily, and although he did not have a deep relationship with Yu Ho. But since there was a relationship between husband and wife, how could he refuse her request? Yu Ho looked at the firmness in Yi Qinghan's eyes and showed a comforting smile. Her bright eyes looked through the window of the back hall and cast into the distance. After a long time, she faintly said, "Take me out, I want to go home." Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. He had waited for a long time, but it was such a request that was not a request. However, Yi Qinghan did not say anything to ask. He just looked at the pair of bright eyes full of loneliness and the face that had become soft, and an inexplicable feeling of tenderness welled up in his heart. At this moment, he vaguely felt that the woman in front of him was not Empress Yu, who was high up in the mountain, nor was she the naughty and ruthless concubine Lan. Instead, she was a weak, lonely, and lovable little woman. He subconsciously lay down on his side, and then gently embraced her plump body after the rain. He gently caressed her face with his hand, letting his not-so-broad shoulders and embrace give her some warmth. He didn't say a word, but just looked at her quietly, waiting for her to pour out her heart. "Do you want to hear a story?" Concubine Lan's body trembled slightly, and then she turned her head and smiled sweetly. She turned her body over and leaned half of her body on Yi Qinghan's body. Feeling Concubine Lan's hot body pressing against his chest, Yi Qinghan did not have any desire at all. He just looked at her quietly and nodded seriously. In the distant Nanling continent in the west of the God Realm, there is a big family, the Lan family. The Lan family is very big and rules a prefecture in the south of the continent, Su Immortal Mansion. There are not many children in the Lan family, but each of them is a peerless genius. However, a good-for-nothing appeared later. After tens of thousands of years of hard work, he only reached the divine general realm. The good-for-nothing's fate can be imagined. He was ignored by his family, ridiculed by his clansmen, and looked down upon by everyone in Su Immortal City. Later, the good-for-nothing was expelled from Su Immortal City by his family and settled down in a small tribe. He married an ordinary woman and gave birth to a daughter. The good-for-nothing suffered a heavy blow. He was depressed and decadent all day, passing his days with alcohol. He had no hope in this life, and his only wish was to walk back to Su Immortal City with dignity. However, this wish has obviously become an extravagant hope.